The shark arm case. Back in 1935, the Coogee Aquarium and Swimming Baths, located in Sydney, Australia, found themselves in a struggling position. With the global economic downturn known as the Great Depression taking its toll, the owner of the establishment, Bert Hobson, was faced with the challenge of attracting customers to keep his business afloat. However, a flicker of hope ignited within him when he and his son successfully captured a formidable 14-foot, 1-ton tiger shark from the nearby coastal waters and subsequently introduced it into their pool. During this time, the region had been plagued by several shark attacks, which heightened public fascination and concern. Sensing an opportunity to both captivate and reassure potential visitors, Hobson believed that showcasing this fearsome predator would not only serve as a unique spectacle, but also re-inspire trust in the safety of his establishment. Approximately 1 week after capturing the shark, a surprising and unsettling scene unfolded in front of a gathered crowd of families. The shark experienced sudden convulsions and subsequently regurgitated a rather perplexing assortment of items consisting of a rat, a bird, and most alarmingly, a human arm. This highly disturbing incident prompted Hobson to promptly contact the authorities, prompting their immediate response. The arm, discovered to bear a tattoo depicting 2 boxers engaged in combat, was extracted from the shark's stomach. Not content with leaving any stone unturned, the shark was subsequently slain, and a careful examination was conducted by cutting open its stomach in order to search for any additional remains. However, no further traces of a similar nature were discovered. Fortunately, due to the employment of advanced fingerprint technology, the original owner of the arm was eventually identified as a 45-year-old individual named Jimmy Smith, who had mysteriously vanished on April 7, 1935. The intricate and arduous process of connecting the distinct elements within this perplexing and macabre puzzle thus culminated in a resolution that shed light on the fate of the man. In the initial stages of the investigation relating to the disappearance of Smith and the potential consumption of his remains by sharks, law enforcement authorities turned their focus towards Reginald William Lloyd Holmes, a business person residing in Sydney. Holmes, who operated both a successful boat-building enterprise in Lavender Bay, New South Wales, and was involved in smuggling activities, emerged as a prime suspect. Notably, Holmes had frequently employed Smith for various fraudulent schemes involving insurance, one notable incident being the deliberate sinking of an overinsured pleasure cruiser called Pathfinder in 1934. Furthermore, it was discovered that shortly after this incident, Smith and Holmes formed a peculiar partnership with Patrick Francis Brady, a former serviceman with a criminal record for forgery. Using falsified signatures obtained from Holmes's acquaintances and clientele, Brady skillfully forged checks for relatively small amounts, which were then cashed by both Brady and Smith. As the investigation progressed, it eventually came to light that Smith had been employing a form of blackmail against Holmes. The police's in-depth analysis of the situation allowed them to connect the dots between Smith, Holmes, Brady, and their involvement in various illicit activities. In the case of Smith's disappearance, it is crucial to note the last known sighting of him, which occurred at the Cecil Hotel in southern Sydney. On that fateful day, Smith engaged in activities such as drinking and playing cards with an individual named Patrick Francis Brady. Interestingly, Smith had informed his wife that he would be going fishing, making his sudden association with Brady all the more perplexing. Notably, Brady happened to have rented a small cottage during the same period when Smith mysteriously vanished. Law enforcement authorities have put forth grave allegations indicating that Smith met his untimely demise at this very cottage. The circumstances surrounding his passing remain shrouded in mystery, as the rest of Smith's body has never been recovered. The Hackler house fires remain unexplained. The Hackler house fires, which have perplexed investigators for decades, continue to baffle experts with their unexplained origin. However, delving into the true backstory behind this paranormal phenomenon, located in Odin, Indiana, reveals a multifaceted and intricate narrative that goes far beyond the simplistic and inaccurate descriptions found on poorly designed websites dedicated to the supernatural. According to the official website of the town of Odin, the community is not merely defined by geographical boundaries, but by the deep-rooted and shared values that their residents hold dear. The Hackler family, consisting of William and Minnie Hackler, along with their 5 children, William Jr., Dorothy, Garland, Dale, and Virginia resided on a rural farm. Their home, an impressive two-story building, was nestled amongst towering pine trees and stood approximately 100 yards away from a well-traveled main road. Situated about 4 miles northwest of Odin, this idyllic setting offered the Hackler family a peaceful and picturesque lifestyle. The charming two-story wooden house was meticulously constructed shortly after the conclusion of the Civil War. It stands as a testament to the early settlement of Daviess County by its original owner, Marshall Ketchum, a pioneer from Tennessee who ventured into the region around the 1840s. A point worth mentioning is that in 1852, he entered into matrimonial bliss with Margaret Sedgwood, and although historical records from the 1860 census indicate the existence of 2 children, it is widely believed that their family expanded beyond these numbers. On a balmy summer morning, as the sunlight streamed through the windows, it was a perceptive older child residing in the charming 2-story farmhouse who first caught a whiff of smoke permeating the air. Immediately alerting the rest of the Hackler family, they embarked on a collective search to pinpoint the source of this unusual occurrence. Upon inspection, it appeared that the source of the fire was within the wall, with flames inexplicably emerging from it. In an effort to ascertain the cause of the blaze, the fire department resorted to breaking open the wall. Their initial suspicion pointed towards a potential hidden chimney defect within the wall structure. To their surprise, however, the interior of the wall revealed no evidence of fire damage or any other visible signs of the blaze. It was as if the fire had consumed only the wallpaper, sparing the surrounding walls from harm. This baffling phenomenon left investigators perplexed as they witnessed the peculiar occurrence of the wallpaper burning only into itself, without affecting anything else in its vicinity. Soon after the firefighters had made their way back to the town, they were abruptly summoned yet again, this time to the residence, as Mrs. Hackler had stumbled upon a second fire. Interestingly, this fire was quietly smouldering within a mattress located in another upstairs bedroom. The unexpected recurrence of such a hazardous situation required immediate attention from the firefighters, showcasing the urgency and gravity of their duties. Following the successful extinguishment of the initial blaze, a curious development ensued as small fires spontaneously emerged throughout the entirety of the house. These fires exhibited peculiar origins, with one instance being Mr. Hackler's attire, nonchalantly suspended on a door, suddenly engulfed in flames from seemingly inexplicable sources. The occurrence of such peculiar incidents not only adds an element of mystery to the situation, but also raises questions about the nature and cause of these bewildering fires. The Hackler family was thrown into a state of panic as they frantically tried to keep up with multiple fires erupting in unexpected locations. As the day progressed, the Odin Fire Department found themselves in a state of being overwhelmed, facing a situation that required additional resources to effectively combat the unfolding events. Recognizing the need for assistance, they made a request to a neighboring town's fire brigade, seeking their support in tackling the extraordinary circumstances that were unfolding before them. During the incident, a firefighter noticed a solitary book positioned on a shelf, emitting dense smoke. Intrigued, he carefully examined the book and, to his astonishment, found that the pages inside had endured severe burning and were still smoldering. This discovery raised questions about the cause and extent of the fire, prompting a deeper investigation into the incident. As the hours gradually passed, and the persistent occurrence of small fires persisted, anxious and caring neighbors of the Hackler family came forward to offer their support and assistance in this strange and perplexing situation. In the presence of multiple credible witnesses, a startling incident transpired when the drapes in a particular room unexpectedly ignited, creating a blazing spectacle mere inches away from the vicinity where 2 individuals happened to be standing. To their sheer terror and utter dismay, in the very same room, a second set of curtains inexplicably caught fire just as spontaneously as the first. Astonishingly, on both occasions, the flames appeared to consume only the curtains, sparing the window shades and walls from any damage. According to an observer who closely followed the sequence of events, there was a distinct impression as if invisible forces were igniting matches in various parts of the house. Upon thorough investigation, the fire investigators found themselves in a state of utter perplexity. It became apparent that the fires were, without a shred of doubt, not caused by any electrical factors. This conclusion was reinforced by the fact that the farmhouse, like numerous rural Indiana farmhouses in the early 1900s, lacked any form of electrical wiring. Furthermore, the absence of power lines in the vicinity made it implausible for an external electrical source to be the cause. Additionally, there were no recorded instances of lightning strikes or any other atmospheric occurrences that could plausibly account for the mysterious events that unfolded that day. On June 21st, a significant fire incident occurred at the Heckler homestead, requiring the combined efforts of over 100 firefighters from 2 neighboring towns and numerous local residents. The last instance of fire was extinguished approximately 1 hour prior to midnight, marking the end of a peculiar and unsettling ordeal that had persisted for over 13 hours. In light of the circumstances, the Hackler family made the decision to relocate their remaining beds outdoors and spend the night sleeping under the open sky. Their rationale behind this choice was rooted in the concern of another fire erupting within the confines of their home while they were peacefully asleep inside. The potential risks associated with staying indoors outweighed any perceived comfort, prompting them to prioritize their safety above all else. In a subsequent interview, the Indiana State Fire Marshal expressed his profound astonishment, declaring that the Odin fires presented the most perplexing enigma throughout his extensive career. Despite exhaustive investigations, the case remains unsolved, leaving the fate of the ill-fated Heckler family shrouded in absolute ambiguity. No answers have surfaced, and to this day, the inexplicable sequence of events that occurred continues to baffle experts and confound the public. It is important to highlight that the current occupants of this house have resided there for more than 10 years without any significant incidents. However, before they took ownership, the farmhouse had been marked by tragedy on 2 separate occasions. The first tragic event occurred in the 1880s, when multiple members of a family consisting of 5 individuals perished from a mysterious illness referred to as the burning fever. Interestingly, the Heckler family, who now resides in the house, also consists of 5 members. Subsequently, after the passing of the original owner's family, another farmer moved in and unfortunately experienced the loss of 2 sons in separate hunting accidents. Following a series of mysterious fires with no apparent cause, the Heckler family made the bold decision to dismantle their farmhouse completely and reconstruct it in a different location, a move that could be described as literal relocation. Methodically and meticulously, the male members of the Heckler family painstakingly disassembled every element of their beloved home, only to undertake the arduous task of building it anew in a spot that was not too distant from its original site. After the initial incident, no further instances of fire were ever reported. The mystery of Christina Kettlewell. On the fateful day of May 20th, 1947, the lifeless body of a young woman named Christina Kettlewell, aged 22, was discovered a mere 150 feet away from her recently occupied honeymoon cottage in Seven Falls, Ontario. To the dismay of the local community, she was found in a shallow body of water, only measuring a mere 9 inches deep, along the banks of a nearby river. The tragic events followed just a brief period after Christina's elopement with John Ray Jack Kettlewell, a 26-year-old war veteran. The couple, who had known each other for 3 years, decided to tie the knot on May 12th, plunging themselves into the adventure of matrimony. However, this blissful occasion soon took a dark turn. Within the social circle surrounding Jack and Christina, there was another individual who played a significant role in their lives, Ronald Barry, a 28-year-old Italian immigrant and professional ballroom dancer. A peculiar dynamic seemed to exist among the trio, as they were known to spend an unusual amount of time together. After their elopement, the newly married couple, the Kettlewells, opted to spend the initial days of their honeymoon in a rented apartment situated in Toronto. Interestingly, Ronald, an unexpected presence, accompanied them throughout their entire honeymoon expedition. On the 17th of May, the trio embarked on a journey to Ronald's secluded cottage located in Seven Falls, which could only be accessed by boat. During their time there were reports of Christina displaying behavior that was uncharacteristic of her usual self. She would occasionally succumb to fits of crying, while at other times she appeared distant and disconnected. It is believed that Christina had conversations with Ronald regarding her doubts about Jack's true feelings for her. Then, on the 20th of May, Christina suddenly vanished, and coincidentally, Ronald's cabin was engulfed in an enigmatic fire. Upon his return to the cabin, Ronald was taken aback to find his friend Jack disoriented and seated inside, clearly suffering from a head injury. Acting swiftly, Ronald immediately rescued Jack from the engulfing flames that threatened both their lives. Concerned for their companion Christina, Ronald diligently searched the cottage, hoping to locate her amidst the chaos, but to his dismay, she was nowhere to be found. As the fire continued to rage, devouring the once cozy cabin, Ronald could only watch helplessly as it crumbled to ashes within a remarkably short span of merely an hour. Determined to ensure Jack's safety, Ronald swiftly guided him into the waiting boat, skillfully steering them back to the mainland of Seven Falls. Once ashore, Ronald wasted no time in escorting his injured friend to the nearest hospital, where medical attention could be provided promptly. During that particular moment, the situation took a turn for the worse, adding to the gravity of the circumstances. It was subsequently discovered that Christina's lifeless body had been found by the proprietor of a nearby boathouse. Remarkably, her body showed no evidence of burns or any visible signs of physical harm. To shed light on her passing, an autopsy revealed the presence of codeine traces in her stomach, although it was ultimately determined that she had drowned. Interestingly, Major Lawrence Scarderfield, who had been among the first to respond to the fire incident, reported that he had not come across any indication of Christina's body in the vicinity when he went to retrieve water to combat the flames merely a few hours earlier. This discrepancy raises intriguing questions regarding the accuracy and timing of events. During the investigation, the police interrogated a total of 22 individuals, which included Jack, Ronald, and 20 others. Despite considering various theories, the authorities have been unable to solve this perplexing mystery.
Derek J. Luking. Don't try to follow me. Those are the final words of 24-year-old Derek J. Luking. Found scribbled on a note in Luking's abandoned car, it is the final piece of evidence in his strange disappearance. Luking grew up in Virginia before moving to Knoxville, Tennessee, to attend college at Johnson University. After graduating, he took a job as an orderly at Peninsula Behavioral Health Center. Described by his roommate as having a servant heart, it raised a red flag when Luking failed to show up for work on the morning of March 15, 2012. This uncharacteristic behavior caused Luking's family to leave Virginia for Tennessee to look for him immediately. A quick search of his computer found searches for the nearby Smoky Mountain National Park as well as reservations for a hotel. The hotel, located in Cherokee, North Carolina, had footage of Luking leaving his room on March 17th, 2 days after he failed to show up for work. Inside the hotel room, Luking left a Bible and a bottle of alcohol. Determined to find him, Luking's family set out to search the area for themselves. By accident, the family came upon Luking's abandoned Ford Escape. The vehicle was in the newfound Gap parking area, located along the border of Tennessee and North Carolina. Contents of the vehicle seemed to suggest Luking had plans of a long hike or even camping. With him, he had a pickaxe, compass, lamp, pocket knife, knife sharpener, tent, sleeping bag, 100 feet of black parachute cord, granola bars, and a survival belt containing a multi-tool, flashlight, and a fire starter. There were also pages from a military survival guide, along with his wallet still full of cash. The last clue was the note, "Don't follow me." Some assume this was a sure sign that Luking was planning on leaving and never returning. Luking's father noted that his behavior had changed recently. Luking began smoking and drinking. He complained about where he was in life and about being unsatisfied with his job. His family was firm, however, that Luking was not depressed and would not kill himself. Ignoring the note's request, search and rescue teams began to search the woods in the newfound Gap area. Interviews with hikers in the area turned up nothing. Even though it was a beautiful day and the park was busy, no one remembered seeing Luking. This led investigators to believe that Luking had either avoided the crowds intentionally or left the trail almost as soon as he stepped foot on it. Trails in the area are well marked, but it is incredibly easy to get lost if someone ventures off of them. Search teams scoured the woods, looking for any sign of Liu King. There were no obvious signs of his presence. Many searches led to rhododendron thickets that he could not have passed through without obvious evidence of him being there. Some believe Liu King went missing while scouting the trail, fully intending to come back for his gear. Others think he planned to take his own life, but the purchase of nearly $1,000 in camping gear would prove frivolous if this was his intention all along. So what happened to Derek Liu King? Why did he have an arsenal of outdoor gear but didn't bring it with him onto the trails? Did he write the simple 4-word note indicating he had no intention of returning? The search for Derek Liu King is not over. Despite years of searching, no sign of him has ever shown up. The disappearance of the Beaumont children. On January 26, 1966, 9-year-old Jane Beaumont, 7-year-old Anna Beaumont, and 4-year-old Grant Beaumont got on a bus to go to Glenelg Beach from their home in Adelaide. The 3 children never returned home. This is still one of Australia's greatest mysteries to date. Their mother, Nancy, began to worry when the children didn't return by 1 p.m, and that worry grew stronger as buses returned from the beach without her children. Their father, Jim, had been away on a business trip. He returned home early that afternoon to surprise his family, but when he returned to the news of his missing children, he searched the whole area and finally went to the police. An elderly couple told the police they saw the children playing with a man on the beach. They described him as tall, blonde, and thin, and said he may have been in his 30s. Jane was known as a shy girl who was very protective of her siblings. The fact that she would play with this man shocked everyone, leading police to believe the children must have met the man before that day. Nancy remembered Anna telling her before that Jane had a boyfriend at the beach, but she didn't take it seriously at the time. Other witnesses reported that this man had been watching the children before he started playing with them. Later, he went around asking if anyone had seen the children's missing money. Some later saw the children leaving the beach with this man. Police believe he may have taken their money so he could offer them help later. He could have offered to take them home so they would see him as a sort of hero and they would trust him. Not long after they left the beach, the children at a local cake shop buying pastries and a meat pie. Their parents didn't believe the children would want to buy a meat pie because they would rather buy sweets. This also cost more money than their mother gave them that morning. It was assumed that the man they left with gave them the money and they got the meat pie for him. Descriptions of the children were released to the public, and the police received more information and reported sightings than they could deal with. All the information led them to believe the children had been kidnapped, they were hiding, or they had been in some sort of accident and perhaps drowned to death. Police searched the beach and storm drains nearby, and they drained the harbour to investigate it better. Nothing was ever discovered, however, and they had no new evidence to work with. That November, a Dutch clairvoyant named Gerard Croisset went to Adelaide after he claimed he had a vision of where their children were buried. Everyone, including Jim and Nancy, were eager about his arrival and believed he had the answers they were looking for. He led search teams to an abandoned warehouse, but nothing was found there. The case was never closed, but what really happened that day is still a mystery. After the disappearance of the Beaumont children, parents everywhere grew more cautious about letting their children go out alone. It became more and more clear that danger could be anywhere. Timothy "Tim" Barnes' disappearance. The USA's national parks are notorious for mysterious disappearances. There are literally hundreds of missing persons cases across practically all national parks in the USA. United States national parks have had many disappearances in which the circumstances are so mysterious that there have been entire groups and websites set up to try and solve these mysteries. The Missing 411 is the name given to the group of people that have disappeared in mysterious circumstances in national parks, large rural areas, or a large reserve. What is bizarre about the Missing 411 is that these disappearances take place in busy national parks with a lot of foot traffic, so for someone to disappear in these busy areas without a trace is mysterious. So we are going to be talking about a specific disappearance that has been classified into the Missing 411, and that individual is Timothy "Tim" Barnes. Back in July 1988, Timothy Barnes left his California home at around 9 a.m. and had initially planned on hiking the Polydome Lakes of Yosemite National Park and returning home later the same day. After he did not return home that evening, his friends waited until the morning to report him missing and informed Yosemite Park rangers. Over the next 7 days, an extensive search of the area was carried out. There were over 70 people, a team of dogs, and 2 helicopters. It is very hard to believe that after that amount of time, with that many resources, that there was not one shred of evidence relating to Timothy Barnes. The fact that absolutely nothing was found is bizarre. The reported area in which Timothy Barnes went missing has been an area in which at least 3 other people have reportedly disappeared without a trace. This has led to people labeling the area a hotspot and have pointed out a geographical correlation between these specific disappearances. The disappearance of Rebecca Corium. When Rebecca Corium got the job of looking after children on board the Disney cruise ship Wonder, she thought she had got her dream role. However, dreams soon turned into nightmares when her parents Mike and Anne received a call from Disney saying their daughter had gone missing. Rebecca was a 24-year-old graduate from England who had just completed a sports science degree and loved to work with kids. She had been working on the Disney ship in youth activities for 9 months, enjoying every day as much as the last, when on March 21st, 2011, Rebecca failed to turn up to her morning shift. Out of character for her, Rebecca didn't respond to calls over the ship's tannoy either, and although a search was instigated soon after, she could not be located anywhere on board the ship, which at the time was sailing down the Pacific coast of Mexico. The Coast Guard was alerted so that a sea search could be carried out, but this still found nothing. Disney officials notified Mike and Anne Corium of their daughter's disappearance, who flew out to join the search. Mike and Anne were finally told by Disney representatives that it was believed Rebecca had been swept overboard from the crew pool by a rogue wave. However, against the high steel walls around that area and the possibility of a rogue wave inconsistent with the weather conditions at that time of year, Rebecca's parents were skeptical of this theory. Furthermore, their daughter was a strong swimmer and competing triathlete. At the time of her disappearance, the ship was docked close to the shoreline, so it was inconceivable that Rebecca would not have been able to make it to land. This would not be the only inconsistency created about Rebecca's disappearance. Disney provided her parents with one side of a slipper found near the crew pool, saying it was hers and backing up the theory that she had been swept overboard. However, both friends and family stated that the slipper was not of the style or even size that Rebecca would wear and questioned exactly whose slipper this actually was. In addition, if she had fallen overboard, it would definitely have been captured on at least one of the many CCTV cameras dotted around that area. Furthermore, with the crew pool in close proximity to the ship's bridge, a fall from that place would have surely been seen by someone. Later, more information would emerge about Rebecca's last known hours. She was last seen on CCTV at 5:45 a.m. in the crew lounge, on the phone looking visibly distressed. As she is talking, another crew member walks by, briefly asking if she is okay, to which Rebecca responds, "Yeah, fine," visible by lip reading. After Rebecca hangs up, she wanders out of frame and is never seen again. With Disney's clean-cut image at risk, it is obvious that it would be in their best interest to conclude the case as quickly as possible. However, wayward theories, inconsistent facts, and an employee clearly in distress the day they go missing only make this unresolved case of disappearance more suspicious. Iwona Wieczorek. It was the 17th of July 2010 in Spot, Poland. In the early morning light, 19-year-old Iwona Wieczorek makes a final call to her friend Adria. Earlier that night, the girls were out celebrating their completion of high school, attending a party not far from their home. Adria convinced Iwona to leave and continue their partying at a nearby nightclub, Dream Club. Not long after midnight, they arrived at the club, along with 3 of Adria's male friends, Paul, Adrian, and Mark. After an argument with the men, Iwona stormed out, determined to walk the almost 4 miles home. Texts from her phone indicate she was angry her friend did not follow her out of the club after the argument. There were several calls made to Adria. The last one occurred at around 4 a.m, in which Adria had apologized for the incident at the club. Ivona confessed she wasn't in a state to be seen at home, still drunk from all the partying. Adria informed Ivona she would leave her keys outside of her apartment if she wanted to come to stay with her. CCTV easily tracked Ivona's path, having been seen on several different cameras. Barefoot and alone, she headed towards the neighborhood that she and Adria lived in. Needless to say, Ivona never arrived. Later that day, after awakening and finding her keys where she had left them, Adria contacted Ivona's family to check that she had made it home. Although she was reported missing, authorities claimed Ivona was capable enough to make it home and could have stayed at another friend's house. It was a week before the disappearance of Ivona was taken seriously. During the last few seconds of the video captured of Ivona, a man was seen walking behind her. He was possibly the last known person to see her alive. Even though his picture and sketches were widely circulated, no one ever stepped forward claiming to be the man. And he was never identified. In 2014, Adria and one of the men from the club were interviewed regarding the disappearance. Although both of them corroborated the time Ivona left the club, neither of them could maintain eye contact with the camera. And though they seemed to remember the time of her leaving, not one of them could remember what the argument was about. This strange behavior has led some to believe that perhaps Adria and the men know more about her disappearance than they were telling. In Poland, Ivona's disappearance has not faded away. Some 12,000 pages on a forum remain active searching for Ivona, sharing pictures of her and asking for someone to step forward. Some fear she has been sold into human trafficking. Even with hundreds of people from the area interviewed, no sign of Ivona has ever turned up. Mitchell Dale Stelling. On June 20th, 2013, 51-year-old Dale Stelling, his wife Deneen, and his parents were vacationing in Mesa Verde National Park in Colorado. Stelling loved the outdoors, spending much of his time camping and gardening. On this day, Stelling planned to make the quarter-mile hike to the Spruce Tree House ruin. Spruce Tree House is the third largest cliff dwelling in the country and was constructed by the ancestors of the Pueblo peoples of the Southwest. The dwelling contains about 130 rooms and 8 ceremonial chambers. This amazing site was built right into the cliff wall and is a huge draw to tourists. Due to health reasons, both his wife and his parents were unable to make the hike, but that didn't stop Stelling from going at it alone. He left for this hike at around 4:30. The temperature was in the 90s and Stelling did not take water on his hike, a terrible oversight for any hike. The hike should have taken an hour, but after 2 had passed, his family reported him missing. At first, the family was told to give him more time. The park had never had a missing person who did not turn up within a few hours. After the wait, a thorough 2-week search was launched. 60 searchers, including those with ropes for rappelling off the cliffs, 2 dogs and a helicopter were all involved in the search. In the first days of the search, the dogs initially showed interest in the Chapin Mesa area, but no sign of him was found there. Oddly, evidence shows Stelling had cell service, at least the night of his disappearance. Records show an attempt to check his voicemail at 7 p.m. Why would he check his voicemail, but not call for help if he was lost, remains a mystery. Despite being seen on the trail, no sign of Stelling has ever turned up. Rangers in the area believe Stelling met his end among the many cliffs and crevices in the park. They state that much of the park is uncharted and therefore off-limits. Stelling's case remains open, although Stelling's wife, Deneen, claims it has never been thorough enough for her liking. Deneen has visited the park 3 more times over the years, hoping for new answers that have never come. Stuart Isaac disappearance. Stuart Isaac disappeared in Yellowstone National Park on September 24, 2010. Stuart Isaac was a 48-year-old family man, native of the Republic of Palau in the Pacific. On September 6, 2010, he set out to enjoy a cross-country trip to Yellowstone National Park. He drove approximately 32 hours from his Burtonsville, Maryland home and began his solo camping trip. The last contact he made with his family was a simple note that he left, informing them of his planned trip. Isaac spent several weeks away from home, and it was not until September 24th that he was determined to be missing. We know that, on September 26th, Isaac's black 2009 Lexus was parked at Craig Pass without a single hiking trail nearby. His car was found by the National Park Service during a routine patrol of the area. The car, which sported a vanity license plate reading Belloc, was unlocked with the keys inside it. Whether Isaac had been the one to park the car here, or if he was even in the vehicle at this time, is entirely unknown. Craig Pass, where the vehicle was located, is a rather odd place for any car to be parked. Standing at an awe-inspiring elevation of 8,262 feet, it serves as a mountain pass on the Continental Divide. Located roughly 8 miles east of the Old Faithful Geyser, it is rather far from any moderately trafficked route on the Yellowstone National Park's Grand Loop Road. This unusual finding is what prompted local authorities to determine that Isaac was indeed missing. Upon finding Isaac's vehicle, a large-scale search ensued immediately. Authorities determined that Isaac could have been lost for a total of 20 days when the car was finally located, considering that no spotting of him had been reported since September 6th. The National Park Service enlisted the surrounding sheriff's departments and the California Air National Guard to assist in the search. Together, along with rescue dogs, volunteers, and helicopters, they combed through the nearby areas to find any evidence of Isaac. Not a sign was found. The last reported contact by Isaac was to a former high school classmate, Matsu Evans. Records show that Evans spoke with Stewart for 2 hours on September 24th, almost immediately before his disappearance. This only added mystery and confusion to the investigation. The call was made at 6:30 p.m., according to her time zone in Guam, but this would have been roughly 3:30 a.m. in Isaac's time zone. Evans remarked that during their phone call, she felt something was off. When being interviewed by investigators, she said of the call, "I was kind of surprised to hear from him because he seldom made calls. We text each other and we email. Now I know that he's missing. Why would he call me 2 days before something happened?" However, during the call, he did not allude to being in any serious distress and simply informed her that he was on his way to Yellowstone for a relaxing cross-country trip. What made the encounter even more curious to Evans was that she never knew Isaac to be an outdoorsman of any sort. He did not seem to be experienced in hiking or even to be an occasional purveyor of nature trails. Due to the unique circumstances of Isaac's disappearance, many have speculated that he had planned to disappear on the trip. The mysterious final phone call to a loved one and a note left for his family aligns with the typical procedures for someone contemplating to end their life. Let's hope he is found one day. Robert Horahan's disappearance. He has been missing for a decade, leaving his heartbroken wife and family with no answers and nothing to do but wonder at what might have happened to their beloved husband and father. Horahan went missing on April 8, 2011, after leaving for work in the family's Chevrolet Cavalier. However, when he never returned from work that evening, his wife Tara immediately knew that something must have gone horribly wrong. Robert was fiercely devoted to their daughter and would never have left her, not to mention the fact that he took the life-saving heart medications and would have had to have taken them with him if he had intentionally left his family. Once the missing persons report was filed and police launched an investigation, officials discovered that Robert had last used his phone at 7:41 that morning in Palmyra, Virginia, and had also been seen at the grocery store in Palmyra at around 8 a.m. While not necessarily strange that he visited a grocery store before heading to work, what struck Tara as odd was the fact that Palmyra was the opposite direction from his work. Additionally, investigators discovered that Robert did not even have work the day that he left, and was supposed to meet with a friend instead, but he never showed up to the meeting. The case then went cold until his car was discovered in a parking lot in La Plata, Maryland, over 100 miles from Palmyra. The car contained some of his work tools and a work shirt, but his phone, as well as anything that could indicate where he might have gone, was missing. Video footage of the parking lot revealed nothing helpful, and it took so long for the car to be discovered that the footage of the car being parked had already been taped over, so officials do not even know exactly how long the car had been sitting in the lot. Since that day, no more leads have been discovered in the case. Police suspect foul play and hope that, since so much time has passed, there might be someone who knows something about the case who would come forward. Tara has had to spend the intervening years as a single mother raising a daughter who hardly even remembers her father, and the family has not even been able to receive closure in the case. The case is still open and ongoing, as officials hope to one day be able to offer a little bit of peace of mind to the family in the form of some answers as to what happened to Robert after he disappeared all those years ago. Barbara Newhall Follett disappearance. There are few missing persons cases more shocking than that of Barbara Newhall Follett. Follett was a famous child prodigy who had already published 2 books and written numerous poems by age 16. Her debut novel, The House Without Windows, had received acclaim from the New York Times after it was released in 1927 when she was only 12 years old. Many thought she had the ability to become one of the next great American writers. Then, in 1939, she vanished. Famous geniuses do not often disappear into thin air. However, it seems Barbara's life story was not as glamorous as was thought in the past. Weekend Edition's Paul Collins had been looking into the Follett mystery for some time and found some intriguing aspects of her life. As it turns out, after she published her first book, her life took a turn when her father announced that he was leaving her and her mother for his mistress, leaving them without the family's source of income. This turn of events occurred just as the Great Depression had started. So this New York Times reviewed author was then left to desperately look for work in Manhattan as a typist. Barbara struggled to get her subsequent manuscripts published, and she wondered if her success could continue without the help of her editor father. During this period of professional unhappiness, she turned to personal pursuits, and in 1931 she fell for an outdoorsman, Nickerson Rogers. After a few years, she began to suspect that he was cheating on her, and she became depressed, antisocial, and even stopped writing. Then, in December of 1939, after a fight with Nickerson, she walked out of their apartment and disappeared without a trace. To this day, no one knows what really happened to Barbara. Perhaps she had grown disappointed with betrayals by the men she loved and vanished on purpose, or perhaps someone took her. We may never know. Her story had not even been covered by the press until more than 20 years after her disappearance because her husband had listed her unrecognizable married name in a missing person bulletin. Despite the unknowns, this story is an American tragedy, and Barbara's disappearance prevented the rest of the world from witnessing how far her talent may have taken her. F.P. Shepard Yosemite National Park disappearance. Yosemite National Park has been home to many a mysterious disappearance, with dozens if not hundreds of missing persons cases dating back to 1909. With huge expanses of open terrain, finding people in Yosemite backcountry is not always a given. Records show that some people are indeed found, other times only their remains, from people falling to their fate, freezing, and even drowning. However, in many cases, people disappear completely, with no trace, no camping gear, no clothing, no clues, nothing. The very first recorded missing persons case in Yosemite National Park was June 17, 1909. Recorded many times in the history books and archives, one F.P. Shepard apparently went on a hike that afternoon with 2 female companions. They soon grew tired of the walk and left Shepard to himself. Instead, they went back to the Glacier Point Hotel to wait. And wait. And wait. According to reports, it was a foggy day to begin with, and Shepard was headed for the Yosemite Cliffs. When he did not return to the hotel and to his female companions, the hotel staff were notified, and in turn, the park authorities too. The next day, US cavalry riders set out to scan the nearby grounds, checking trails, meadows, and canyons alike, doing everything they could to try and find Shepard. They even risked their lives checking cliff faces with grappling hooks and rope. However, still absolutely zero trace of the man. Shepard was never found. After a few days of searching, efforts were withdrawn as local park authorities concluded there was no way he could still be alive. It is still not known what happened to Shepard, and considering we are now in 2022, it would be almost impossible to find any clues or evidence now. The best theories from the time suggest that with the heavy fog, Shepard got lost and panicked, and perhaps ran off one of Yosemite's cliffs. However, even this cannot be verified, as neither his body nor any other clues were ever found. With Yosemite home to many other unsolved disappearances, it must be remembered that amidst the natural beauty and allure of solitude, there is also a more eerie, haunting side to the national park. The disappearance of Amy Lynn Bradley. When the Bradley family from America boarded the Rhapsody of the Sea for a week-long cruise, little did they know this would be their last holiday together as a whole family. Ron and Ivor Bradley, their son Brad, 21, and daughter Amy, 23, embarked on the cruise ship in Aruba on the 21st of March 1998. 3 days later, Amy would disappear from their lives forever. After a night of partying on March the 23rd, Amy Bradley finished the evening drinking with the ship's band, Blue Orchid, in the dance club. One of the band members, Alistair Douglas, aka Yellow, would subsequently say that Amy left to return to her room at about 1 a.m. Around 5:30 a.m., Bradley's father, his room adjacent to Amy's, wakes briefly before falling back to sleep, but remembers seeing Amy on her cabin balcony sleeping at that time. When Ron got up at 6 a.m., he noticed Amy was no longer there. When he went to check up on her, he discovered that she wasn't in her room at all. During that time, the ship would soon be docking at Curacao, and the Bradley family notified the ship's security that their daughter was missing. A quick search of the ship found nothing, and fearful that Amy had been kidnapped, the Bradleys pleaded with the crew not to let any passengers off at Curacao. Not wanting to disappoint its passengers, the ship refused, and at Curacao, thousands streamed off the cruise liner, and perhaps so too did any chance of finding Amy. Further searches of the ship and the sea produced no signs of her whereabouts, and on March the 29th, the official search was ended. Investigators saw no evidence she had fallen overboard, or anything that could point to suicide, and yet there were no clear answers of where the 23-year-old could be. Various sightings occurred in the years following her disappearance. In 1999, a naval officer stated that at a brothel in Curacao, a woman, upon hearing another American, came up to him saying, "My name is Amy Bradley, and I need help," before two burly men noticed this and escorted her out of the room, and he could make anything more of it. Another sighting occurred in 2005, when a witness named Julie Mora apparently saw Amy in a department store restroom. She claimed the woman entered the bathroom with 3 large men, who proceeded to threaten her if she did not follow through on a deal. Mora alleged that after the men had left, she approached the distraught woman, who then said that her name was Amy and that she was from Virginia, before the men re-entered to take her away. By the time Mora was able to call the authorities, the group was gone. Towards the end of 2005, Amy's parents also revealed they had received photos of a scantily clad woman with a strong resemblance to their missing daughter. Whilst showing perhaps that Amy was still alive, possibly having been abducted and sold into sexual slavery, it still remains that her location is unknown. The Bradleys have never given up their search, however, and still today offer a $250,000 reward for information leading to Amy's whereabouts. The Martin family disappearance. On December 7, 1958, Ken and Barbara Martin drove from their home in Portland, Oregon, to Columbia Gorge in Hood River, Oregon. They went to look for a Christmas tree with their 3 daughters, 14-year-old Barbara, 12-year-old Virginia, and 10-year-old Sue. No one ever saw them alive again. According to reports, the family left their home at around 1 p.m. Friends began calling the police when they didn't return after a while, but no one took the case right away. After a few days, Police found a credit card receipt showing that Ken bought gas near the gorge. Based on tire tracks, the Hood River Sheriff believed that while trying to back up in the parking lot, they must have accidentally driven off the cliff into the Columbia River. Detective Walter Graven thought the family's trip seemed odd, and he continued to investigate despite what the sheriff had concluded. While inspecting the tire tracks, he also found paint chips nearby. He sent the paint chips to be examined at an FBI crime lab, and they confirmed that the chips matched the Martin family's car. Someone found a gun close by near a car that had been stolen and abandoned. Although they turned it over to the police, the gun was never used as evidence in the case. The gun was covered in blood, leading Graven to believe it was used to beat someone to death. Graven eventually connected the gun to the parents' son, 28-year-old Donald Martin, who was in the Navy at the time. Years before this, Donald had been accused of stealing a gun while working in a sporting goods store. It was believed that this was the gun he had supposedly stolen. Graven found out that Donald didn't have a great relationship with his family, and that he never came back to Oregon to look for his family. Graven believed that Donald must have had something to do with the family's disappearance because no one else seemed to have any motive. In May 1959, the bodies of Virginia and Sue were found floating in the river. According to the autopsy, the death of both girls was caused by drowning. Virginia also had a hole in her head, which only led to more questions. Unfortunately, it was never confirmed what caused the hole. Donald didn't attend the memorial service, but he did meet with Detective Graven in June. He told Graven he didn't know of anyone who would want to hurt his family, but that he didn't believe it could have been an accident either. The story stayed in the news for almost a year after the family's disappearance. Many investigators and journalists have tried to find out what happened that day, but no one has been successful. Graven had always said the case probably wouldn't be solved unless they could find the car and the other bodies. Before he died in 1988, he gave his notes to Jay Waterbury, who worked with the Dallas Police Department. Waterbury has hope that the case will be solved one day. Prabdeep Srawn disappearance. It's not every day when a seemingly ordinary 25-year-old vanishes. In 2013, Canadian Army reservist Prabdeep Srawn disappeared with little clue about what may have happened. Today, it's one of Australia's biggest mysteries. At the time of his disappearance, Srawn was studying on the Gold Coast in Australia when he left for a touring holiday which he planned to finish off in Melbourne. Of all the possibilities, only one thing is known for sure. He drove a van to Charlotte Pass and never returned with it. The New South Wales police called off the search for Srawn after only 2 weeks, a decision his family was outraged by. They continued their own investigation into Srawn's disappearance by funding private searches. His own cousin and sister flew to the Snowy Mountains to organise search parties in the hopes of finding out what happened. Unfortunately, Prabdeep has never been found. On the day of his disappearance, 4 other hikers set out to make the same journey that Srawn had planned just a few hours earlier. The group had run into a blizzard on the trail that made them take shelter in Seaman's Hut, the only shelter on top of the trail until they began again the next day. The group did not see any sign of Srawn. One clue about Srawn's disappearance is that on a laptop found in his van, he had been extensively researching Australia's second highest mountain, Mount Townsend. While the trail was far off from the main track, Srawn had not been carrying a sleeping bag or tent, meaning if he set out to complete the trail, he had meant to finish it that day. He did not expect anything to ruin his plans. Since his family lived so far away from the location of his disappearance, they had to rely on the help of locals for the search. The family even offered stipends of $250 a day to volunteers with a grand prize of $100,000 if Srawn had been found alive or not. This brought many searchers to the area who were hoping to find Srawn and earn the reward. According to Sydney man Dave Jarvis, many searchers were unhelpful and were just in it for the money. Jarvis himself estimated that he spent about 80 days on the search and had actually lost money looking for Srawn. Unfortunately, the significant efforts to find Srawn did not lead to his discovery, and 2 years after he went missing, the New South Wales Coroner's Court declared Srawn dead by misadventure. The authorities rejected theories that Srawn intended to hurt himself, as all evidence suggested he lived a happy life and had plans for the future. His family still holds on to hope that without a body to confirm his fate, he may still be found alive. As they said in a released statement, miracles do happen. The disappearance of Jared Negrete. Jared Negrete was a 13-year-old Boy Scout who has not been seen since July 19, 1991, when he was separated from his troop of climbers in the San Bernardino National Forest. Tragically, the expedition was Negrete's first overnight backpacking trip with the Boy Scouts. As an inexperienced climber and described as being slightly overweight, climbing to the summit of the 11,500-foot mountain was a tough task. Negrete grew tired at about 1,000 feet from the top and was told to remain behind while the others completed the hike. However, when the troop returned, Negrete was nowhere to be seen. The troop leader immediately led the 5 other scouts back to the base camp and then hiked about 5 miles in the dark to get help. A massive search was launched, consisting of San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputies and rescue teams from as far away as Sierra Madre and San Dimas. They searched the 130 square mile area of San Gorgonio Wilderness and on the 3rd day focused their search on a 6 square mile area where one of Negrete's footprints was discovered. In this area, searchers also uncovered beef jerky and candy wrappers they believed to have belonged to Negrete. The most interesting discovery, though, was Negrete's camera. On the camera, there were 12 snapshots. All but one were landscape shots. However, the final image was a close-up self-portrait of Jared, showing only his nose and eyes. The photograph had been taken using flash photography, and Negrete appeared terrified in the image. Some have even claimed to see a pair of eyes behind Negrete, as if he was using the camera to scare off a threat. It is believed that Negrete lost his life by succumbing to the elements or by suffering a fall down the mountain. But over 30 years later, there are no traces of remains of the boy, and Negrete's final moments remain unanswered. Linda Arteaga. A 53-year-old woman by the name of Linda Arteaga disappeared in the thick, ruthless, and unkind woods of Arkansas, where the elements reign supreme. The situation was so dire that the emergency officials declared it to be a search and recover mission, as opposed to the usual search and rescue, proving that they didn't believe they would find the woman alive after she had been missing for days in the dangerous wilderness. Linda Arteaga's niece, Shelley, worried night and day for her aunt's safety, though hope seemed lost with the knowledge that survival chances in such a dangerous place were low. There were moments when Shelley believed they wouldn't find her aunt alive, stating, "You understood they were looking for a body, not a survivor, and that's what we were kind of expecting." After several days of futile searching passed without a single trace of Linda, a volunteer found her vehicle in a place close. It came to light that Linda Arteaga had been out hiking with her brother, aged 56, Eddie Huff. The two had gotten lost in the wilderness and were not able to find their way back to civilization. The two ended up unfortunately separated, with Huff finding a way out of the woods only 2 days after their hike, but Linda dwelled in the wild for far longer. Huff was the one who alerted Shelley about the trip and how they had gotten lost and separated, but mistakenly thought he had seen his sister sitting on the porch of a family member's house. It was only after 4 days that Shelley and Huff realized something was wrong, when Linda hadn't been seen since the hike. It took 5 days for the searching party to even set out, 120 hours in which Linda was helplessly alone in the woods. 120 hours in which anything could have happened to her. 75 volunteers set out to search, on both foot, horseback, and in vehicles. Miraculously, she found a way to survive. She had lost her flip-flops and had to walk barefoot for the majority of her desperate attempt at survival. Fortunately, she managed to sustain herself of watercress, nuts, and berries she found, as well as quenching her thirst from a creek. After she was rescued, doctors suspected that berries eaten by both Huff and Linda might have been toxic and caused paranoia and confusion in them both, thus making them susceptible to getting lost and splitting up. Dehydration and toxins in the berries may have caused Huff to hallucinate seeing Linda on the porch that day, thus making him believe she was safe for those precious extra hours that could have been used to look for her. Linda had quite an intriguing story to tell. She claimed to have had an experience with the legendary shadow people, though the concept of her hallucinating has to be considered. When she was found in the deep woodland, the woman was unnerved and paranoid. Both siblings had memory loss when it came to the events of their hike. She explained that, as far as she recalled, Huff had gotten injured and she tried to find help. As she wandered through the woods, she found more hikers, but they didn't hear her calling out to them. As the days and nights passed, she swore she saw shadow figures observing her from the trees, bushes, and crevices in the woods. She claims that the next thing she remembers is the volunteer search party calling her name. Teresa Gibson disappears from the Great Smoky Mountains. On October 8, 1976, Teresa Lynn Gibson, also known as Trenny, went on a field trip to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. She traveled with 35 to 40 of her classmates from Bearden High School in Knoxville, Tennessee. Despite being surrounded with a group and other hikers, 16-year-old Trenny mysteriously disappeared from the park. The field trip was odd to begin with. There were almost 40 students, yet only one teacher to supervise them, plus the bus driver. According to some students, they were not even informed of their field trip destination until they arrived at the park. Only then did they find out that they would be hiking about 1.8 miles from Clingman's Dome to Andrews Bald, and then returning to the Forney Ridge Trail. When students began their hike, they split up into smaller groups based on their walking speed. Throughout the day, Trenny walked at different paces with various groups of classmates. However, at some point in the afternoon, she mysteriously vanished. She was last seen by classmates near Clingman's Dome at 3 p.m. They were hiking along a fairly steep trail with thick vegetation and sudden drop-offs. Apparently, she glimpsed something on the right side of the trail and left the path. That was the last time anyone saw her. Rescue teams began searching for her in the late afternoon. The weather and fall foliage made it difficult for search and rescue to use helicopters and inspect the trail. Instead, they used tracking dogs to pick up her scent. There were around 6 teams of bloodhounds and German shepherds that searched and picked up her scent near the juncture of the Clingman's Dome Trail and the Appalachian Trail. They followed her scent past Clingman's Dome Tower up until 1.5 miles from Newfound Gap. The scent then disappeared along the roadside. Multiple theories have arisen and suspects investigated. Some believe Trenny was in Clingman's Dome observation tower while the initial search was being conducted because it was never inspected. Once the searchers left, she travelled to the roadside where she got into a car, either voluntarily or against her will. There are some reports of cigarettes and beer cans found along the roadside. Trenny's classmate, Robert Simpson, was implicated as a suspect since her hairbrush was discovered in his car, but police quickly dismissed the idea. Trenny's parents, Robert and Hope Gibson, informed the police of a previous break-in by a young man whom Mrs. Gibson shot at. After being shot, he threatened to hurt their daughter. Although the authorities investigated this man, there were no leads for them to follow. Searches were conducted extensively through October and then again from April 18th to May 5th, 1977, but to no avail. Searches resumed in 1981 as well, but they never found anything. Kim Pouncey, a friend of Trenny's, gave an interview in November 2017 for an episode of Compilation Unsolved where she expressed her doubt of an abduction. She believes Trenny left of her own accord and had someone waiting for her in the park, that she had planned it because she wanted to leave and get away. After so many searches, the rangers of the national park were convinced that she was not in the park. Her body was never found. There are no current suspects, leads, or evidence. It's strange that a young girl could vanish while on a popular trail in the middle of the day surrounded by people. Whether she orchestrated her own disappearance or was kidnapped will remain a mystery. Sandra Johnson Hughes' disappearance. Sandra Johnson Hughes disappeared into the Sierra National Forest, located on the western slope of central Sierra Nevada in Central California. She was last seen entering the Johnson Meadows on July 4, 2020. An extensive search ensued following her disappearance, but only more mystery was uncovered. Hughes was 54 years old when she moved from Hawaii to California a month before her disappearance. She began planning her camping trip as a way to enjoy nature and escape the confines of her home during everything that's currently happening. Before her trip, she was extensively trained in managing the wilderness as she trained to be a park ranger in college, making her disappearance all the more curious. Her family reported that they had last heard from her on June 26th. The search began on July 5th after Hughes's belongings were found in peculiar disarray. Her niece posted a call for help on Facebook encouraging others to help search for her aunt, stating that her campsite was found with her belongings and was quite disheveled. Things were thrown about all over, almost as if her car and belongings had been emptied out carelessly. Furthermore, her niece claimed that she would never leave her campsite a mess. Even a piece of litter on the ground would bother her. The Madera County Sheriff's Office then followed suit and openly asked the public to aid in the search for Sandra Hughes. Hughes was described as someone who liked to move around a lot. She had no children and was twice divorced, giving her the ability to uproot at a whim and live largely without restraint. There was a peculiar encounter on July 4th. It was reported that a group of hikers came in contact with Hughes. They claimed that she was walking barefoot, with a sizable bruise on her face. The hikers were rightfully concerned and offered her help, to which she declined. They insisted on providing some kind of medical assistance, but she again rejected their offer and continued on her path. Her family described her as someone who was very organized, making this behavior highly unusual and disturbing. On the 5th of July, there were more mysterious circumstances. Hughes's car was found lying in a creek that leads into Chiquito Lake. Authorities on the scene theorized that the vehicle was traveling at less than 20 miles per hour when it crashed into a tree and rolled into the ravine. This is extremely unusual for a crash. At such a low speed, it is hard to imagine why Hughes would have crashed headfirst into a tree. Typically, at this speed, the driver has great control over the vehicle. This finding led the search to intensify its efforts. Nearly a dozen separate sheriff's departments joined the effort, assisted by rescue dogs, volunteers, and helicopters from the California Air National Guard to locate Hughes. Together, they combed the forest, working day and night to find any sign of Sandra Hughes. None was found. The last sighting to reportedly see Sandra were two hunters passing through the woods near the Portuguese Overlook. The men claimed they saw her leaning against a tree along Road 5S01 near Besaw Road. At the time, they did not recognize her, and it was only upon returning from their trip that they recognized her from a missing person flyer. The hunters remarked that she did not appear distressed or in need of assistance. However, upon seeing her picture from the missing person's flyer, they said that she was visibly thinner. We can only hope she returns home safely. The disappearance of Erin Marie Gilbert. Unfortunately, not all who get lost are found. This was the case with Erin Marie Gilbert, a 24-year-old girl who disappeared after leaving a first date on July 1st, 1995. Erin, who would now be about 49 years old, was 5'5", 145 pounds, with brown hair and hazel eyes. It was her sister Stephanie who first reported that Erin had gone missing after a night out on what was supposed to be a date at the Girdwood Forest Fair. Erin had moved from San Francisco, where she lived with her father, to Alaska, where she stayed with her sister Stephanie and her husband and 2 children. By the time that she went missing, she had been living with them for about a year. The night of Erin Marie Gilbert's disappearance, she was picked up by a young man by the name of David Combs, a man whom she'd met at a bar just a few nights before. When he came to pick her up, he was wearing sunglasses, a detail that Stephanie later recalled when speaking to officers and reporters. Before the two of them left, Stephanie's older son, who was 4 years old, suggested that his aunt Erin take a cell phone with her. However, Erin decided not to and left with David Combs. Erin and her date drove an hour to the Girdwood Forest Fair. Witnesses recalled seeing them at a beer garden until around 6 p.m. when they left together. David Combs, who was later interrogated about Erin's disappearance, told the rest of the story, that when the two walked to his car, it turned out that it was not starting. He left Erin with the car, telling her he would walk to a friend's house to find help. After 2 hours of walking, however, he did not find the house and returned to his car alone with Erin gone. David Combs told authorities that he thought she had just gone back to the fair. When he tried the car this time, it worked, and he then decided to go back and search for Erin until around 1 a.m. However, he did not call Stephanie about it until 7 a.m., which was odd. Although Stephanie said that she would not have heard if Erin had come home at all due to the nature of the house, she checked her bedroom and found there was no evidence of her having returned. Police and investigators continued to search for her, as did the family. They went back to the fair to search for her, but nothing was found. Now, over 2 decades later, there is still no new information regarding Erin Marie Gilbert's disappearance. Although the family is no longer convinced that she may still be alive, they are still searching for answers. Craig Freer. In 2004, a high school student from New York went missing at just 17 years old. The young lad had been visiting a friend where he was consoled about a recent breakup. Whilst he had clearly been upset about him and his girlfriend, he reportedly did not give any indication that he may run away, nor did he say anything to suggest he would cause himself harm. This seemed a run-of-the-mill teenage breakup, at least until leaving his friend's house and walking into the woods. He never arrived back home. Adding to the distress in the boy's life, the day of his disappearance, his parents found out he lost his part-time job at the Price Chopper supermarket weeks prior. Craig had been pretending to show up and complete his shifts so that his parents would not find out he had been let off. His wallet and $40 in cash were found in his bedroom, just one of the reasons authorities do not believe Craig ran away or left of his own will. He had not applied for a job in the US, opened a bank account, or paid taxes since he was last seen, evident through the lack of activity surrounding his social security number. Craig lost his driver's license before his disappearance and did not get another before he went missing. Craig did not have a criminal record, any known behavioral issues, or enemies. He was in fact a popular, bright student when in high school and had plans to study elementary education at college. However, before he went missing, some friends and family described him as acting secretive. Furthermore, Craig had run away once before, though only for a night, as an early teenager. 16 years on, and there continues to be a Facebook group searching for him, with friends and family actively looking for him. To this day, Craig Freer's case remains open, unsolved, and with no new leads.
Megalodon, which is an extinct species of shark, was one of the largest predators to have ever existed. Based on fossil evidence, scientists estimate that Megalodon could grow up to about 60 feet long, with some estimates suggesting it could even reach lengths of up to 80 feet. The weight of a fully grown Megalodon is estimated to be around 50 to 70 tons, which is about 10 times heavier than a fully grown great white shark. Despite its impressive size and strength, Megalodon went extinct around 2.6 million years ago for reasons that are still not entirely understood. Oddly enough, although researchers are aware of this, fishermen around the world have reported encountering giant sharks. One of these is the mysterious black demon shark. Though many researchers are well aware of the existence of an ancient shark species, known to be larger than a number of modern-day species of whales, known as the Megalodon, there continues to be reports of undocumented sharks that dwarf the great white shark in terms of size and robustness. Many believe that it would have been fairly impossible for the shark species to survive, arguing that no such shark could ever reach such a monstrous size again. However, this claim seems to be in jeopardy, as reports of a massive black shark, referred to as the black demon shark, has been spotted off the shores of Mexico's Baja California peninsula. These reports and sightings have been made by a number of fishermen across the Mexican coast. who claimed to see a massive black shark roughly 60 feet in length and resembling the build of a great white shark, but with that of a dark coloration across its body and a massively sized tail. Given the fact that many of these reports fit many of the modern-day recreations using megalodon skeletons, as well as their average tail size, it has led many to believe that it could be a possible hunting ground for the creature. Additionally, many of the fishermen that have reported the sighting have often been veterans in the field, never having once claimed such sightings in the past, and having more than enough experience with different species of whales throughout the region. One fisherman reported that he encountered the shark while pulling in nets, saying that something bumped his boat, which caused him to investigate. As he got to the end of his boat, noting that it was over 30 feet in length, he said that he saw what looked like a black shark around 2 feet under the surface and said that this must have been what knocked the boat. The fisherman also said that the shark was longer than his boat, meaning that it was at least 35 feet in length. However, as he was observing it, he said that it didn't match any of the local sharks in the area, and said that although he had been fishing in this location for several years, this was the first time that he had seen it. Oddly enough, around the same time, he said that the majority of wildlife left the area. Ocean wildlife may leave an area when a shark is around due to a natural instinct for self-preservation. Sharks are apex predators that are known to hunt and feed on other marine animals. As a result, many ocean animals have evolved to recognize the presence of a shark and respond by fleeing the area or hiding to avoid becoming prey. Additionally, some species of fish and other marine animals have the ability to detect the electromagnetic fields that sharks produce with their muscles, which allows them to sense the presence of a shark even if they cannot see it. This is known as electroreception, and it may also contribute to the instinctual response of ocean wildlife to a shark's presence. The fisherman said that after this encounter, he tried to write down as many details as possible, hoping that he could find an answer for what it was that he encountered. However, several weeks passed, and he was no closer to understanding what the shark was. But the man did note that other fishermen in the area said they too had seen it, and described it as being a large, dark-colored shark that was over 40 feet in length. Another conceivable interpretation is that the shark may be a hypermelanistic great white shark which has undergone hyperpigmentation and become melanistic. This kind of species of shark could have grown to its full adult proportions. The hypermelanistic great white shark is believed to have a hypermelanism, is a biological condition characterized by an excessive production of melanin, which imparts a darker skin color to animals as opposed to albinism, which is the lack of melanin resulting in a pale skin color. This phenomenon has been noted to take place in some species of cat sharks and rays, and there is a possibility that it could also happen in great white sharks that can grow to over 20 feet in length. The occurrence of hypermelanism in great whites can have significant implications for their appearance and behavior in the wild, as well as for our understanding. Seeing a large 20-foot great white shark up close, who exhibits these dark colors, could cause some fishermen to believe that it's an undiscovered species, or that they're encountering a larger shark. In reality, the colors and the shark being close to the surface could be distorting their perception of how big it is. As of right now, fishermen in this region are still encountering this large shark and still believe that a 30 to 40-foot shark hunts throughout this area. The megalodon is an extinct species of shark that lived during the Miocene and Pliocene epochs, approximately 23 to 3.6 million years ago. It is one of the largest predators to ever exist, estimated to have reached lengths of up to 65 feet and weighed up to 100 tons. The megalodon had a conical snout, sharp teeth that could reach up to 7 inches in length, and a powerful jaw that could exert a force of up to 18 tons. The megalodon was an apex predator, meaning it was at the top of the food chain in its ecosystem. It likely fed on a variety of large marine animals, including whales, dolphins, seals, sea lions, and other sharks. Megalodon teeth have been found with the remains of prey embedded in them, providing evidence of their diet. In addition, the shape and size of megalodon teeth suggest that they were adapted to feeding on large prey, as they are thicker and broader than the teeth of modern great white sharks, which are themselves apex predators. It is estimated that a fully grown megalodon could consume up to 2,500 pounds of food per day. Bigger is not always better. Though many would remark that the size of the megalodon made it an incredible predator that helped to allow the creature to dominate the oceans during its reign, the truth is that the creature's large stature actually proved to be more of a hindrance in nature than an actual benefit. In order to support its massive body weight and muscle growth, the body of the megalodon had a tremendous metabolism that only caused the creature to require massive amounts of food and resources constantly available in its environment in order to not starve. This calorie requirement would have forced the megalodon to eat more than 2,500 pounds of meat a day just to survive, making it next to impossible to not starve if the creature found itself in an area void of a large abundance of natural prey. Given the fact that the diet of the massive shark was made up mostly of whales, turtles, and seals, the megalodon would have been forced to be in a constant state of predation just to meet its daily calorie requirements, even going so far as possibly eating its own young in times of stress and engaging in risky behaviors just to locate a possible food source that would most likely deplete in a short matter of time. Given the fact that the megalodon often traveled over vast distances, this led to high probabilities of winding up in new areas that did not contain an adequate food source and ultimately left the entire species incredibly vulnerable. These problems are only made worse when one takes into consideration how an environment can easily be changed in its resource availability by season, which would often mean that the megalodon would be forced to travel greater distances or be highly susceptible to starvation if any dramatic changes in climate occurred. A high competition for resources. Given the creature's massive size and its constant need for an adequate amount of calories just to survive, this led the creature to ultimately become a species that suffered from a high rate of competition with both neighboring species and its own kind. Though many times in the animal kingdom, having a much larger physique allows certain evolutionary advantages when it comes to the realm of competition, other times it can lead to a much higher resource scarcity for the species in question. The megalodon, due to its large size, was capable of eating a wider range of foods that included schools of fish, turtles, seals, and every now and then, a lone whale. Due to its food supply being made up of many different marine animals, the megalodon was constantly competing with those animals' natural predators for food. This also meant that their finely tuned ecosystem could only support a lower population density of the megalodon due to its constant competition with members of its own species. This translates into not only the megalodon being a mostly solitary marine animal, but a tremendously high risk in not finding a mate given their incredibly low population numbers. The stress on the body. The reason as to why not many predators have ever again reached the size of the megalodon, including different species of sharks that were around during the reign of the creature, has less to do with genetics and more to do with physics. In fact, many scientists speculate that the blue whale is the maximum size an animal can ever reach, given the fact that if a creature were any larger in volume, then the creature would begin to collapse under the stress of its own weight. The only reason why marine animals can get so much larger than land animals is due to the natural buoyancy the water provides to reduce stress on the creature. Unfortunately, in the case of the megalodon, this large size was responsible for a lot of added stresses and injuries to the creature, even when performing mundane tasks. Due to its sheer volume, when the megalodon would engage in long-distance travels or aggressive attacks, it would be forced to generate enough energy to move its body at high speeds, which only helped to cause more injuries and damages, of which ultimately proved to be more of a hindrance than a benefit to the creature. The stresses and forces caused on the body of the megalodon when attempting to perform simple actions, such as redirecting and turning around, could have been more than just a nuisance to the creature, essentially making it vulnerable to smaller, more agile predators at the time that were already seen as a major competition for food resources. Some of the most interesting events are those that we can't initially explain. Being a rancher is a hard but rewarding job. The job becomes even more difficult when your cattle start to expire under mysterious circumstances. What many people aren't aware of is that these strange circumstances have been reported for hundreds of years, and each time these cases get investigated, we get no closer to understanding what or who is doing this. Ranchers throughout the United States have come forward with their cattle stories, but said that as of right now, even officials are confused as to why this keeps happening. Due to this worrying trend, Investigators wanted to examine the animals in order to better understand what was going on, and hoped that by conducting a detailed analysis of the animals, they would be able to come to a conclusive answer. Frustratingly, the extensive surveys didn't reveal anything that would indict why the cattle were expiring in the way they were, and this led to the ranchers demanding answers and more investigations into why this was happening, saying that this phenomenon has been going on now for several months throughout Colorado and Utah. One of the investigators decided to see if there were any signs of predators in the area, but surprisingly, nothing was found, and there was very little evidence to suggest that the cows had been attacked by a predator. When researchers first conducted their studies, they found that only a few cattle had expired, but as the weeks went on, the numbers started to double, something that worried the investigators as they were out of answers and evidence for why this was happening. They suggested that perhaps the cattle were being infected with some kind of bacteria, but this theory was soon put to bed when a forensic examination of the remains revealed no evidence of this. Colorado Parks and Wildlife Manager Travis Black said the following: "Teams have found no evidence that wolves were responsible. It's perplexing. We're scratching our heads a little bit. We don't know exactly what has occurred up there. We have no evidence of wolves in that area. That doesn't mean they're not there. Sometimes wolves can be difficult to locate, but this isn't being caused by the wolves." End quote. Oddly enough, 465 miles away in Kansas, the exact same thing is happening, with ranchers wanting answers for why their cattle are expiring under mysterious circumstances. One rancher said the following: "This is happening in Kansas and it's not anything new. For me, this has been happening now for the past several years, and it makes me think that someone is targeting my cattle on purpose. If I'm being honest, it makes me think that someone wants me out, and that they are doing something to these animals that isn't easy to detect. They are not being attacked in the traditional way. There's no sign of trauma or anything on the ground that would indicate that they were in pain. Whatever is happening to them seems to be an instant hit. One minute they are grazing and acting normal, then the next morning they are on the ground. It's like a switch is being turned off inside them. I've heard about the various investigations that have taken place, and I can only speak about my personal experience, and to me it feels like us ranchers are being pushed out." End quote. According to one media outlet, they reported that the bizarre event that unfolded in Kansas happened because of strong winds. Although these reports occasionally make the news, ranchers have said that very little gets done, and that they don't know what to do. One rancher said the following: "It's hard enough making a living, but when your cattle suddenly expire under mysterious circumstances, it's not just a huge blow to your business, but it's a life that gets taken and no one is held accountable. We don't know what's causing these cattle to expire the way they do. No one has got any closer to understanding how this happens, and no evidence has been presented that provides proof as to why this keeps happening. We have no one to turn to in these matters, and each time we are being told that other animals are causing this when we know this isn't the case. This happened to my friend on his ranch. As he was driving to a separate part of his field, he drove past a small group of his cattle that were sticking close to one another. As he drove over a hill, they were no longer in his sight, but after driving back approximately an hour later, one of his cattle was on the ground, and it had a small section of its face removed. He said that his ranch is completely open, and this allows you to have a good view of everything around the property. But what confused him was that during this small time period, nothing made its way onto the property. There were no tracks left in the dirt, no animal footprints, and no spillages around the area which would help indicate which way the culprit went. He can't explain how all of this unfolded in such a short amount of time." End quote. Although the most popular stories surrounding possible advanced life forms tend to focus on the topics of people being taken during their sleep, sightings of advanced aircrafts, or supernatural occurrences featuring humanoid creatures, many researchers who've looked into this topic often forget that some of the strongest pieces of evidence of strange happenings appears to center around the disappearances of cattle and subsequent damages to livestock. The earliest known written record of bizarre animal surgeries and sudden disappearances of a large number of livestock comes from an official document dated sometime during the early 1600s, when an investigator for the court of James I of England claimed that impossible to explain mass expirations of sheep were being recorded all across London and nearby shires. It was originally believed that the sudden expirations of the sheep could have been caused by neighbouring farms competing in market production, alongside hungry travellers that were committing theft as they travelled throughout London, of which was the most heavily populated region during the 1600s. When the investigations took place, evidence was found that seemed to reject the original hypothesis. According to the court investigator, the sheep were found to have expired through causes that were otherwise impossible to attribute to human activity. Their organs, meat, and fleece remained untouched, with only evidence of possible tallow removal, and blood having been completely drained from the animal with no spillage surrounding the animal. Even more difficult to explain was the sheer number of sheep that suddenly expired in what farmers believed would have been over the course of only a few hours. The investigator wrote that in some cases there were more than 100 sheep that suddenly expired, and no evidence of footprints, tracks, or spillage that could point towards a group of people having perpetrated the crime. When the investigator asked around local regions that were at the epicenter of the series of sheep disappearances and expirations, many attributed the sight of brilliant lights nearby to have been the possible cause. Some believed that the fireworks could have scared the sheep and caused them to pass away in fright, whereas others believed that the lights they had seen in the sky could have had a more sinister purpose. The court ended the investigation with the following comment. Around the City of London and some of the shires adjoining, whole expirations of sheep have been made, in some places to number 100. Nothing is taken from the sheep but their tallow and some inward parts, the whole carcasses, and fleece remaining still behind. End quote. The phenomenon would continue for several decades before ending entirely. The most interesting aspect of these sheep disappearances is that they seem to bear remarkable resemblance to modern-day cattle disappearances. When researching mass livestock expirations, it became obvious that cattle disappearances and surgeries are a fairly recent development, with the first recorded instances beginning during the 1800s. A strange finding is that the sudden change of livestock being targeted, from sheep to now cattle, appears to match directly with the world market and primary source of meat production during these times. When sheep disappearances, surgeries, and unexplained expirations were occurring, the main meat export around the world centered around sheep populations. It's only been over the last couple of centuries that the role of cattle has slowly changed for the purpose of meat consumption. During the 1600s to the late 1700s, when recorded instances of sheep expirations were occurring, cattle were predominantly used for labor and secondarily used for milk production. Eating the meat of cattle, creating leather from their hide, or using their bones for objects were only the product of cattle that had passed due to natural causes or old age. Could it be that whoever is behind these expirations switched from studying sheep from around the world to now modern-day cattle to better understand the main meat consumption diets of our entire species? The earliest known study into sudden cattle expirations began in the state of Ohio back in 1966, when an investigator known as John Keel began to look into a series of unexplainable cases that were recorded around the upper Ohio River Valley. The cattle seemed to have passed away due to bizarre circumstances that were otherwise impossible to have occurred naturally. When these cases were looked into, it revealed that a number of cattle had passed away shortly after falling from a great height, despite the fact that the pastures were wide expanses of flat, endless land, with no heights great enough to have caused the injuries recorded. Other instances noted that the cattle appeared to have been cut with precision tools that created perfectly straight lines in their thick hide, which would have required special surgical equipment. A list of consistent findings were the following. Many of the livestock expirations were made with clean surgical cuts that would have required precise tools and equipment. Many of the cattle found had been completely drained of their fluids, showed no sign of spillage in the surrounding area, or any form of clotting surrounding their wounds. Over 90% of the cattle that were targeted was between the age of 4 to 5 years old. No footprints, spillage, tracks, or evidence of any other animal nearby could be found. These discoveries and subsequent livestock investigations stayed within the farming communities for several decades, without the general public aware of the events. This was until the 1970s, when investigations began to uncover bizarre findings. The first investigation that became publicized surrounding strange animal surgeries was the famous event known as the Lady Incident, that occurred on the 9th of September back in 1967. According to the King family, Harry King, the son of Agnes King, found their 3-year-old horse named Lady. The skin surrounding the head and neck of the animal had been completely removed, with cuts that were far too precise to have been caused by a predator. There was no vital fluid at the scene, and there were absolutely no tracks of any kind surrounding the body, including ladies' horse tracks that suddenly disappeared more than 100 feet from the body, as if the animal had been running but was lifted off the ground. Oddly enough, several small holes were punched into the ground as if there were sharp poles that carried a substantial weight that had landed nearby, and 2 large bushes had been found crushed completely flat. When the story surrounding the lady incident was published in the local paper, it was the first ever recorded livestock investigation that had been associated with a possible otherworldly encounter. Following this, investigations grew to be far more peculiar. In June of 1976, when investigating the sudden expiration of a 3-year-old cow in Rio Arriba County of New Mexico, investigators discovered what was described as a trail of suction cup-like impressions that led away from the recovered body. These impressions in the ground appeared to be in a tripod form, with each cup being roughly 4 inches in diameter, 28 inches apart, and suddenly disappeared about 500 feet away from the young cow, with no other signs of tracks surrounding the animal. Although skeptics originally believed that the incident was playing off of heightened fears of mysterious encounters, with a perpetrator appearing to have used a contraption to have created the indentations, similar incidents with suction cup-like indentations would be found all across the state following the Rio Arriba incident. 2 years later, within the same state of New Mexico, a case involving an 11-month-old bull would bring the livestock investigations a substantial piece of evidence. According to the report made on the 24th of March back in 1978, Mr. Manuel Gomez alerted the New Mexican police of his prized 11-month-old bull having been the victim of a coordinated attack. When the police investigated the body, they found consistent details matching past investigations, such as precise cuts that could have been made only with precision instruments and surgical equipment, its organs completely removed, and a lack of blood to be found anywhere on the scene. On top of these consistent reports, the police found another peculiar aspect surrounding the bull when the team began looking at the organs for signs of predators of surgical markings. According to the New Mexican police officer, Gabriel Valdez was quoted as saying the following: "Both the liver and heart were white and mushy. Both organs had the texture and consistency of peanut butter." End quote. Although the police officer could not have known at the time what the discovery entailed, today, in the medical field, we are familiar with what are referred to as ghost hearts. A ghost heart is a heart that has been completely decellularized, with all of the red blood cells and blood vessels removed from the heart, giving it a white, almost transparent, ghostly appearance. The only time a human heart is turned into a ghost heart is to prepare the heart for a donor transplant to prevent the body from rejecting the heart due to incompatible blood cells, or a reaction from the antigens of the blood from the donor's cells. In essence, this means that the blood was drained from the animal to such an extent that the organs underwent a decellularization process. Shortly after this find, the Federal Bureau of Investigation took over the investigation and sent the organs to 2 independent private research laboratories to study the samples and bring back any information surrounding their chemical composition. In the research file, the FBI document outlines the following claims. The liver was checked against a healthy food market liver, which showed a difference. The bull's liver contained no copper and 4 times the amount of phosphorus, zinc, and potassium. No explanation for this condition is available. Also, the blood which came off of the nose when it was presumably dropped was light pink in color. This blood did not clot after several days. The hide on the animal was brittle and felt to touch like parchment paper. Flesh underneath the hide was pinkish in color. A probable explanation for the pinkish blood is a control type of radiation used to expire the animal. This was according to radiation experts. The red corpuscles are destroyed, leaving the pale pinkish color. All of the toxicology findings on blood are negative because of the dissemination of the radiation. It's believed that this type of radiation is not harmful to humans, although approximately 7 people who visited the site complained of nausea and headaches. End quote. Everyone is well aware by now of what's happening around the world. Although some of these events can be unsettling, others have said that during times of hardship, we are sent signs to help us through these difficult moments. Interestingly, just recently, something was seen above Ada County in Table Rock, Idaho. The photograph was taken by the Boise Police Department, who then uploaded it to social media, and it led to some people saying that it was a sign. After the photograph was posted, others then came forward and said that they had seen the same thing, detailing that the object was bright and in the shape of a cross. Due to the shape of the object, some said that it could have been a sign sent from above. Often when there's conflict, those affected will look to a higher power, praying that a peaceful solution is reached so that no one else will be harmed. Whether there's been a tragedy or general hardship, people will often look up for answers, and during many dark times, people have said that they've seen or encountered things that will give them hope. In the darkness, there's always light somewhere, and it's for this reason that many people never truly feel alone during these dark periods. What's strange is that while looking at these objects, many have reported that they've felt an overwhelming feeling of joy, as if they've been recharged. One user said the following: "I'll tell you this, there aren't too many moments that a picture will stop me in my tracks. This one did. That cross on Table Rock has meant a lot to a lot of people over the years. I know it means a lot to me. I feel lucky to see it every morning as I drive to work on Overland." End quote. While this user said the following: "Some days are tough, and it can be really hard to drag myself out of the house, but seeing the cross above Table Rock really does help me. It gives me a sense that I'm not alone, and there's something bigger than what I'm going through. Many of us who live in this area are aware of the object, and I personally know many people that it's helped out. When you see it for the first time, it really is the most incredible experience. I've had people say to me that it's not real, and my response to that is, how do you explain the feelings I got when I saw this for the first time? The joy, the feeling of hope. Are those feelings also fake? I can't physically fake the experience I have when seeing the cross." End quote. Another user shared the following story. "My grandfather would wear a cross around his neck, and on one particular occasion we were driving through Table Rock. He was a firefighter, and he was telling me about some old stories. One story that he always regrets was when he and his team were attending to a house fire of an elderly couple. The team didn't get there in time, and the elderly woman inhaled a lot of smoke, which caused her health to deteriorate. My grandfather always blamed himself and said that if there were a few minutes early, perhaps the outcome could have been different. Just as he was saying how he felt bad and that it was his fault, this giant cross appeared in the sky as we were driving through Table Rock. I remember that he broke down in tears. He viewed that experience as a higher power telling him that it wasn't his fault, and the fact it appeared at the sad part of the story makes us think that something was sending him a message. He said that he's never forgotten that experience and says that it was one of the greatest things he ever witnessed. He no longer feels bad about the story and understands that some things are out of his control." End quote. Interestingly, this isn't the first time that a strange object in the shape of a cross has been witnessed, and oddly enough, when researching these cases, many of these sightings occur just after something bad has happened. Although we covered the Devon flying cross in a previous video, there appears to be various documented cases of these flying crosses all across the world. One strange sighting was that of the Sussex flying cross. Interestingly enough, this would not be the only sighting of a flying cross made by police officers during this period of time. In fact, less than 24 hours after the Devon flying cross encounter, there would come a follow-up report made on the 25th of October in 1967, which features a group of policemen in 5 different police cars found at different locations across the area of East Sussex, all reporting corroborating stories of a bright flying cross sometime between 4 in the morning to 5 in the morning, similar to the Devon flying cross encounter. According to the police report, the first police car witnessed the Sussex flying cross take shape at around 4:45 in the morning, near Halland, East Sussex. Additional sightings made independently by police officers in different regions would begin to pour in over the course of an hour, before the flying cross would disappear without a trace. Again, the British Ministry of Defence would provide the explanation that the sightings of the flying cross were merely mistaken sightings of Venus in the night sky. The Dorset Coast flying cross encounter. The last known flying cross sighting during that month would be made 24 hours after the East Sussex sighting and 48 hours after the Devon flying cross encounter, and would be referred to as the Dorset Coast flying cross encounter. Unfortunately for the eyewitness, no police officers would come forward to confirm the sighting themselves. However, a 50-year-old man by the name of Mr. Angus Brooks, a retired administrator for the British Overseas Airways Corporation for the company's Comet fleet, and an ex-military photographic interpreter, would detail the entire event that took place on the 26th of October of 1967. According to Mr. Angus Brooks, as he was walking on Moyne Down, alongside the Dorset coast and a mile south of Awamoyne on the A354, it was around 11:25 in the morning when he noticed a vapour trail in the sky that seemed to vanish without a craft in sight. Shortly after noticing this strange sighting, Mr. Brooks began to feel a Force 8 gale, a strong wind that could easily have thrown him about. As he was walking his two dogs, he quickly found a small depression to take shelter until the gale would pass. It was at this moment that Mr. Brooks claims he saw a translucent craft that was described as being circular in nature, with a girder at the front of the craft and 3 girders pointing to the rear of the craft. He would provide the following statement to the press following the incident. The shape of the craft prior to levelling out to hover position was of a central circular chamber, estimated to be 25 feet in diameter and 12 feet high, with a leading fuselage in the front and 3 separate fuselages together at the rear. Each of the 4 was 70 feet long, 7 feet high and 8 feet wide. On slowing to hover position, the 2 outer fuselages at the rear moved to the side of the craft to form 4 fuselages at equidistant position around the center chamber. There were no visible power units and no noise of applied power for reverse thrust, movement of fuselages or for hovering. On attaining hover, the craft rotated 90 degrees clockwise and then remained motionless, unaffected by very strong wind. From my position, the craft's construction was of a translucent material. The colour of the craft took on the colour of the sky above it and changed with clouds passing over it. There could have been a clear material at the top of fuselages and centre chamber. There were dark centre shadows along the bases of the fuselages and centre chamber. No movement was observed at any time of the operators, no portholes or crew viewing windscreens at nose of fuselages. The nose cones of the fuselages were the reverse to our conventional types. The groove fins along the bases of the fuselages did not open or close." End quote. It was at this point that the girders of the craft began to reorient themselves into the shape of a cross, surrounding the central disc estimated at being 25 feet in diameter. Less than 25 minutes after this sighting, the craft shot off into the northeast direction and disappeared entirely. Shortly after the incident, Mr. Angus Brooks reported extreme agitation in his dogs over the following days after having spotted the craft together. Less than 2 weeks later, one of his dogs, a large Alsatian, would pass away while under supposedly good health. Due to the mysterious reports surrounding this aircraft, along with the 2 police officers suddenly going quiet, it's caused some researchers to speculate whether the government was aware of this craft and told those who encountered it to be quiet and not talk about it. Although this seems unlikely, various people who've worked for the government have said that they were told not to talk about their sightings, and that if they did, they would feel the consequences. It's hard to imagine that police officers who often drive around at early hours in the morning would misinterpret the planet Venus. After all, it's visible most evenings, and once pulled over, it's very easy to distinguish a planet with a moving object. It's for this reason that researchers who've looked into the case have said that the event was downplayed, and by suggesting it was a planet, it causes the eyewitnesses to come across as not believable. People across the surrounding areas came out in support of the eyewitnesses and said that they too saw a glowing object in the shape of a cross. Another suggestion was that government officials were well aware of the object but didn't want people talking about it, and so came up with the explanation of it being Venus. This wouldn't be the first time that mysterious aircrafts were spotted above the United Kingdom. Interestingly, between the 1940s and early 2000s, some of the most well-known sightings made across the United Kingdom would hit major news outlets all across the world. Some eyewitness reports during this time would end up at the centre of investigations surrounding covered-up research by the British Ministry of Defence, whereas other impossible-to-understand sightings would lead to hotspot centres lasting over the course of several decades. Eileen Arnold's altered state. Back in February of 1942, while journeying down the Cheltenham High Street, a woman by the name of Eileen Arnold claimed that she had suddenly felt overwhelmed by a heightened state of altered consciousness. Although she does not go into great detail surrounding the feeling, she claims that she felt as if she had tuned into another reality or parallel world. Fearing that something was wrong, she continued walking down Cheltenham High Street while glancing around in the hopes of finding any noticeable differences between her own reality and this new one that she felt she could see into. It was at this moment that Eileen Arnold claimed a massive oval-shaped flying craft began hovering above the rooftops of the buildings surrounding her, passing over her and flying down the direction of the high street. She described the craft as radiating several different sources of light from dents that wrapped around the side of the craft. Different areas of the craft were equipped with quills that, when detached from the craft, would leave behind bright lights. When questioned about what she experienced, Eileen Arnold believed that the craft had tapped into some psychic connection with her and triggered an altered state of consciousness that would allow her to experience further psychic connections for the rest of her life. As of right now, it's not known what these mysterious objects are. These crosses have been linked to religious experiences, and it's caused some amateur researchers to suggest that people have been seeing them for years now, and they've helped contribute to people's faith. What they are is not entirely understood. Those who've been close to them have said that they are physical crafts, and that they give of a bright light which makes it difficult to see what they are. As of right now, it's not entirely understood where these objects are coming from, but those who've seen them have said that they're definitely not Venus or any other celestial object. These strange aircrafts are still being sighted to this day, with many of them being seen above zones that are engaged in conflict. Soldiers have also come forward and detailed their encounters with them, with one individual saying that their encounter happened back in 2002, describing the object as looking like a bright cross, and saying that it hovered in the sky motionless before making a quick exit. To this day, they're not sure what it was that they had witnessed, but their description is eerily similar to other eyewitnesses. Many of us are interested in unsolved mysteries. Some of these mysteries have been explained as the years have passed, and even more have been met with a general consensus as to their cause. Yet, there are several strange mysteries that have yet to be solved in the modern day, and it's these impossible to explain enigmas that have left us wanting answers. Soldiers turned into stone by cosmic beings. They say that truth is stranger than fiction. It's no secret that there are many strange things going on in our world that the general public will never know about, and we only hear about these things when officials decide to go on record and detail them, which helps us to better understand how we are truly left in the dark about some subjects. The argument could be made that sometimes this is for the best. However, others who have an interest in mysterious topics have often voiced their opinion about how they would love to know more. This is where the Freedom of Information Act comes in, and in recent years, it's helped online researchers uncover some bizarre and mysterious events. For those unaware, the Freedom of Information Act is a federal law that provides individuals with the right to access information held by government agencies. It was signed into law in 1966 with the goal of increasing transparency and accountability of the government to the public. Under the Freedom of Information Act, anyone can request access to records and information held by federal agencies, including documents, reports, and data. However, there are certain exemptions to the law, such as information that would compromise national security, personal privacy, or confidential business information. Freedom of Information Act requests must be made in writing, and agencies are required to respond to them within 20 business days. The Freedom of Information Act has been instrumental in promoting government transparency and facilitating investigative journalism. It has been used to uncover a wide range of information, from historical documents to details about government policies and procedures. Interestingly, in recent years, hundreds of thousands of documents have been published online, some of which have been done without the public's knowledge. There's some laws that state that officials have to release documents every couple of decades or so. One of these written laws in the United Kingdom is that of the 30-year rule, which states that certain government documents have to be released to the public 30 years after they were created. Due to hundreds of thousands of documents being released online in recent years, people are constantly finding strange writings that go on to detail mysterious events. And although many of them are not of interest and detail general administration work, some have caught people's attention. One such document goes into detail about 23 soldiers that were taken by 5 humanoid creatures. And this was after an encounter went wrong in Siberia back in 1993. The document details the following. After Mikhail Gorbachev dissolved in 1991, the KGB Top Secret Intelligence Administration, a lot of material from that department found their way abroad, in particular to the CIA. As reported by the authoritative magazine, US intelligence obtained a 250-page file on the attack of a UFO on a military unit in Siberia. The file contains not only many documentary photographs and drawings, but also testimonies by actual participants in the events. One of the Central Intelligence Agency representatives referred to this case as a horrific picture of revenge on the part of extraterrestrial creatures, a picture that makes one's blood freeze. According to the KGB material, a quite low-flying spaceship in the shape of a saucer appeared above a military unit that was conducting routine training maneuvers. For unknown reasons, someone unexpectedly launched a surface-to-air missile and it hit the UFO. It fell to Earth not far away, and 5 short humanoids with large heads and large black eyes emerged from it. It is stated in the testimonies by the 2 soldiers who remained alive that, after freeing themselves from the debris, the aliens came close together and then merged into a single object that acquired a spherical shape. That object began to buzz and hiss sharply and then became brilliant white. In a few seconds, the spheres grew much bigger and exploded by flaring up with an extremely bright light. At that very instant, 23 soldiers who had watched the phenomenon turned into stone poles. Only 2 soldiers who stood in the shade and were less exposed to the luminous explosion survived. The KGB report goes on to say that the remains of the UFO and the petrified soldiers were transferred to a secret scientific research institution near Moscow. Specialists assume that a source of energy that is still unknown to Earthlings instantly changes the structure of the soldiers' living organisms, having transformed it into a substance whose molecular composition is no different from that of limestone. A Central Intelligence Agency representative stated, "If the KGB file corresponds to reality, this is an extremely menacing case. The aliens possess such weapons and technology that go beyond all our assumptions. They can stand up for themselves if attacked." End quote. People were surprised when they read this document, saying that it's the proof that they've been looking for. Another thing people noticed was that the Central Intelligence Agencies didn't dismiss this mysterious encounter. This document can be found on the official Central Intelligence Agency website. The next mystery we'll be covering is one of the most bizarre disappearances reported from the state of Idaho. Back in 1953, a mysterious disappearance would take place in the state of Idaho, only 18 miles from the small town of Wallace, that would lead many investigators involved in the case wondering what caused the individual to pass away. Although some would spread the rumor that a large beast must have taken out 22-year-old Lamar Pepmuller during a routine hunting trip in the area, autopsy reports would find evidence of something far stranger and far more difficult to explain. According to the official investigation reports, back in November of 1953, Lamar Pepmuller would begin planning a hunting trip in an area he had often frequented in the past. Located only 18 miles southwest of his small town, 22-year-old Lamar had often visited the location on several different deer hunting expeditions and had become greatly familiar with the region. Excluding his experience and familiarity with the area, despite being only 22 years old, Lamar had almost a decade of hunting experience under his belt. Lamar's wife would later tell investigators that the outdoors were like a second home to Mr. Pepmuller, as he would often spend his free time hunting, camping or hiking in secluded areas wherever they were. It would be on the 21st of November that Lamar Pepmuller would go on his planned deer hunting trip during the early morning and tell his wife that he would either be back later in the day or on the following morning. According to the wife, Lamar planned a day hunting in the Slate Creek area, south of their small town of Wallace, Idaho. However, by nightfall, Lamar would fail to return home, causing his wife, Mrs. Pepmuller, to grow increasingly concerned. By that following morning, Lamar would fail to show up by the mid-afternoon, prompting his wife to contact the local law enforcement on the 22nd of November and file a missing persons report. As search and rescue volunteers and law enforcement agencies came together to begin a massive search and rescue operation for Lamar Pepmuller, a sudden cold front would manifest in the area, leading to a sudden powerful blizzard covering the region in a thick layer of fresh snow. Oddly enough, weather reports claimed that the weather should have remained clear with possible light showers for another 2 weeks, but official storm reports during the blizzard would claim that more than 20 inches of snow were deposited over the course of 3 days. However, even more problematic, search and rescue volunteers would conduct the search for Lamar Pepmuller over a much larger area than typically established, due to the fact that Lamar's vehicle had never been recovered and his exact camping location was never known. Despite the troubles with the weather and the massive search grid, law enforcement agencies would continue with their combined efforts to search for Lamar Pepmuller during the snowstorm. After a day of searching, more than 60 volunteers would be in the area, including close friends and family of Lamar Pepmuller, several dozen sheriff deputies from adjacent departments, and another few dozen Forest Service personnel. Despite the large number of volunteers, it would take another 4 days after Lamar's disappearance for the search and rescue teams to locate Lamar's missing vehicle. This was after the snowstorm would come to an end, and more than 20 inches of snow were deposited in the area. Oddly enough, investigators had been worried that large bloodstains around the vehicle may have been evidence of a possible animal attack, but it soon became apparent to the investigators that the cause of the blood was the discovery of half of a large deer carcass placed beside Lamar's vehicle. The other half of the carcass was nowhere to be found. Once the vehicle was discovered, the search grid would begin to reconverge on the immediate area surrounding the vehicle, leading the volunteers to search in a radiating circular pattern from Lamar's car in all directions. After only a few hours following their discovery of Lamar's vehicle, he would be discovered on the 25th of November, 1953. According to the investigators involved in the Lamar Pepmuller case, law enforcement had originally believed that Pepmuller had been the victim of a possible extermination in the area, as his missing vehicle pointed to possible evidence of a slaying and subsequent grand theft auto. However, after Lamar's vehicle was discovered, sheriffs started to believe that perhaps Lamar had suffered an accident or possible animal attack, as his vast experience with the outdoors made it incredibly difficult to believe that he had merely gotten lost in the area. Additionally, the region where Lamar Pepmuller was believed to have disappeared was considered easy terrain and would have been remarkably easy to reorient yourself from with even minimal outdoors experience. The discovery of Lamar and his position, alongside his vast outdoors experience, would make investigators suspicious that something far more unnatural had been responsible for his disappearance. Lamar would be found protruding from the fresh snow less than a mile from his vehicle. On Lamar's back would be a large empty backboard, as if he had been carrying a large deer, but no deer was found except for small stains from an animal. Investigators would search the immediate area for another mile, but would be unable to find any sign of the missing half of the deer carcass, and believed that Lamar could have been taken out by a large animal that stole the deer carcass while it was still on his back. Oddly enough, investigators would soon realize that several of Lamar's belongings were also missing from his vehicle and his body, including his rifle and hunting equipment, but would fail to comment on these missing items and instead believed that Lamar was most likely attacked by an animal or that no signs of foul play were evident. However, members of the community would begin to float a series of strange rumors throughout the area following the discovery of Lamar, and several actions taken by local sheriff departments and the county coroner's office. According to family members of Lamar Pepmuller, the county coroner's office had been at the center of a possible cover-up into the passing of Lamar, as they would report that after seeing Lamar at the funeral home, they would pronounce that he had passed away from a heart attack, without any investigation or autopsy taking place. The official statement later provided by Coroner H. Mowry would claim that Lamar Pepmuller had become extremely exhausted while hunting and collapsed to the ground and passed away from a sudden heart attack. Despite the fact that no autopsy had ever taken place and would never be conducted, the coroner's explanation would make no sense, as Lamar had been an incredibly healthy and fit individual and at the time was only 22 years old. Additionally, Lamar had not been hunting at the time of his sudden passing, as he had merely been transporting half of the animal back to his vehicle only a short distance away. As of right now, there's still many that believe that something bizarre happened. The unsolved mystery of the Grafton Monster. The Grafton Monster is claimed to be a massive humanoid bipedal creature, white in color, with smooth, oily skin. The skin of the creature is believed to be a texture similar to that of a seal. The height of the monster is estimated to have been somewhere between 7 to 9 feet tall, and with a body roughly 4 feet in width. According to witnesses, the creature did not have a discernible head of any kind. It demonstrated no violent tendencies or notable behavior of any kind. Given the large size of the creature and the string of witness reports that consistently claim the creature to have been spotted by the Mississippi River or one of its tributaries, it's believed that the creature would use a network of river systems to travel up and down the entirety of the United States. On the 16th of June, back in 1964, estimated to have occurred sometime around 11 in the evening, reporter Robert Cockrell claimed to have been driving home from the Grafton Sentinel, a local newspaper office, driving through Beach Street and crossing over the Tygart River Bridge, when he noticed something peculiar at the side of the road. According to Robert, as he turned onto Riverside Drive directly off of the Tygart Bridge, he noticed something he described as huge and white, off to the side of the road along the river, where an old rock quarry had been dug out several decades beforehand. The reporter originally believed that the object could have been a large piece of rock that had washed up from the force of the river, disturbing the riverbank in an awkward way. Slowing down to get a better look, Robert Cockrell stopped completely next to the large white mass and realized that the object was not a piece of rock or lifted part of the riverbank, but was what he described as a living entity, white in color, with smooth, oily skin, with a texture that reminded him of a seal. The height of the creature was estimated by Robert Cockrell from a sitting position to have been somewhere between 7 to 9 feet tall and with a body roughly 4 feet in width. According to Robert, the creature did not have a discernible head of any kind. Robert Cockrell then began to drive away while staring at the creature and remarked that at no time during his viewing of the creature did it make any kind of movement, and it was difficult for Cockrell to be certain that the object was indeed a living creature outside of the seal-like texture of its skin. Although reports differ, Cockrell's direct report made no mention of horror or fear when it came to his emotional state directly following the creature. Once Cockrell arrived home, he phoned several of his friends about the incident and related to them that the strange sighting should be investigated, but that he did not feel safe returning to the site alone and wanted additional witnesses to his encounter. After several minutes of calling, the group met up at the location of the sighting and began to inspect the area for any signs or clues of the creature. Unfortunately, the creature had already disappeared, and the group had only discovered that the grass along the riverbank where the creature had been spotted had been completely matted down, as if a large object had rolled through the area. The group would continue searching along the side of the river, up and down the nearby road, near the edge of the woods, but were unable to locate the creature or object. Several members of the group claimed that they could hear a low whistling sound coming from somewhere nearby, but were unable to locate the exact area responsible for the source of the sound. On the 17th of June, the morning following the night of the sighting, Robert Cockrell would go to the local police station and report what he had experienced the night before. But the incident was completely disregarded by the law enforcement, who believed that the reporter had been making up the incident for publicity. Frustrated by the response taken on the part of the police officers, Robert Cockrell would tell the newspaper editor about his story, who then provided Cockrell with the green light to write up a short article about the incident. On the night of the 17th of June, Jim Mouser and Jerry Morse, two of the men who had accompanied Robert Cockrell on his late-night search of the creature immediately following his sighting, a mass panic would overcome the Grafton citizens. It's believed that both of the men would tell friends, family members, and co-workers about Robert Cockrell's sighting all throughout the day. Due to Grafton having been a small and well-connected town, the story spread through the citizens long before the publication of the article by the Grafton Sentinel. Although there are conflicting reports, it's believed that on the night of the 17th, citizens of Grafton engaged in a monster hunt and flocked together into an armed mob and went up and down the Tygart River, searching for the monster. George Dudding, an investigator and author of The Grafton Monster, would describe the mob during his investigations into the Grafton Monster with the following quote: "They grabbed whatever they could find to protect themselves, including pitchforks, mallets, tire irons, hammers, garden hose, crowbars, hatchets, and baseball bats. If anyone knows about citizens of West Virginia, there is no doubt that some were toting some heavy-duty artillery that night." End quote. It's not entirely clear what the mob had hoped to accomplish, as witness testimony of the event claimed that the majority of people had gathered together somewhat in jest, or because they were curious as to the claims of Robert Cockrell. The original members of the mob were made up of a collection of teenagers and young men who wanted to prove that they were unafraid of the claims of the monsters, and so journeyed out to the side of the river to confront the monster, bringing along friends and girlfriends to witness their bravery. The mob was then joined by others who were more curious to see the creature for themselves, as supposed claims of unidentified objects and peculiar lights in the sky had been made within the prior weeks leading up to the original Grafton sighting. Little evidence that the mob had formed for the sake of a monster hunt was made by this point in time, with only minor tools having been gathered together for small comfort, such as baseball bats, crowbars, tire irons, and garden hose. However, it did not take long for the crowd to become increasingly hostile and panicked. Eventually, members would join the crowd, believing that they were engaged in a monster hunt and would come equipped with far bigger weaponry. The formation of a mob could have been a product of mass hysteria or a joke that quickly got out of hand. It was at this point that local law enforcement became concerned that someone could get hurt from the panicked mob and would later engage in tactics used to minimize the claims of the creature in a possible cover-up. Robert Cockrell would join the mob later into the evening and begin to question small groups of witnesses who would claim that they had also encountered the creature, which was now being referred to as the Headless Horror. Robert Cockrell would write a report involving 20 witnesses and their individual encounters with the creature, with the sightings clustered around the old rock quarry. On the 18th of June, 1964, the Grafton Sentinel would publish the article, "Teenage Monster Hunting Parties, Latest Activity on Grafton Scene." The newspaper article is clipped as follows. "Teenage Monster Hunting Parties, Latest Activity on Grafton Scene. Want to go monster hunting? If so, just join the roving bands of teenagers who are apparently convinced that a monster exists and is roving in the section of Riverside Drive near the City Stone Quarry." Wednesday night, several bands of teenagers armed with flashlights, mallets, crowbars and the like were reported searching the Riverside Drive area. End quote. On the night of the 18th, the citizens of Grafton once again formed into a mob and went on another monster hunting party to search for and confront the elusive Headless Horror. However, due to the publication of the Grafton Sentinel, the second monster hunting party would become a hazard for the town as traffic would begin to back up the roadway. Due to the wide number of reports of the creature and the crowds of people forming to confront the creature, the West Virginia State Police, Taylor County Sheriff's Department, and the Grafton Police Department would arrive at the old rock quarry to conduct an investigation into the sightings of the creature. As the mob grew rowdy and traffic began to back up, law enforcement would end their investigation to monitor the activity and serve as traffic control. The St. Joseph, Missouri sightings. Located 800 miles away from the Robert Cockrell sighting, an unnamed witness claimed to have encountered the Grafton monster alongside the Missouri River, one of the river tributaries of the Mississippi River. The following quotes are believed to have been taken from the St. Joseph, Missouri witness. "I have seen the creature called the Grafton monster several times when I was a young man, and it is very real. My first encounter was with my father cutting wood. We had finished loading the truck when our two dogs started barking. We stood there and listened. Something was walking, getting closer. Whatever it was had picked up its pace and continued toward us. All we knew for sure was it was big and wasn't scared of us, the dogs, or the chainsaws. It stopped about 50 to 55 yards from us in the trees and went quiet. My dad pulled both hammers back and stood in front of me and told me to be ready. The next thing that happened, I'll never forget. It stepped out, looked at us, took 3 strides in our direction, turned, and walked back into the tree line. That was my first sighting of the beast, and I'll never forget it. My second encounter was about 2 months later at night, fishing alone. I spotted him on the opposite bank, and I got the hell out of the area." End quote. The Dewey Lake Monster Connection. 1 week prior to the Grafton monster sighting, 6 witnesses reported sighting a creature that would later be referred to as the Dewey Lake Monster. According to the witnesses, Mr. and Mrs. John Utrup, Patsy and Gail Clayton, Gordon Brown and Joyce Smith were visiting the Utrup farm, located south of Dewey Lake. The creature was described as being a bipedal humanoid creature, covered in hair from head to toe, standing upright at an estimated height of 10 feet, was believed to weigh 500 pounds, and had luminous glowing eyes. Stories surrounding the creature relate that the Dewey Lake monster fit more accurately with descriptions and encounters of Sasquatch-like creatures, and would eventually earn the name of Sister Lake's Sasquatch. 30 separate additional sightings would take place from June 9th to June 11th, back in 1964. Several small rivers and tributaries connect the Dewey Lake with the Mississippi River. Gray Barker's theory. Robert Cockrell refused to accept natural explanations of any kind, and became increasingly frustrated surrounding claims that the entire encounter had been a hoax. Desperate to prove himself, Robert Cockrell continued investigating the Grafton monster and would send letters to Gray Barker, a member of the International Flying Saucer Bureau, to assist him in his investigations. Gray Barker would join Robert Cockrell in his investigation and put forward the theory that the Grafton monster could have had an extraterrestrial origin. Barker believed that the Grafton monster could have been a test entity, a biological genetic creation created by the pilots of flying saucers to test whether or not the atmosphere was breathable to their species via genetic engineering. He believed that the whooshing or whistling sound could have been the sound emanated from a nearby saucer dropping the creature, and then later returning to pick it up. Gray Barker had originally worked on developing a report to be published at a later time in the International Flying Saucer Bureau, but eventually hid the file and never published the written work. The reason for why Barker would abandon the investigation and refuse to publish the claims is unknown, though a plausible explanation could have been that he feared or discovered the event to have been a hoax. Others have said that this idea is highly unlikely, but have struggled to explain what residents witnessed during this time period. As of right now, what the creature is remains a mystery. Kent's mystery hitchhiker. All around the world, there are impossible-to-explain stories of paranormal sightings involving a phantom hitchhiker standing at the side of the road. Although many of these stories are difficult to verify, with the sources behind their legends coming from friend-of-a-friend retellings, it appears that throughout Kent County, located in England, there are no shortages of first-person eyewitness encounters with many of these phantom hitchhikers. Near the town of Chatham, located within Kent County, is an often revered mystical location referred to as Bluebell Hill. Similar to the Chislehurst Caves, another place of supernatural connection, the hill appears to be made entirely out of naturally formed chalk deposits and has been at the center of supernatural and spiritual eyewitness accounts. According to one of the legends surrounding the hill, the people of Chatham claim that back in 1970, a lone motorist had encountered a phantom hitchhiker that had entered his vehicle. As the legend details, sometime during the winter, an unnamed motorist was on his way home, passing through Chatham, when a sudden torrential downpour of rain made his car slow in anticipation of the road's conditions. Before long, the rain and the cool air revealed a horrifying thunderstorm that seemed to flash lightning at an increasingly rapid rate. A few minutes later, as the motorist was making his way around the area of Bluebell Hill, his vehicle neared to a complete stop, as he noticed a young woman standing at the side of the road wearing what seemed to be a thin, flimsy white dress similar to a bridal gown. According to the driver, the woman had long, matted black hair, slumped shoulders, and was waving her hands at the driver frantically as her dress clung tightly to her body in the rain. Fearing that the woman was stranded or in trouble, the motorist came to a halt in front of the woman as he rolled down his car's passenger side window and asked if she needed a ride. Rather than verbally replying, the woman nodded solemnly and entered the back seat of the car. As she entered, she repeated to the driver to take her to her home located on one of the major Chatham roads, only a few minutes away. Although at several times during the trip, the motorist had attempted to make small talk with the woman, she appeared unable or unwilling to speak about any of the topics the man tried to broach with her, seemingly only repeating her home's address in a similar tone. Believing that the woman was merely traumatized by the whichever event caused her to be estranged alone at night in a torrential downpour, the motorist refused to press the issue further and drove in awkward silence until getting close to the address that she had repeated to him several times. Coming to a stop, the motorist turned to the woman in the back seat to tell her that she was home when he realized that she was no longer in the car. Frightened at first, the driver soon convinced himself that she must have exited the vehicle in a hurried panic as his car was slowing down, and he must have failed to hear her exit the vehicle due to the violent thunderstorm outside. Upon closer inspection, the motorist noticed that a small woman's purse was resting in the back seat of his vehicle. Worried that the woman had forgotten her belongings, the man grabbed the purse and exited his vehicle while calling out for the woman. As he approached the home, he noticed that the lights in the house were off, as if no one had been awake or entered the home for a few hours. After knocking on the door and ringing the doorbell for a few minutes, the lights in the house came on, and an elderly couple came to the door. After explaining the situation to them and handing the elderly couple the missing purse, they continued to stare at him dumbfounded and in total silence. Creeped out by the encounter, the driver asked the couple what was wrong, to which they replied that the woman he had picked up matched the physical description of their daughter who had passed away in a car accident near Bluebell Hill during a thunderstorm, and that the handbag matched her missing purse from the incident. Although the veracity of the phantom hitchhiker claims are nearly impossible to prove, countless residents of Chatham swear by the story and claimed that the incident had occurred several different times in a variety of ways throughout the late 1960s and early 1970s. Interestingly enough, in another town several miles from Chatham, a similar phantom hitchhiker story is told by residents of one of the most haunted towns of the British Isles. According to Pluckley residents, the small town is considered to be one of the most haunted locations in all of the United Kingdom, if not the entire world. Located in Kent, Pluckley has been at the centre of just as many supernatural sightings as the region surrounding Bluebell Hill, with sightings of phantom black cats, Sasquatch-like creatures, unexplainable aerial lights, and bizarre paranormal occurrences. Such occurrences would include the spiritual encounter of Raymond Breakspear, a taxi driver who would handle late-night fares throughout Pluckley and the surrounding villages, often picking up rowdy passengers closer after midnight. According to Raymond, it was sometime at around 2:45 in the morning, while passing through the nearby roads leading into Pluckley, that Raymond saw a dark-clothed man standing at the side of the road, waving down passing vehicles. Raymond would later remark that the location of the man seemed eerily unusual, as many times those looking for a taxi are located more in the village or outside pubs, not several miles into the nearby countryside. Believing that perhaps the man had become stranded or was suffering an emergency, he pulled over to the side of the road and asked the man if he needed a ride. Rather than giving a straightforward reply, the man stared at Raymond Breakspear and repeated the unknown address several times that the taxi driver was unable to recognize. Worried that the man might have entered an altered conscious state due to some unknown emergency, Raymond would tell the man to get into the taxi and that he would help him find the address. After hearing these words, the strange man went towards the back door of the vehicle, but appeared to have struggled to open the door several times. Quickly exiting the vehicle, Raymond opened the passenger side door and helped the man inside the back seat of the taxi. However, as he walked back to the driver's seat, Raymond remarked that he felt a terribly oppressive, eerily supernatural feeling in the air, as if he were being watched by a predator, or some unknown creature had been standing nearby. Once back in the vehicle and on the road, after about a mile, Raymond turned to the passenger to ask him where the mysterious address was located. Oddly enough, when Raymond turned to the passenger, he soon realized that no one was in the vehicle with him, despite having helped the man enter the vehicle and seeing him sitting in the back seat as he drove off down the road. Fearing that the man may have jumped out of the moving vehicle in order not to pay the taxi fare, the driver pulled over and glanced around, but failed to find any sign of the mysterious man. Remembering that the taxicab locks while the vehicle is in motion to prevent passengers from skipping out on the fare, Raymond gets back into his vehicle and heads back into town out of fear of a far more supernatural cause. Several months later, while talking with several other taxi drivers, Raymond brings up the incident of the mysterious dark-clothed man, only to hear from several other drivers similar stories of phantom passengers, including women wearing white and men wearing dark clothing. Today, taxi drivers and motorists tell stories of unlocked car doors suddenly opening while driving through the surrounding Pluckley roads, or hearing the sound of a woman laughing while driving through the area late at night, as if an invisible woman were sitting in the back seat of your car. The 1850s mass sighting of the Kentish ape man of Kent County, England. For as long as can be remembered, England's Kent County has been at the centre of a large number of supernatural reports and bizarre mythical sightings that are impossible to explain. None more so than the strange reports centered around a roaming Sasquatch-like creature referred to by residents of Kent as the Kentish Ape Man. According to eyewitness reports, the creature is described as being similar in design to a large baboon-type creature, though more in the shape of a man. Standing at a height of 7.5 feet to 8 feet tall, the creature is claimed to be covered from head to toe in a brown or greyish fur, walks in a bipedal motion, and possesses the supernatural ability of disappearing completely from an open field, even when the region is surrounded by a search party. The earliest known reported sighting of the Kentish Ape Man was published back in 1858 in a local newspaper referred to as the Kentish Gazette. The article would describe a series of mass sightings that had persisted in the region over the span of several years throughout the mid-1850s to 1858. According to the Kentish Gazette, proof that a mysterious creature was wandering around Kent County was reported sometime during that year's harvesting season and would ultimately lead to an independent investigation from local authorities and interested journalists. Although several sightings had already been claimed, the primary sighting used as proof of the creature was reported by an unknown farm worker who had been tending to a wheat field referred to as Buck's Farm, located within Kent County, near a small village by the name of Great Chart. According to the Buck's farm worker, as he was gathering his wheat, he claimed to have spotted a 7.5-foot-tall baboon-like creature that walked on its hind legs and appeared to have been covered in a brownish-orangish fur. The face of the creature appeared to have been smooth and shown human-like eyes. At the sighting of the creature, the farm worker appeared to have entered a temporary state of fear-induced hysteria and fell to the ground, unable to move from his location until the creature left. Afterwards, the man claimed that he had great difficulty in moving, struggling to get over a fence that bordered the farm due to his affliction. The Kentish Gazette would detail the event with the following paragraph. Not knowing indeed whether it might not be certain unmentionable personage in bodily shape, its appearance had the effect utterly scattering his senses. And when he collected enough of them to make up his mind to a speedy retreat, fear had so unnerved his limbs that he was at first unable to get over a stile which led out of the field. He, however, at last did so, and we may suppose reached his home with his hair standing on end. End quote. Oddly enough, after the sighting of the creature, the field worker who had witnessed the creature would soon become terribly ill from an unknown disease. At the time of the illness, the Kentish Gazette reported that the field worker's deterioration was most likely a byproduct of the fright he had witnessed, though failed to describe any additional ailments that were inflicted. After hearing of the sighting, the article would describe that several large men from Great Chart would gather their weapons in search for the monster. After conducting a thorough search of the field and surrounding areas, the men gave up on the search, believing the creature to have disappeared into the thick brush of the nearby wilderness. Fearful that the creature might return, as witness sightings persisted in the area at the time, the men gathered together and travelled to another village known as Ashford, with a horse and carriage to gather a group of police officers to begin a more thorough search of the creature to hunt and eradicate the animal, or to bring it into custody if it was willing and intelligent. However, once in Ashford, the local authorities appeared dismissive of the reports and provided the official explanation that the creature was nothing more than an escaped baboon from a travelling zoo. Though no further mention of armed men engaged in hunting the creature is reported, several more sightings were recorded by the Kentish Gazette over the next few weeks. The article would detail the following paragraph on the series of sightings, leaving the information vague and mysterious. One party took a horse and cart and went to Ashford in order to bring back aid from the police in taking him into custody. Since then, it is reported that the animal, which is set down as a baboon escaped from some show, has been seen in several adjacent parishes, but we have not heard of its capture or of any damage done by it, except indirectly, through persons trampling down the wheat in Mr. Greenhill's field while in search of it. End quote. The last reported sightings of the creature would be reported several weeks after the initial incident at Bucks's farm. The first would be reported by a young girl who claimed to have seen the creature on a Tuesday near the small town of Newgate Wood. According to the young girl, despite having been frightened by the creature, she had stayed and watched the monster for a considerable amount of time, allowing her to get a good look at the strange beast and its behaviours. The girl would claim that the creature stood at around 8 feet in height and was covered in a long fur that covered all around its body except for its face, which seemed remarkably human. The creature appeared to have had elongated, monkey-like arms and walked around like a human with a long gait. Before long, the creature would disappear into the surrounding wilderness. Later that same day, a shepherd who had journeyed with his sheep to an open grassy field claimed to have spotted the creature amongst his livestock, causing him to quit his job and return home immediately after his encounter. Given the creature's close proximity to the sheep, one last hunt for the monster was performed as local townsfolk began to worry that the monster could have been connected with the many different livestock disappearances recorded in the area. Utilizing the entirety of the national school members and students, the group scoured the forests of the parish, but were unable to locate the creature anywhere in the region despite the many repeated sightings. In recent years, many researchers have started to connect the sudden mass sightings of the Kentish ape-man creature with the unearthing of a series of networked tunnels discovered near the edges of Kent County, referred to as the Chislehurst Caves. According to a recent article published by the local news organisation of Kent County, known as Kent Live, the Chislehurst Caves have been at the centre of a wide number of supernatural rumours and theories dating back to their rediscovery in the early 1800s. Stretching for over 22 miles, the caves are made up of a complex, interconnected, maze-like series of tunnels that are all man-made in origin and are believed to date back to a period prior to the oldest known human civilization. The earliest known record of written reference to the caves was recorded back during the early 9th century, in which a Saxon charter made reference to the caves, though was unaware of their size, as they had yet to be explored. However, this reference is only a recent recorded account of the caves, as the Vice President of the British Archaeological Association believes the caves to have been used as a place of significant religious and spiritual importance by the Druids, with many carvings into the side of the chalk caves seemingly being used as evidence of Druidic altars. Eerily enough, many of these ancient Druid carvings appear to depict human and monkey-like faces in the side of the walls. The Chislehurst Caves would not be rediscovered and used until the early 1830s to the 1860s, when local villages would use the chalk caves as a mining location to dig for chalk and lime. It's around this time that the reported sightings of the Kentish ape-man would suddenly be recorded, alongside countless stories of supernatural sightings of ghost-like entities in the mines. The mines would then be closed around 1860, around the same time that the sightings of the Kentish ape-man would halt. The cause for the closing of the mines was never recorded. Researchers believe that the entirety of Kent County may potentially house thousands of miles of more undiscovered man-made chalk cave systems more than 30 meters below its surface, given that the entire region is rich in chalk deposits that make an incredibly easy medium for carving complex, stable tunnels. Additionally, one of the most peculiar aspects of the Chislehurst Caves are the strange vertical shafts that appear to descend directly into the caves that are difficult to locate from above ground, matching many of the early Kentish ape-man legends of the creature mysteriously sinking and disappearing into the ground. Even more troublesome today, the British Archaeological Association believes that the formation of the caves may have been prehistoric in nature, after the discovery of an ancient human skeleton estimated to be more than 10,000 years old, roughly around the time of the last Great Ice Age, and the beginning formation of northern civilizations. This could point to the theory that a small village of people lived within the caves as a shelter towards the end of the last ice age for an unknown period of time, though their timing would have placed their group in habitation long before the earliest known complex human civilizations. It's true that we know more about the surface of the moon than what is happening within our very own oceans. Seen as one of the most unexplored areas of the planet, our oceans are teeming with incredible mysteries and strange occurrences that have left experts all around the world baffled and amazed since their discoveries. In fact, few of these discoveries are as mysterious in their nature as the humanoid sea people witnessed by numerous historical figures in the past. Referred to as mermaids, these elusive half-human, half-fish hybrids are at the center of strange sightings from all around the world when discussing unexplainable ocean mysteries. One interesting story was shared by someone on Reddit. However, the story has since been deleted by the original poster. One person, though, who knew the original poster told me about the story. They said the story goes that a woman was talking to her father about the mysteries of the oceans, and they got onto the topic of mysterious creatures. Her father worked for the United States Navy, and started to open up about some of the mysterious things they had witnessed. The father went into detail about how the ocean was very eerie, and that while out in the middle of it he would see and hear strange things. One of the things he said was that he would often hear whistles and voices, something that to this day he can't explain. The daughter then said that her father travelled to the Philippines, and it was here that he was told about some of the local legends. It said that he got talking with one local woman, and she went on to tell him the story of the time she encountered a mysterious aquatic humanoid. She described the creature as being 7 feet in length, possessing 2 large black eyes, large webbed hands that had claws, a humanoid-like body, and a face that she described as looking like a demon. The encounter happened while she was on a boat. As she was coming home, she heard a loud knock and knew that she had hit something. She said that sometimes this happens, and in most cases it's either litter that's made its way into the ocean or trees and other debris. However, as she leant over, she saw 2 large black eyes staring back at her. She said she let out a loud scream and quickly left, not wanting to stay in the area with the unknown creature. The father was fascinated with the story and couldn't understand what this woman witnessed. He then decided to do a little digging and see if anyone could shed some light on the mysterious humanoid. When he then asked around about these creatures, he didn't get the response he expected. Instead of being laughed at or mocked, he was actually firmly shut down, being told not to ask those sort of questions. This only caused him to become more interested in the topic and go on to do his own investigations. Although he never pursued it while at work, he said that he spent countless hours doing research on the topic and that these stories of aquatic humanoids may be real. When the daughter asked whether he thinks the Navy are aware of these animals, he paused and said that he thinks they might be, going on to say that there's many divisions within the Navy and they investigate things such as unidentified objects and also strange things seen in and around the ocean. It's reported that he got talking with another man who had been in the Navy for over 20 years, and he said that while on a submarine, they detected a mysterious object moving at hundreds of knots. The odd thing about this was that it kept flicking in and out of the radar, which he said made it difficult to know what it was. Again, this former worker shared stories about strange creatures that had been found by the United States Navy, but said that he never conducted any of his own research on the matter, saying that although he was interested, it was likely that he wouldn't get very far. One interesting report comes from Zimbabwe. Unlike the cute animated portrayals of the mythical creature, the mermaids of Zimbabwe have been a recurring problem for those living nearby large waterways in the country, as the humanoid creatures have reportedly been at the center of a variety of random attacks, vandalism, and delays in construction efforts. Back in 2012, while working on the Gokwe and Osborne dams, the Zimbabwe construction company claimed that nearly every employee had left the construction site in fear for their lives after having been attacked by a strange humanoid river monster known as the Mamba Muntu. It was believed that the Mamba Muntu used the rivers as natural outlets to the ocean and that they had become terribly angered by the construction efforts. Debates were made on whether or not construction should continue before a full report on the environmental impact was made. However, under pressure of contracts and health standards, construction continued regardless. This forced the local council to hire entirely new workers from out of the country to work on the dam, as the locals refused to continue working on the construction of the project due to their superstitions. Oddly enough, after several weeks, even the foreign workers resigned after claiming to have been attacked by humanoid sea creatures and regarded the entire river as being cursed. In an effort to appease these strange creatures, the council was forced to perform cleansing rituals and make offerings to the creatures before construction began again with no further issues. Although most do not make the connection, Zambia, the closest country to Zimbabwe, built the Kariba Dam in the same waterways within their borders. The project was determined to be a necessity in the region, as the water from the river would not only be able to power all of the electrical requirements for that region, but it would also prove to be a major work program that would allow a number of locals to generate income. Unfortunately, many of the religious figures, already suffering under the oppressive hand of the government, felt that the construction of the dam was a violation of the principles of their god, known as Nyaminyami. Nyaminyami was, more specifically, the god of the river Zambezi, and was believed to reside within the river. The religious figures argued that if the dam was built, then Nyaminyami would curse them for messing with the natural ecosystem and bring on a terrible tragedy, urging the locals to defy the government and refuse construction. Despite this sentiment from the religious leaders, many of the locals would still go to work on the construction of the dam, assisting in the government's tactic to force the native Batonga people to move from their homes and live elsewhere. Almost as if directly predicted by the religious leaders, shortly after the Batonga people were moved, a devastating flood tore through the region, and due to the half-construction of the dam blocking the only direction for water to flow, it led to the entire dam becoming destroyed, taking out every single worker that was working on the construction of the project. Oddly enough, not a single worker had been recovered. Given the fact that the majority of those who passed away were locals, this led to many of the relatives begging the religious leaders to help lift the curse and allow the dam to be constructed without any future problems. The religious leaders then gave instructions to the people that the only way for the curse to be lifted was if they offered a calf to the river. For some inexplicable reason, after the ceremony was completed, the workers appeared where the calf was placed in the river, allowing the souls to finally be put to rest. The story of Captain John Smith. According to old myths and rumours published back in 1849, during the year 1611, as Captain John Smith and his crew were travelling around the West Indies, they spotted a strange creature in the waters beside them. The crew described the creature as resembling that of a woman for the upper part of her body, except with a few key changes in her face, such as that of her eyes, of which were described as larger and more round, a short nose, long ears, and bright green hair. The lower part of the creature's body was described as being similar to that of a dolphin's body, and not that of a fish or scales of any kind as other tales of mermaids claim. Interestingly enough, when researchers looked for the source of the tale concerning Captain John Smith and his crew's encounter with the mermaid, they found that the original author for the piece, that was published in 1849, was the author of The Three Musketeers. This has led many skeptics to believe that the stories could have been fabricated. However, at the time, the author was more than well versed in writing articles pertaining to non-fiction and had even co-authored other pieces that involved true stories of encounters with mermaids. This helps to not only prove the author's fascination with the subject, but that the rigorous fact-checking involved with publications at the time more than helped to steer the author clear from fictitious accounts in his works. Still, to this day, many claim that the account is nothing more than a forgery, despite evidence of Captain John Smith and his crew encountering other strange creatures in the sea and often writing about them. The Adaro humanoid. One of the darker tales involving the mythical sea creature known as the mermaid is that of the Adaro. According to old mythologies and accounts, the Adaro are described to be more similar in behavior to that of evil spirits roaming the Pacific Ocean and living at deep depths in the darkest regions of the ocean, though they do share many physical characteristics with that of the mermaid legends. The Adaro are described as looking similar to that of a person, but with large gills behind its ears, a long tail fin instead of feet, a shark-like dorsal fin that can grow into the shape of a large horn, along with a massive shark spear growing out of the top of its head, similar to that of a swordfish or a sawfish. The origin of the creature appears to be far more paranormal in nature rather than that of other means. According to legends surrounding the sea creature, an Adaro is born when a man of evil falls into the ocean and passes away shortly after. This evil then lingers and grows in the ocean, forming the body of the Adaro, of which will continue to grow in numbers. Said to reside close to the Solomon Islands, it appears that these creatures are far more sinister than the traditional mermaid legends and definitely an encounter to be avoided. The ocean covers about 71% of the Earth's surface, but only a small portion of it has been explored in detail. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, we have explored less than 5% of the ocean, with the deepest parts of the ocean remaining largely unknown to us. The lack of exploration is partly due to the sheer size and depth of the ocean, as well as the technological and logistical challenges of conducting research in such an extreme environment. However, advances in technology, such as deep-sea submersibles and remote-operated vehicles, are helping scientists to explore more of the ocean and discover new species and ecosystems. Overall, there is still much to be learned and discovered about the ocean, and ongoing exploration and research will continue to uncover new insights and mysteries. Unsolved mysteries are often fascinating because they appeal to our innate curiosity as humans. We are naturally drawn to puzzles and mysteries that challenge us to think critically and creatively, and to explore the unknown. Additionally, the fact that these mysteries remain unsolved adds an element of intrigue and excitement. It leaves us with a sense of uncertainty and a desire to uncover the truth behind what happened, which can lead to discussions, debates, and speculations. The mysterious object seen above the pyramids. The ancient Egyptians were a sophisticated civilization that developed over several thousand years, from around 3000 BCE to 30 BCE. There are several reasons why they were able to achieve such a high level of sophistication, including a combination of natural resources, organization, religion, science and technology, and trade and diplomacy. Many agree that the ancient Egyptians were way ahead of their time. They were able to create incredible structures that have stood up to the test of time, able to read the constellations to an incredible degree of precision, and create giant monoliths that outweigh some of our biggest modern-day machinery. Not only have their developments puzzled and astounded researchers and archaeologists for decades, but every year, more and more information comes forth showing the incredible might and intellectual prowess of their ancient culture. Going back several years ago, an interesting photograph was captured on a live camera that was pointed towards the pyramids. Upon closer inspection, it was noted that a large sphere-like object could be seen hovering above the ground. The object looks to be an almost perfect circle, and doesn't look like it could be a smudge on the camera. Not many people have seen this photograph, and so it's been hard to track down what camera this came from, but the story goes that the object showed up on a random live camera that was pointed towards the pyramids. These cameras allow people to view the pyramids from the comfort of their homes. It first appeared online back in 2009, and since then, people can't seem to agree on what it shows. Interestingly, this isn't the first time that such an object has been captured above Egypt, and those who've studied this phenomena have said that these glowing orbs are well known. As of right now, it's up for debate what these objects are, but many who've encountered them have said that they have no visible propulsion system, but seem to have the ability to travel at extremely fast speeds. All throughout Egyptian mythologies are references to their supposed gods, assisting the early Egyptian civilization by providing vast amounts of untapped knowledge about the universe, as well as providing gifts to humans to help assist with future endeavors. One of the biggest pieces of evidence for this intervention pertains to the establishment of the first Egyptian civilizations that centered around the creation of agriculture and specialized craft. Many Egyptologists and archaeological researchers believe that prior to the development of large cities, the early Egyptian people lived in scattered and small tribes all throughout the region. Strangely enough, this did not change until there was an introduction of what would come to be the basis of the Egyptian religious practices, which essentially meant that the majority of the breakthroughs in agriculture, urban development, and a unified government did not begin forming until after the Egyptian religion was established, which presumably played a key role in these developments for the early civilization. Interestingly, assistance in agriculture can be found when looking through Egyptian mythologies in reference to gifts provided by their gods, such as that of the domesticated cat. According to the Egyptian mythological record, the domesticated cat came from the Egyptian gods as a peace offering after the goddess of the sun, Hathor, transformed into Sekhmet, of which is physically represented by the cat species, and went on an unending rampage against humanity. The domesticated cat was supposedly genetically modified by the Egyptian gods in order to be seen as the most perfect companion for humanity in its times of need. Fortunately enough, it turned out to work perfectly, as the sudden appearance of the domesticated cat allowed agriculture to flourish in ways that had never previously been seen before. This was due to the fact that the domesticated cat would eat the vermin that would otherwise spread disease in a city, ravage the local crops, and eat stored grains. Oddly enough, scientists have said that even more has now been understood about the feline in our modern era, with researchers uncovering that the cat's purr is at a specific frequency, of which allows rapid cell growth and healing in both humans and felines in the case of dramatic injury. Interestingly, it has also been found in the archaeological record that the domesticated cat, for reasons completely unknown and not entirely understood, did not appear in the fossil record until the establishment of the Egyptian civilization and arising in that region. As of right now, many aspects of the ancient Egyptians have been disputed in the modern day, with some researchers saying that the ancient Egyptian civilization was more advanced than we realize. Trail camera captures a mysterious creature. All across North America are reports of a creature that's been given the name of the Dogman. Those who have encountered the creature have described it as looking like a strange werewolf-like creature and seems to possess supernatural strength and abilities. One of the issues with these types of stories is the lack of evidence to back them up. But now, a photograph is being shared around social media, allegedly showing the Dogman creature. It's hard to track down its origins, but the image was first seen on various groups that investigates mysterious creatures. The story goes that one night, someone was looking through their trail camera that was pointed towards their garden. After a while, they could see something moving in the bushes towards the left-hand side of the screen. Brushing it off as everyday wildlife, they didn't bother to look closer, as seeing nature in their backyard wasn't uncommon. However, after a few minutes, the individual noticed that this creature was big and said that they had never seen anything of this size before. The animal soon left the scene, but the trail camera owner couldn't wrap their head around what they had just witnessed. They then decided to download the video and brighten it on their computer. It was only after doing this that they discovered a large dog-like creature had been there the whole time, looking towards the house where the person had been watching the camera from. Those who have seen the image have said that it's one of the best pieces of evidence of the Dogman creature. As of today, there's been various people who have come forward with their encounters with this mysterious beast. Descriptions of the Dogman monster often overlap with ancient superstitious sightings and European legends of werewolf-like entities. The Dogman is described as standing at a height between 7 to 10 feet in height, having long legs, possessing the head of a wolf and an enlarged humanoid body. Although many sightings of the Dogman are often lumped together with sightings of hairy humanoid entities, the creatures are remarkably different in behavior. Within many of the Dogman sightings, the creature acts with increased aggression and will often chase and attack cars, people, other animals, and livestock. The Dogman of northwestern Michigan, Wexford County lumberjack sighting. Back in 1887, the oldest reported American sighting of the Dogman would be first recorded out in the woodlands of Wexford County, located within the state of Michigan, and this was by 2 reputable eyewitnesses of the community. According to the local report, Wexford County hosted large lumber camps, referred to by locals as the Northern Lumber Camps, which helped to employ the majority of the nearby residents. It was after a long day of work when 2 lumberjacks noticed a large wolf prowling around the camps, staying a few feet outside of its perimeter and sniffing the nearby equipment. Worried that the wolf might attack one of the men while they were standing alone, the 2 lumberjacks began to chase the wolf away from the compound, following the creature deeper into the woodlands and chasing it into a hollow log. When the animal crawled into the log, one of the men debated on just leaving it alone, as the animal was far more terrified of them than they were of it. However, the other man believed that it would be best for them to get rid of the wolf entirely, as it would be too dangerous to ignore given the close proximity of the camps and the fact that several of the workers have stood outside of the camp alone while drinking and could become potential victims. At this point, the men agreed to prod the wolf out of the log and chase it as far away as they could to prevent it from coming back. One of the men grabbed a long branch and began poking it into the hollow log, forcing the wolf out of the log on the other side. Oddly enough, once the wolf was forced out of the hollow log, it let out an unearthly scream, and the animal refused to run any further and began growling at the men while making its strange screams. As the lumberjacks got closer to the animal while shouting at it to scare it away, the wolf then began to shake and stood up on its hind legs. It was at this moment that the men noticed that the wolf appeared to have had the body of a man covered in fur, large muscular legs, and began to grow in size. Fearing for their lives, the 2 men ran away from the creature and quit their jobs at the Northern Lumber Camp and told everyone of what they had seen. Originally, the other lumberjacks and the camp managers refused to believe the story, claiming that it was nothing more than a prank told by disgruntled employees that were unsatisfied with their pay and working conditions. However, as the years went on, the original claims of the 2 men were taken seriously, as other lumberjacks would claim to have witnessed the creature while standing outside alone. To this day, the Wexford County legends claim that the creature is sighted once every 10 years. A summarization of the Wexford legend would first see publication in the tourist's traveling guide, Traveling Michigan's Sunset Coast, which would write the following 2 paragraphs surrounding the event. Dogman is a monster, firmly entrenched in the lore of northern lumber camps and backwoods from the mid-1800s to today. Dogman walks upright on hind legs and looks a bit like his monster relative, Wolfman. 1887 is the first reported sighting, and lumberjacks in Wexford County spotted an animal they believed to be a dog, and for lack of anything better to do, they began chasing it. To escape its pursuers, the tormented animal ran inside a hollow log. One of the lumberjacks grabbed a stick and poked inside the log. The creature let out an unearthly scream, crawled out of the log and stood upright. There, face to face and eye to eye with the men, stood a creature with a man's body and a dog's head. The terrified men broke camp and never returned to the area. From then on, the beast made an appearance about every 10 years. End quote. Unfortunately, many future reports and publishings surrounding the legend have often mislabeled the year of the encounter, claiming that the Wexford County sighting originally occurred back in 1857. Below is a quote taken from researcher George Dudding, who states the year and provides a rather vague explanation of events. An old letter dated 1857 tells of an encounter in the United States with a large wolf which could stand upright and walk like a man. End quote. Unfortunately, there is no evidence of an 1857 encounter, and further digging yields the result that the commonly cited and mentioned 1857 encounter is either an encounter described so vaguely no research can be gathered from it, or it is a retelling of the well-known 1887 published encounter from the Traveling Michigan's Sunset Coast American Travel Guide publication. This error, as far as can be researched, was not done on purpose by any published parties, but was a publishing error that was cited and recited by additional sources that misconstrued the facts without proper research. The 1987 Northern Michigan encounter of Luther. Back in August of 1987, the owners of a small wooden cabin claimed that their cabin had been attacked in the night by a large animal they presumed to have been a bear. Unsure of what the animal was, and needing information surrounding the vandalism to provide to insurance companies, the owners then contacted the Department of Natural Resources from the Baldwin, Michigan field office. After waiting around for some hours, several investigators from the field office arrived at the cabin and claimed that they were interested in examining the damage to the cabin to verify the animal attacks. Although the owners originally believed the large animal to have been a bear, the gathered evidence from the game warden's investigation proved that the animal scratches were not from a typical bear vandalism and was most likely something else entirely. According to the Department of Natural Resources, the tracks and the claw marks left behind at the cabin more closely matched that of a very large dog. Surrounding the cabin and near the nearby muddy pathways were footprints of large dog tracks. On the windows of the cabin were prints of equally large muddy paws that went as high as 7 feet, and different parts of the roof of the cabin appeared to have also had evidence of muddy footprints. Additionally, closer examination showed that the frames of the windows and the doorway appeared to have been chewed in an attempt of the animal to have gained entrance to the cabin in the night, a behavior uncommon of wolves in the region. Even more peculiar, areas of the footprints seemed to reach up on the wall past 7 feet in height, meaning that the animal would have had to walk on its hind legs and be at a height exceeding 7 feet when standing. An official quote on the event is recorded as follows. Upon closer scrutiny, it was determined that the damage to the cabin had been done by a very large dog. It appeared that the animal had chewed into the wood frames of the building and the door screening in an attempt to gain entrance to the cabin. Officers found huge dog tracks all around the cabin, paw prints on the windows, and deep grooves made by a dog's teeth in the wood around the door and window. The damage inflicted was found to not be the work of an average dog, but one which was very large and capable of standing up and reaching 7 feet up to the higher window levels. End quote. It didn't take long for the story of the cabin's destruction by a large dog to have reached the nearby town, with many of the locals soon making their way up to the cabin to see the evidence of the attack for themselves. Many of the local hunters and tour guides supported the claims that the prints and the attacks had to have been made by a large dog or wolf, and that the scratch marks were atypical of a standard bear attack. Several hunters offered to hunt down the creature for the owners of the cabin, whereas others believed that an ancient dire wolf could have been the culprit. The Manistee, Michigan Claybank Lake sighting. Although the story had been considered a part of the local legends, one of the more popular recited stories of the Michigan Dogman comes from the small town of Manistee, Michigan. According to the locals, two fishermen had been relaxing on their small fishing boat out in the middle of Claybank Lake when they encountered a humanoid creature swimming next to them. At first, the men believed that the animal could have been one of their dogs that they left back at the cabin located on the shore of the lake, mostly due to the fact that the sun was beginning to set, and the lake is far enough away from any major sources of light to prevent any light pollution from reaching out to where they were, making it difficult to see the shape of the animal. Now worried that one of their hunting dogs could have been in danger, the men slowly began to navigate their boat towards the creature to help reel it in. However, as the creature got closer, it became apparent that the monster appeared to have had the head of a dog, but the body of a man covered in fur. Quickly, the men pulled up their oars and began paddling away as fast as they could from the creature, but were unable to get away in time. As the monster started to enter the boat, one of the fishermen grabbed his paddle and started striking the creature several times in the head, causing it to let out a loud screech that caused the monster to react violently and begin snapping at the men. It wasn't long before the other fisherman joined in the attack and began striking the monster with his oar as well. After several minutes of the monster struggling to enter the boat and being hit with the wooden paddles, the monster re-entered the water and swam away. The 1975 encounter. According to local residents within the small town of Alpena, Michigan, a notable encounter with the Dogman creature was recorded in the town back in 1975, when three men went fishing along the Thunder Bay River. While riding in a canoe traveling past the Evergreen Cemetery, the men claimed to have noticed what they described as a large dog running alongside their canoe at the river's bank, not far away from them. As the animal followed them for a few minutes, the men were unconcerned and believed the animal to have possibly been nothing more than a stray dog, given the fact that it was alone, and wolves and feral dogs will typically travel in a pack. After redirecting their attention away from the dog and focusing on the winding river, the men then heard a loud splash and turned to see that the animal had jumped into the water and began chasing after their canoe. Believing that the animal was a stray dog and fearing that it would drown in the river, the men began to paddle towards the shore of the riverbank to allow the dog to join them on their trip. However, as the men moved closer to shallow waters, the creature then stood up on two legs and began sprinting towards the men. The three men described the creature as being the height of about 7 feet, having a humanoid body entirely covered in fur and the face of a wolf. Terrified at the sight of the creature, the men immediately began paddling to get to deeper waters and travel further down the river away from the creature. Although the men were paddling as hard as they could down the river, the animal continued to gain speed on the men and got within a few feet of them, well within direct line of sight. After a few more seconds, the creature gave up on the chase and the men fled the area. Once they returned to town, the three men told local residents about their encounter, to which the residents claimed that legends of such a creature have been around since as long as the towns have. The 1961 night watchman encounter in Big Rapids, Michigan. Originally reported back in 1961, a night watchman working for a manufacturing facility located near the small town of Big Rapids, within the state of Michigan, claimed to have had an encounter with a large humanoid creature that appeared to have had the head of a wolf. According to the night watchman, the factory that he was working security for was located between Big Rapids and the Chippewa Lake, a site where many past encounters with the Dogman have been recorded. Given the fact that the factory resided next to the Haymarsh Lake State Game Area Nature Preserve, located near Mecosta County, the night watchman was used to large animals journeying to the outskirts of the factory's border and causing damage to the property. It was because of the extensive amounts of damage that had been recorded over the past weeks to the factory's fencing and buildings that the night watchman added a foot patrol to his typical duties to help scare off any animals that were lurking around the property. It was then, at around 3 a.m, while performing his perimeter foot patrol, that the night watchman claimed to have heard a series of strange sounds coming from the adjacent wildlife preserve located just outside the boundaries of the factory's light. Believing that the sound could have been the screeching of an injured animal, the night watchman continued his foot patrol and completed his usual rounds by walking around the perimeter of the facility several times before taking his break. Once on his break, the night watchman claimed to have crossed the road to a small company-provided residence to grab himself a cup of coffee, as he believed that his nerves could have been getting to him due to all of the surrounding peculiar sounds that he would later remark sounded unlike anything he had ever heard before in his life. After getting his cup of coffee, the night watchman became curious as to the source of the sounds, and so stepped out onto the porch of the residence to take another glance of the surrounding wilderness. Once outside, the watchman claimed to have noticed what he described as movement near one of the chain-link security fences that wrapped around the facility, and so immediately went to investigate. Originally, the night watchman assumed that perhaps a person could have been responsible for the strange sound and was now trespassing on the property to break into the facility at night to steal some goods. Fearing that he would have an encounter with a group of thieves, the night watchman ran over to the chain-link fence with his weapon drawn from its holster and shouting at the source of movement to stop. However, once the night watchman reached the source of the movement, he realized that it was not a person trying to break into the chain-link fence, but an unknown type of creature that was standing upright and appeared to have had the head of a dog. Although wildlife officials claim that the animal was most likely a hungry bear attracted to the smells of the factory, as bears have heads similar to the shape of a dog, and if underweight are known for walking on their hind legs, the night watchman claimed that the upper torso of the animal was clearly visible and appeared to have broad, man-like shoulders and a large chest, while standing at a height of about 6 to 7 feet, while covered from head to toe in brownish-grey fur. Once it became obvious that the intruder was not a man or group of men, the night watchman ran inside to grab a 35mm camera to take a photo of the creature as proof of the dogman legends. When the night watchman came back out, he saw the animal leaving and walking on all 4 limbs and took a series of pictures of the creatures while using a long exposure shutter speed given the low light of the area. Shortly after taking the pictures, the creature stood back up on 2 legs, standing near a light post, and then dropped back on all 4 limbs and ran back into the nearby wilderness. The picture would end up being printed in the local newspaper claiming that the creature was a humanoid sighting. Today, the official explanation of the encounter claims that the animal was nothing more than a local starving bear. The mysterious creature seen above Brazil. These photographs have appeared online showing what looks like a giant glowing bird above Brazil. Residents quickly started taking photographs of the bizarre creature, but at the time couldn't explain what it was that they were seeing. Those who saw it said that the photographs appear to show a large object that can be seen emitting light. The first sighting was made back in October of 2018. Some believe that the object in question is a type of mysterious aircraft, saying that in recent years, bizarre lights have been seen throughout various cities. It's because of sightings like this that Brazil has become known as a hotspot. This sighting has been posted to various social media pages that investigate strange objects, and some have said that although they didn't see the craft, they have seen something similar. Some have even suggested it could be a thunderbird. Although the name might not indicate a single species, the thunderbird is the appearance of a large single bird seen flying overhead in different parts of the world. These sightings and birds were given the name of thunderbird, as they seem to share a lot of characteristics, more noticeably their size, to that of the ancient Native American traditions and mythologies surrounding a large flying creature referred to as the thunderbird. However, this has left many people wondering if the creature is a modern-day sighting of a pterosaur, or that it's a single species of the thunderbird as seen and recorded in ancient Native American legends. Additionally, the thunderbird is described as being the size of a man when standing upright, with a wingspan over 16 feet in length. This has left many researchers working around the clock to calculate its possible flight patterns and capability of sustained flight given its size. It's due to this that it has been posited by researchers that the thunderbird originally was referred to this by Native American traditions because the creature would follow the upwind drafts created during a large thunderstorm to sustain their weight, size, and movement, very similar to the way modern-day eagles ride up the side of mountain currents to gain height with little work required on their part. A normal-sized bird would be torn up to unsustainable heights during a thunderstorm and might find themselves in unstable flight positions, causing them to be thrown to and fro. However, a bird the size of the thunderbird would be able to stabilize their flight due to their weight and size, even when affected by such forces. Oddly enough, the area of the Bridgewater Triangle, of which is an area that encompasses roughly 200 square miles, and the majority of southeastern Massachusetts, located in the United States, had the majority of sightings surrounding the creature known as the Thunderbird, the same area that many Native American tribes have reported encountering the creature during their time. This has left many wondering if the Thunderbird is a native undiscovered species of bird that is less supernatural in nature and is merely endangered in their population. The mysterious aswang. Definitely seen as the strangest creature encountered, the aswangs are an almost impossible to categorize and understand mysterious creature that has left many locals across the Philippines terrified for their lives. Given the fact that the country is often torn in tribal warfare and other incidents surrounding actions of the government and revolutions involving the people, this has led to a number of stories surrounding areas of the Philippines housing people that are not quite human. According to families at the center of revolutions, they have reported that on the outskirts of forests located away from larger population centers, there appears to be a grouping of inhuman creatures that are impossible to explain and are a great threat to the people. These creatures are known as the aswang and have been described as appearing human and establishing small human towns away from society. Although they might appear completely normal at first, the creatures are described as being completely mute in human form and will run to hide when seen. If they get away, they will begin to transform and grow large wings similar to that of a bat and can separate from their lower halves as they fly through the air. Interestingly enough, legends surrounding the creature have spread all across the Philippines, including stories of people being followed by the creatures. Many residents across the Philippines have reported encountering these creatures during the night, saying that their appearance alone is enough to terrify you. The United States is no stranger to mysterious creatures, and Major General Edward Lansdale used the story of a mysterious vampire-like creature known as the aswang to his advantage. These creatures were said to be humanoid in appearance and had the ability to fly. Lansdale spread rumors that aswangs were loose in the jungle and that they were going to attack enemy soldiers. All of this unfolded during World War II in the Philippines, and to ensure that it was believable, Lansdale's men captured an enemy soldier and drained the blood from his body, leaving the soldier in the forest so that he would be found, and thus ensuring that the enemy soldiers would believe the claims that a vampire-like creature was on the loose. The Major General said the following: "To the superstitious, the Huck battleground was a haunted place filled with ghosts and eerie creatures. A combat Psy-War squad was brought in. It planted stories among town residents of an aswang living on the hill where the Hucks were based. 2 nights later, after giving the stories time to make their way up to the hill camp, the Psy-War squad set up an ambush along the trail used by the Hucks." End quote. The origin of the creature is not known, but various stories and encounters have been shared throughout the years, with eyewitnesses saying that the creature resembles a human with a messed-up face, has large protruding teeth, and has the ability to fly while carrying a human. Paul Michael Lemaitre disappears in the middle of a crowd. On the 4th of July, back in 2012, in the small town of Seward, Alaska, the 97th annual marathon race, known as Mount Marathon, was well underway when one of the runners, a man by the name of Paul Michael Lemaitre, appeared to have suddenly vanished while standing out in the middle of a crowd of fellow runners. Regarded as one of the most bizarre and unexplainable disappearances of Alaska, Mount Marathon officials have been struggling to answer the cause of the disappearance of Paul Lemaitre and how it would have been possible for one of the most experienced runners to have vanished while taking a routine exercise through a familiar area. According to the Missing 411 report, Paul Michael Lemaitre was 66 years old at the time of his disappearance and was considered to be one of the most experienced runners of the event. Even more peculiar, the Mount Marathon race is considered to be one of the oldest and most safe races across the United States, with the marathon first beginning back in 1915 without a single known injury or disappearance in the 97 years since its conception. The marathon is described as being a 3-mile combination run that takes runners up Seward, Alaska's highest point of elevation of 3,000 feet, before coming back down to the base of elevation at sea level. The starting point for the race begins within downtown of Seward, located at the corner of 4th Avenue and Adams Street, winds up to the nearby mountain's summit, and winds back down to end at the corner of 4th Avenue and Washington Street. After spending the entire year preparing for the race, Paul told his family that he had planned on taking his time with the race, hoping only to get a respectable time in placing and not concerning himself with racing against the other runners, and possibly hurting himself. Considering the fact that Paul was described as being incredibly physically fit by his co-workers at the military joint base Elmendorf-Richardson, it seemed trivial to his family that he would be able to finish the race with a solid time. Additionally, the fact that Paul worked as a counselor at the military base focused on helping guys leaving the military reintegrate into civilian life, assisting with health, and preparing for every possible problem they might occur, helps to demonstrate that Paul Lemaitre was known for being thoroughly prepared for any situation he may have found himself in, as well as the fact that had he been suffering from anything, he would have received the proper help he needed. Unfortunately for Paul, shortly after registering for the Mount Marathon race and receiving his bib number 548, any sign of him would completely disappear off of the face of the earth only a few hours after the race began. According to the official search and rescue timeline, it was at around 3 p.m. that Paul's family claimed to have last seen him as he was standing at the starting line when the race began. Several hours later, sometime around 6 p.m, an official race timing crew had spotted Paul ascending the mountain and decided to do a short interview with him to be used in the article for the race later in the day. Given the fact that he appeared to have been in great shape and quite talkative, the lead timer asked Paul several questions concerning the difficulty of the race and how he felt. Paul, without hesitation, stated that he was feeling great and was hoping to finish the race in the next few hours at a brisk walking pace. 5 days later, on the 9th of July, the officials at the race would publish the following article surrounding the encounter. According to the chamber, a race timing crew stationed at the top of the mountain began its descent about 5:45 in the afternoon. The lead timer, who was not named in the statement, spoke with Paul at about 6 when he was nearing the mountaintop. The timer had reported that Mr. Lemaitre verbally confirmed that he wanted to continue. He looked good and did not demonstrate any sign of distress or physical or emotional concern and was moving slowly and steadily up the mountain. End quote. After reviewing the segment, it was believed that Paul was the last runner to reach the mountain and should have been within view of a group of other runners and officials watching over the race. Several minutes after Paul was last seen by the race timing crew, a bizarre accident would take place on the descent of the mountain trail, though few details surrounding the event are known. According to official reports, 2 runners had fallen in an area that caused them to have suffered from serious injuries, though the extent of the injuries are not known. Worried about losing their proud history of maintaining one of the safest races, the Chamber of Commerce of Seward immediately began investigating the area, but were unable to find a sufficient answer for why the runners bizarrely turned off into a random area and seemed to have jumped from a mountain's ledge. The 2 runners, having suffered injuries at 2 separate locations in 2 separate incidents, were unable to remember why they had fallen in the given areas. It was at around 8 p.m. when Paul's wife contacted the race officials and let them know that Paul had not come back from the run and was expected to be the only runner left on the trail. She then explained that Paul had been expected to finish the race at around 7:30 in the evening and was running more than 30 minutes later than his expected finishing time. Due to the strange nature of the previous runner's injuries, the race officials did not hesitate another moment and contacted the Seward Fire Department and the Alaska State Troopers to begin an immediate search of the mountain to locate Paul and return him safely to his family. Oddly enough, despite several hundred volunteers working over the course of the next several hours, checking every pathway of the mountain, the teams were unable to locate any sign of Paul. Even after employing the use of helicopters equipped with special thermal imaging and state-of-the-art cameras, no new discoveries were made. Oddly enough, the search teams claimed that as soon as they were dispatched in the area, a sudden heavy fog blanketed the entire mountain. Throughout their search, the teams came across 2 black bears that ran away at the sound of people, but no other form of wildlife was seen in the area. After a team of search and rescue dogs were following Paul's scent, but then suddenly seemed to lose it halfway down the mountain, search and rescue efforts were strained beyond their limits, and no new ideas to help recover Paul were available. On the 9th of July, back in 2012, the local newspaper, the Alaska Dispatch, ran an article that described the search efforts with the following paragraph. Hundreds of volunteers have been involved in the rescue operation, including the Alaska Mountain Rescue, Nordic Ski Patrol, Alaska Search and Rescue Dogs, Bear Creek Volunteer Fire Department, National Park Service, Seward Police and Fire Department, the Air National Guard, Alaska State Troopers, and many Seward residents, as well as racers who returned to Seward to help with the search." End quote. No sign of Paul Michael was found over the week's search, and to this day, no one knows what could have happened to the runner. The official explanation behind Paul's disappearance claims that as Paul was ascending the mountain late into the night, his poor eyesight may have caused him to confuse the running pathway with a previous year's running pathway, as the Mount Marathon race was known for changing its paths every year to provide veterans with a new challenge, and could have caused him to have run off the side of the mountain in an area where his body has yet to be found. The number of people who go missing each year can vary depending on the country, region, or circumstances. However, according to the latest data from the International Commission on Missing Persons, an estimated 600,000 people are reported missing every year in the United States alone, which translates to around 1,600 people per day. Globally, the numbers are even higher, with the International Criminal Police Organization estimating that at least 8 million people are reported missing each year worldwide. It's worth noting that not all missing person cases are reported, so the actual number of missing people may be even higher. The mystery of the crystal skulls and quartz memory. Quartz is a mineral that belongs to the group of tectosilicates. It is a common mineral found in many types of rocks and soils. Quartz has a unique property known as piezoelectricity, which means that when it is subjected to mechanical stress, it generates an electric charge. This property of quartz has been utilized in various electronic devices, such as watches and radios, where it is used as a timing element. In recent years, studies have suggested that quartz has the ability to store information in the form of subtle energy fields. Just recently, researchers announced that a quartz coin can hold 360 terabytes of data for billions of years. To put this into perspective, 1 terabyte can hold approximately 250 to 350,000 photos, or 7 million document pages. The researchers claim that data can be encoded as patterns of tiny dots etched into the surface of the quartz using a femtosecond laser. These dots are created by the laser changing the material structure of the quartz at a microscopic level, and each dot represents a bit of data. Since quartz is an incredibly hard and durable material, it can theoretically survive for billions of years, making it a potential long-term storage solution. This brings us on to the mysterious crystal skulls, which some have said that if they're genuine, they could have been used as devices that stored ancient data, and that if we could work out a way to read these stones, then we could uncover the secrets of the past. The alleged pre-Columbian sculptures made of transparent or white quartz are known as crystal skulls, which are believed to possess spiritual and mystical powers. These skulls are preserved in various museums and private collections globally. Archaeologists have encountered challenges while documenting these skulls and suggested that these are possibly from the Mayan or Aztec civilizations. Some individuals have posited that the origins of the Mitchell-Hedges skull may have ancient roots, potentially predating even the Mesoamerican period. Proponents of the paranormal have suggested that advanced beings hailing from Atlantis may have transported the skull to its current location and have attributed alleged healing and clairvoyant abilities to the mysterious objects. However, some of the well-known skulls, including those housed by the British Museum, exhibit stylistic features consistent with the use of modern crystal carving tools, casting doubt on their supposed Mesoamerican origins. There exist several small crystal skulls, but it's the larger ones that are most popular, and some of them are nearly identical to the human head. One of the most well-known of these is the Mitchell-Hedges skull, which was found by Anna Mitchell-Hedges in 1924 during her exploration of a ruined Mayan temple. Anna Mitchell-Hedges would report that her skull had mysterious abilities and that it could be used to control people. Allegedly, the skull was brought to Earth where it then remained in Atlantis. The lost city of Atlantis is a mythical city that is said to have existed in the ancient world and was first described by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato. According to Plato's account, Atlantis was a highly advanced and wealthy city that was located somewhere beyond the Pillars of Hercules, generally believed to be the modern-day Strait of Gibraltar. Plato described Atlantis as being roughly the size of Asia and Libya combined, and that it was populated by highly advanced and sophisticated people who possessed advanced technology and lived in harmony with nature. However, He also noted that the Atlanteans became corrupt and hubristic, and that their civilization eventually fell into a state of decline and was destroyed in a catastrophic event. Despite many efforts to locate the lost city of Atlantis, no definitive evidence of its existence has ever been found. Some historians and archaeologists believe that the story of Atlantis was purely fictional, and that Plato invented the city as a way of illustrating his philosophical ideas. However, others believe that the story may have been based on real historical events, and that the city may have been lost to some natural disaster, such as an earthquake or a volcanic eruption. Anna claimed that those who lived in Atlantis protected the skull, and has claimed that the skull allowed her to see into the future. The Mitchell-Hedges website also states that the skull can cause zero gravity in certain environments. As of right now, historians have said that the skull doesn't possess any special abilities and states that it was most likely created in the modern day. The mysterious Quimbaya airplanes. The Quimbaya were an indigenous civilization that lived in what is now the central region of modern-day Colombia, South America, between the 1st century BC and the 16th century AD. The Quimbaya people were skilled artisans and are best known for their work in gold, creating a variety of intricate and detailed figurines, jewelry, and other objects. The Quimbaya were skilled agriculturalists and grew crops such as maize, beans, and cassava, among others. They also had a complex social and political structure, with a ruling class that controlled the distribution of resources and trade. The Quimbaya are believed to have been skilled metalworkers and created a variety of intricate and detailed objects out of gold, copper, and other metals. They were known for their ability to work with delicate and precise detail, creating objects such as animal figurines, masks, and other ceremonial items. Today, the Quimbaya people are celebrated for their cultural contributions to Colombia and South America as a whole. Their artistic legacy continues to be admired and studied by scholars and art enthusiasts, and their descendants continue to maintain their cultural heritage and traditions. Seen on many popular television shows, the Quimbaya airplanes have been a massive symbol used by theorists who argue that not only was advanced technologies available during ancient times, but that findings of these old technologies can be replicated today as both evidence and definitive proof of advanced ancient civilizations. The Quimbaya airplanes are a collection of several dozen golden objects, apart from the Quimbaya artifacts found in Colombia. The artifacts were created by the Quimbaya civilization, dated around 1000 BCE, and feature intricate designs that look suspiciously like airplanes. The artifact shows a clear vertical rudder, back wing flaps, a cockpit, cigar-like body, and depictions of winds traveling over the wings, similarly seen in aerodynamics testings of the airfoil of aerodynamics, and the wind traveling over the wings of a modern airplane. Due to its out-of-place nature, many archaeologists disregarded the find as nothing more than a symbolic object capable of being a depiction of flight. However, in 1994, Peter Belting and Konrad Lubbers, two German engineers, created simplified radio-controlled scale models of these objects, and demonstrated that not only could their models fly, but generated an efficient amount of lift to be seen as an aircraft more advanced than the first planes invented back during the early 1900s. The mystery airships reported throughout the 1800s. Almost a decade before the Wright brothers' first flight, numerous sightings of strange cigar-shaped objects were spotted across the United States. Starting in the early 1800s and continuing to 1897, these mystery airships were bigger and faster than anything else known at that time. One interesting sighting was reported in the winter of 1896. A light was seen slowly moving through the Sacramento night sky on November 17th, with otherworldly sounds being heard as it passed overhead. The mystery light reappeared on the evening of November the 21st, and then subsequently seen over more than half a dozen cities, including San Francisco and Oakland, and viewed by hundreds of witnesses. Not long after, more unidentified airships would be seen. On the outskirts of Springfield, Missouri, one was seen having crash-landed to the ground. It was 20 feet in length, 8 feet in diameter, and propelled by 3 giant propellers. An on-the-spot witness approached the ship and came across its 2 pilots. However, they looked human, but their language was nothing of this world. They attempted with difficulty to communicate, trying to ascertain the pilot's origins. Eventually, they both pointed upwards and apparently uttered something that sounded like the word Mars, before quickly returning to their airship and launching high into the sky, leaving witnesses completely mystified below. Oddly enough, in April of 1897, a mystery airship was observed hovering over a farmer's cattle pen. Upon closer examination, onlookers realized that a cable from the airship had roped up a cow, but was struggling to break free, having become entangled in the pen's fence. The group unsuccessfully tried to free the cow, but the fence itself was torn out of the ground, leaving the ship, cow, and part of the fence all rising slowly into the air and sailing off into the sky. Interestingly enough, the airships weren't just after livestock, they tried to take people as well. It was November 19th, 1896, 2 days after the first mystery airship sighting over Sacramento, that a United States colonel by the name of H.G. Shaw came across what appeared to be a landed airship. Shaw described it as having pointed ends and a silver exterior without any features aside from a rudder for steering. The ship was around 150 feet end to end, 25 foot in diameter. Suddenly, to Colonel Shaw's amazement, 3 slender, 7-foot-tall extraterrestrials exited the craft, all emitting a strange warbling noise. The beings reportedly examined Shaw's buggy before attending to Shaw himself, deciding to physically force him into their craft. Luckily, the stocky, well-built soldier was physically superior to the thin, lanky beings, and the advanced creatures soon gave up, fleeing back to their ship and quickly speeding out of sight, leaving Colonel Shaw baffled below. The mystery of the mass disappearance at Anjikuni Lake. The mass disappearance at Anjikuni Lake is a mysterious event that allegedly occurred in the 1930s in northern Canada. According to various reports, an entire Inuit village located near the lake vanished overnight without a trace. The village was said to have been home to around 2,000 people, and all of them, along with their sled dogs, were gone when a fur trapper named Joe LaBelle arrived at the village on his usual trapping route. LaBelle reported that there were signs of a struggle in the village, but there were no human remains or footprints leading away from the site. The story of the mass disappearance quickly spread, and it was reported by several newspapers at the time, leading to much speculation and debate about what had actually happened. Despite the widespread attention the story received, there is little concrete evidence to support it. Some skeptics argue that the story may have been a hoax or a piece of fiction that was simply passed around by word of mouth. Others believe that the story may have been based on a real event, but that it was exaggerated over time. Overall, the mass disappearance at Anjikuni Lake remains a mystery, and there is no conclusive evidence to support the claims that have been made about it. It has become a popular topic of discussion among theorists and paranormal enthusiasts, but as of right now, many questions still remain. The Saqqara bird. It was very common in the old days of Egypt for children to possess intricately carved wooden toys not much different to toys found today. Interestingly enough, the discovery of the Saqqara artifact puts many ideas into question on whether or not the object was a toy or evidence of ancient aircraft during 200 BCE. In an 1898 excavation located in the town of Saqqara, Egypt, there was an artifact that looked to be in the shape of a bird, which were noted as being incredibly well preserved. These artifacts depict a bird first at the front, while the rest of the body seems similar in design to a modern-day charter plane rather than a bird. Located atop the bird appears to be one single large wing, commonly seen in modern tail-dragger planes, whereas the back of the bird shows what appears to be a similar design to a rudder that flattens out at the back in a vertical position. Further evidence of the ancient Egyptian gods welding advanced technologies is the fact that the bird face used for the Saqqara bird is that of a falcon, an image commonly used to depict many of the Egyptian gods and their power. Further evidence was established when aerodynamics expert Simon Sanderson tested an exact replica model of the carved bird in a modern wind tunnel. Even without a tailplane, rudder or flaps, the model generated 4 times the glider's own weight in lift, proving indefinitely that even without the use of modern-day equipment, scaled up, the carved image could glide on its own. When Simon Sanderson added a stabilizing tailplane to the carved wooden figure and tested it in a flight simulator, it was able to fly quite well and control with ease that rivals in comparison to many aircraft built today. In his paper, Simon said the following: "Modern technology has proved beyond all doubt that it could have flown." End quote. Despite this substantial evidence and research, many experts claim Simon Sanderson as forging results, or even go as far as claiming that perhaps the wooden bird is nothing more than an elaborate hoax placed there during its discovery. The Flying Dutchman. The Flying Dutchman is a legendary ghost ship that is said to roam the seas around the Cape of Good Hope, a rocky headland on the Atlantic coast of South Africa. According to legend, the Flying Dutchman was captained by a man named Vanderdecken, who had made a pact with the devil to sail around the Cape of Good Hope, even in the face of stormy weather. The ship was said to be cursed, and sightings of the Flying Dutchman were considered a bad omen by sailors, as they were believed to be a sign of impending disaster. The origin of the Flying Dutchman legend is uncertain, but there have been many reported sightings of the ghost ship over the centuries, dating back to the 17th century. Some of these sightings have been attributed to optical illusions, such as the mirage effect caused by the reflection of the sun on the sea, while others may have been caused by natural phenomena such as St. Elmo's fire, a luminous electrical discharge that sometimes appears during thunderstorms at sea. Although the legend of the Flying Dutchman has inspired many works of art and literature, there's many who state that they've seen the ship and describe it as being a menacing ghost ship that preys on unsuspecting sailors. Reports of the mysterious ghost ship are still being reported in the modern day, and although skeptics have said that there's little to no proof that the ship exists, many sailors believe their eyes and state that they've seen the ghost ship during bad weather. Over 250,000 individuals are reported missing every year, with estimates of actual missing persons cases that are left unreported, pushing that total to more than an expected 300,000 cases annually. With that many reports, it is no wonder that a vast majority of these cases are left unsolved. However, every now and then, there are a series of missing cases that emerge that are so peculiar, they become the subject of impossible to explain theories. Known as the Missing 411, there appears to be a substantial number of missing persons cases relating to the disappearances of individuals from national parks. In fact, many of these Missing 411 cases are believed to not be investigated too deeply, as some form of supernatural or paranormal cover-up takes place in these undisturbed locations. The mysterious disappearance of Ted Nallman. On the 6th of September, back in 1959, a 14-year-old by the name of Ted Nallman would suddenly vanish while hunting with his father in eastern Idaho. The disappearance, search and recovery of Ted would spark a strange investigation into the area and lead many to wonder what exactly transpired, given the bizarre facts later uncovered. According to the report, Ted and his father, Fred Nallman, had planned several weeks in advance to journey out to eastern Idaho to hunt one of the largest and most dangerous game in the region, native grizzly bears. The Nallman family had been local residents of the small town of Kellogg, Idaho, and had spent countless years and over a dozen trips together going on week-long hunting trips. Once Fred felt that his son had enough experience in the outdoors, they planned their week-long bear hunting trip to Moore Lake, only about 100 yards from the Montana-Idaho border, and reached their designated camping spot on the 5th of September, 1959. During the first day of the trip, the father and son team would spend the entire day preparing their campsite, double-checking their equipment, and creating a more detailed plan for locating and isolating a large grizzly bear. That night, the two would go to sleep early in their tent to get ready for the hunt on the following morning. That next morning, as the two had finished all necessary preparations and gone over their strategies several times, Fred Nallman and Ted Nallman would journey deeper into the Montana border and attempt to split up only a few yards from each other to maintain a reasonable closeness, but without being too close for a larger animal to pick up their combined scent. However, after a few hours, it became apparent to Fred that he had not seen a sign of his son Ted for quite a long while. Worried that something may have happened, Fred would wander to where Ted should have been located and would call out his name several times in the hopes of finding him. Ted Nallman had also been told by his father at several points during past hunts, as well as during the previous day, that if Ted was ever lost or in a dangerous situation, he should let out 3 shots from his rifle to alert anyone nearby. Despite this training, Fred Nellman claimed that he never heard about warning shots from Ted Nellman and started to worry that perhaps Ted had ventured too far on his own. Shortly after failing to find any sign of Ted, Fred Nellman would return to their original campsite and wait a few hours for Ted to arrive back. Unfortunately, at the end of the hunting day, Ted failed to return. Only a few hours before nightfall, Fred would contact the local sheriff's department and Forest Service employees to help begin a detailed search for his son. Within the hour, teams of law enforcement officers and Forest Service employees would be in the area searching for Ted and organizing a massive search and rescue operation. According to newspaper reports from the area, the search and rescue operations for Ted Nellman was one of the largest operations ever held for eastern Idaho. During the first night of the search, the sheriff's department was able to enlist the help of a local helicopter pilot who assisted in covering nearby ridges, mountains, and open meadows within a 20-mile radius of where Ted Nellman had last been seen by his father. However, oddly enough, by that next morning, a sudden thunderstorm, followed shortly by a snowstorm, would soon cover the area. Despite weather forecasts believing that the skies should have been clear for another month, a sudden cold front in the area would cause the entire region to first be covered in a terrible thunderstorm, followed by a short blizzard only a day into the search. After 2 days of searching for Ted Nellman, on Tuesday, September 8th, search and rescue workers would be approached by a local fisherman by the name of Don Pierce, who claimed to have seen Ted during the previous day while he had been fishing, shortly before the storm had covered the area. According to Don Pierce, on Monday afternoon, the man claimed to have been approached by a young boy dressed in a hunter's outfit, who asked him which direction the road was in and how close they were to the road. Don Pierce would later tell news reporters that Ted did not appear to be distraught in any way, but would later claim that he appeared to have been confused and slightly uncomfortable. Don Pierce would then tell Ted that the road was only a little over a mile from where they were at and pointed in the direction of the closest road. Without saying anything else, Ted Nellman would quietly walk in the direction that Don Pierce had pointed to and would disappear once again. Oddly enough, the location where Don Pierce had been fishing was less than a mile from the Nellman campsite, and it seemed increasingly strange that the boy had not yet been found, as the region had been searched several times in a 3-mile radius. Using the fishing location as the last known area of where Ted Nellman had been seen, search and rescue volunteers would begin once more and start a new search grid expanding out from the fishing location. After another 2 days of searching in the area, on the 10th of September, search and rescue teams would find Ted Nellman face down on a nearby ridgeline buried in snow. According to investigators, Ted had passed away shortly after his encounter with Don Pierce, as he was found less than a quarter-mile away from the nearby road and less than 3/4 of a mile from where the father and son had been camping. Search and rescue volunteers were greatly disturbed by the discovery, as the area where Ted Nellman had been found had supposedly been searched several times by different groups of volunteers over the past 4 days of the search. Even more peculiar, the position of Ted was remarked as having been completely face down into the snow, as if he had suddenly fallen unconscious while walking or had been deliberately placed into the ridgeline. Ted Nellman's shoes and rifle were also missing from the area and had not been recovered anywhere nearby during the search efforts, leaving many investigators wondering exactly what had happened to him. Believing that the placement of Ted and the missing items were evidence of foul play, investigators would begin to pursue alternative motives and immediately sent off for an in-depth autopsy to uncover any additional details surrounding his disappearance and subsequent passing. After several days of further investigations, the autopsy report would eventually be made public, with the local county coroner's office declaring that there had been no signs of foul play. Despite this finding, the coroner would find it difficult to announce what the direct cause of passing was for Ted Nellman, as the autopsy report would find little supporting evidence of Ted passing away from exposure. Inconsistent with exposure, researchers revealed that the organs did not appear to show any signs of damage or frostbite. According to the autopsy reports, it appeared that Ted Nellman had passed away from sudden and intense cardiac arrest, and so the final ruling on a cause of Ted's passing was claimed to have been due to exposure from the elements, though certainty on the matter is not well known. Regardless of the cause, investigators were puzzled by Ted Nalman's sudden passing, as he had ventured less than a mile from where he had last been seen. Don Pierce would also tell investigators that the boy had not appeared to have been in any kind of distress, making it highly unlikely that Ted Nalman had passed away while walking less than a mile from the area and losing his rifle and shoes during that time. The mystery of Larry Lewis. On the 9th of June, back in 1940, a 5-year-old by the name of Larry Lewis would be reported missing only a few minutes after he had just finished talking with his father and walked back to a nearby campsite less than a few dozen yards away. Even more peculiar, several facts surrounding the Lewis case would prove difficult to understand for investigators who feared that Larry's disappearance showed signs of an unexplainable abduction, one that would take Larry Lewis several miles up steep elevation in difficult-to-traverse terrain. According to the report, on the morning of June 9th, Mr. Harold Lewis and his wife would take their 4 children on a short daytime camping trip to the Sherman Campground, located in Calaveras County, California. Living nearby, in the small town of Lodi, California, the Lewis family was more than adequately experienced in the outdoors, with the father and mother often enjoying weekend camping trips and daytime excursions throughout Calaveras County. Additionally, the family decided to revisit an area that they had grown quite familiar with, known as the South Fork Mokelumne River. However, despite their experience, it would not be long before tragedy would strike. Mr. and Mrs. Lewis would bring their family to an open area where they began to prepare a small campsite. After organizing their fishing equipment, the parents planned on showing the family how to catch the native trout that swam through the nearby river in vast amounts during the summer months, bringing all 4 of them a few dozen yards away from their campsite, upstream towards the banks of the Mokelumne River. Investigators would estimate in their missing persons timeline that the family had reached the riverbanks at around 10 in the morning. As Mr. Lewis began fishing and showing the kids the equipment used in catching the fish, teaching them how to set up a fishing line and how to reel in the pole, it became clear to the parents that the rest of the family were not in the mood to fish. After a short span of time, roughly around 10 to 15 minutes, Mr. Lewis would instruct the family to return to the campsite on their own, walking only a few dozen yards through a tree line and surrounding brush downstream, as he planned on tidying up the equipment himself before returning with them. At around 11 in the morning, Mr. Lewis would return to the campsite and immediately notice that Larry Lewis was nowhere to be seen. Immediately, Harold Lewis would begin questioning his family, asking where Larry had gone. Oblivious to the dangers of the wilderness, Larry's siblings would seem unperturbed by Larry's sudden disappearance, claiming that he had vanished while they had been walking back to the camp. The family would also claim that they would call out to Larry, but had assumed that he was trying to play a game with them and was hiding somewhere nearby. Filled with terror, Mr. Harold Lewis and his wife would spend the next hour searching the entire campground, the nearby wilderness, and following up and down the Mokelumne River while calling out to Larry in the hopes of finding him. However, despite their efforts, no sign of Larry would be found. Soon after, the Lewis family would contact the local United States Forest Service and officers working at the Calaveras County Sheriff's Office to notify them of their missing son. Without hesitation, the 2 agencies would organize a search and rescue mission and would get volunteers and officers out to the area within the hour. By the mid-afternoon, search and rescue teams would number more than 100 volunteers as hikers, campers, nearby residents, sheriff officers, United States forest agents, park rangers and city police would join the search efforts to help recover Larry Lewis, organized by Sheriff Joe Zwinge. Although there were initial fears that Larry may have fallen into the nearby river, teams kept a positive attitude that Larry would be returned to his family before the end of the day, as the natural rivers in the area would have limited Larry's ability to travel very far, and the warm summer months would prevent nighttime temperatures from plummeting to dangerous levels. Unfortunately for the family, despite more than a combined 2,000 man-hours in the first day and night, no sign of Larry was discovered anywhere near the area where he had last been seen, with more than 2 miles of radius having been thoroughly searched. Luckily for the family, the beginning of the next day would yield a massive increase of search and rescue volunteers, with several hundred more people from the surrounding communities joining to assist in any and all recovery efforts. These increased efforts would almost immediately prove to be fruitful when at around 4 in the afternoon, on the 10th of July, volunteers would find Larry Lewis sleeping atop of a thicket. Although normally the return of a missing person would have been a cause for relief and celebration, investigators were surprised by several strange discoveries made from Larry Lewis's recovery. An article published by the local Lodi News Sentinel on the 11th of June would address a few of these bizarre findings after interviewing the search and rescue organizer, Sheriff Joe Zwinge, who also appeared to harbor suspicions about Larry's condition when he was found. The article would state the following. According to Sheriff Joe Zwinge, who reported the finding of Larry, the boy had climbed up a mountain from the riverbed for about 11,000 feet and had traveled approximately 3 miles in his wanderings. The place where he was found was about 3/4 of a mile from a camp situated on the south fork of the Mokolumne River near a bridge. It was near the highway, which runs from Railroad Flat to West Point. Larry had crawled in the thicket to sleep. He was carried out by Kearns and restored to his family. End quote. Although the article would only publish the facts, investigators were deeply concerned that the distance Larry had traveled, despite being only 5 at the time, seemed counterintuitive to what volunteers had expected him to have done. Rather than follow the rivers or travel downhill, taking easier routes, Larry appeared to have walked more than 2 miles vertically up one of the steepest mountains in the area, passing over several natural rivers and waterfalls to reach a height of 11,000 feet, an elevation where the considerable effects of atmospheric thinning would have been noticeable. At around 11,000 feet, oxygen saturation would have dropped to about 90%, a range that would be difficult to maintain for a healthy adult. The idea that someone as young as Larry would have traveled uphill over several flooding rivers through dense brush for more than 3 miles seemed difficult to comprehend. Additionally, like many other missing 411 cases, Larry was found to have been unconscious at the time of his recovery, lying on top of a thorny thicket as if he had been placed atop the brush. Missing 111 researchers would find similarities between Larry's case and the case of the Mount Shasta boy who went missing and was also found sleeping on a thorny thicket, who claimed that he had been taken by a doppelganger deep underground who looked like his grandmother and asked him a series of bizarre questions. However, in the case of Larry Lewis, he seemed unable or unwilling to talk about what happened during his disappearance. National parks across the United States cover a significant amount of land, totaling more than 84 million acres, or 340,000 square kilometers of protected areas. The National Park Service manages 63 national parks, as well as other protected areas, such as national monuments, preserves, recreation areas, scenic rivers and trails, and historic sites. The largest national park in the United States is Wrangell, St. Elias National Park and Preserve in Alaska, which covers over 13 million acres, or 53,000 square kilometers. The smallest national park is Hot Springs National Park in Arkansas, which covers just over 5,500 acres, or 22 square kilometers. For years, hikers have detailed encountering a large humanoid that didn't match any of the local wildlife. Bigfoot, also known as Sasquatch, is a legendary creature that is said to inhabit remote forests, mainly in the Pacific Northwest region of North America. Descriptions of the creature vary, but it is generally described as a large bipedal humanoid creature, standing between 6 and 10 feet tall and weighing between 5 and 1,000 pounds. It is said to have long hair covering its entire body, a flat face with no visible neck, and large human-like feet. This mysterious photograph was submitted to Bigfoot Evidence, a website dedicated to tracking and posting mysterious humanoids seen throughout the United States. Oddly enough, this photograph was taken in an area that's known to have sightings of a creature that's become known as the skunk ape. The hiker who took the photograph didn't reveal that much about the encounter, but stated that they noticed something at the bottom of a river and so quickly got out their camera in order to snap a photo. They stated that the image was taken in Pine Island, Florida. Once reviewing the image, they couldn't make out what it was and posted the photograph to websites that investigate mysterious reports. Interestingly, this image does match the overall description of a skunk ape, a creature that's become known throughout Florida. Descriptions of the skunk ape often overlap with typical sightings of Sasquatch-like creatures. It is commonly accepted by researchers that the skunk ape is a Bigfoot-type creature, and so the reports of the creature are often lumped together with general Bigfoot reports made around the United States. Interestingly, this man isn't the only person to report an encounter with one of these creatures. The average sightings of the creature are typically only reported around Florida and Louisiana, and add the atypical description that the creature is different from average sightings due to its putrid smell and the fact that it dwells within swamps. The descriptions of the creature's odor are often conflicting, with many eyewitness reports claiming that the smell is impossible to compare to any other known smell. Some witnesses have claimed that the smell of the creature was similar to a swampy fish smell, with a mixture of rotten fish and eggs. An even smaller minority of witnesses have claimed that the creature gives off a somewhat chemical smell, comparing it to hydrogen sulfide, methane, or swamp gas. However, the odor of the creature is reportedly exactly similar to that of a skunk, which is where the creature derives its name. The physical descriptions of the creature are far more consistent, with claims that the creature is humanoid in shape but without any form of defined neck, leaving its head resting flat on its shoulders. The creature has a human-like face, fur covering its body except for its face and palms, has well-defined muscles despite the covering of the fur, and appears to have a hump on its back that may or may not extend beyond the top of the creature's head. Its eyes have never been reported as having glown, and it has never engaged in a violent interaction with any of the eyewitnesses that have encountered the creature. The Broward County sighting, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. On the 9th of January, back in 1974, two separate sightings of the skunk-ape creature, estimated to have been roughly 5 miles from each other, would take place late in the night and early into the next morning. The first sighting reportedly took place at around 12:15, when a man by the name of Richard Lee Smith called the Florida Highway Patrol dispatchers, claiming that as he was driving along the U.S. Route 27 near Fort Lauderdale, located within Broward County, Florida, when he got into a car crash when he struck what he described as an 8-foot-tall bipedal humanoid ape-like man near the Francis Taylor Wildlife Management Area. According to Richard Lee Smith, he originally believed that he had struck a man who had been jogging at the side of the road wearing a large, bulky sweater. When he got out of the car and checked the damage, he noticed that the front fender of his Cadillac was completely dented in, but no evidence of blood was visible, only matted furs stuck within the fender. Being the middle of the night, there was little to no light in the road, so Smith started looking around and calling out for the victim, trying to find where he was lying. After a few seconds, he claimed to have heard the deep guttural growl of an animal and turned to see the large, bulky man standing in the middle of the road. It was at this point that Richard Lee Smith began to realize that the man was no ordinary human, but was a large humanoid ape-like creature, completely covered in fur, towering over him. Fearing for his life, Mr. Smith ran back into his Cadillac and locked the doors. After only a few seconds, the creature then ran up to the car and started attacking it, shaking the car and smashing its fists against the hood of the car while screaming and growling inhuman sounds. In a fit of panic, Richard Lee Smith started his car back up and pressed the gas pedal down as hard as he could to drive away. This caused the creature to become frightened by the sudden revving of the engine, and so then ran into the nearby swamps and disappeared. Immediately after its disappearance, Mr. Smith contacted the local highway patrol, who sent out an officer to reach him within the next 10 minutes. When the officer arrived, a man by the name of M.E. Johnson, Florida highway patrolman, the officer wrote in his report that the driver did not appear to be intoxicated or under the influence of any substances whatsoever, and appeared to have been a reliable witness. The highway patrol officer then collected several hairs that were left hanging on the vehicle's fender, though no information in the modern day is known surrounding the hairs, their whereabouts, or whether or not they had been sent to a lab for scientific analysis. Less than 2 hours later, another reported sighting would be made roughly 5 miles away. At exactly 2 a.m, additional law enforcement officers were sent to investigate the calls of concerned motorists who claimed to have seen a Sasquatch-like creature roaming through the roadways and crossing the lanes. An officer by the name of Robert Holmeyer from the Hialeah Gardens quickly arrived on scene and claimed to have spotted a large, hairy creature walking along the road only 2 miles from the site of the previous investigation. Running towards the creature, the officer noticed that the creature walked with a limp, believing that perhaps it had been injured by the crash and was unable to travel far. However, as the officer continued to approach, the creature disappeared into the nearby trees. Shortly after the sighting, a group of highway patrol officers, a helicopter search crew, and a collection of deputies and sheriffs from both the Broward and Miami-Dade County Sheriff Departments gathered together to conduct a search of the area throughout the early morning. After roughly 6 hours of searching, the team of law enforcement were unable to locate any signs of the creature and called off their investigation shortly after. Oddly enough, information about the investigation and phone calls leaked to the Tampa Tribune, the Miami News, and the Tallahassee Democrat, causing them to run a paper on the incident and investigate the witness claims further. The story would eventually be republished in other major Floridian news outlets like the Miami Herald and other local area newspapers. To this day, the Broward and Miami-Dade law enforcement agencies deny the event and any details surrounding the investigation. Someone just reported that something opened up above CERN's Large Hadron Collider. Photographs of the strange object were posted to social media, with many saying that the object looks like a dark portal. Oddly enough, the user who posted the footage said that some sources are saying that these photographs were captured above the United States, but the truth is that they were actually taken above Switzerland's Large Hadron Collider complex. The opening has been described as looking like a dark portal, with the user saying that people were pulling to the side of the road to take videos. What's interesting about this object is that some said that when you look directly into the hole, you can't see the sky on the other side. If the event itself wasn't strange enough, people then started to come forward and comment that they had a dream about this event, with dozens of people saying that they had a dream where they imagined a portal opening in the sky and detailed that when they were looking inside it, they felt complete happiness come over them. Oddly enough, one person even said that they shared the dream they had on their social media page several days before this happened. Strangely, the dark opening appears to just sit in the sky, and as of right now it's caused a variety of theories to be put forward by those who've seen it. One user suggested that experiments may have been conducted in the area, and that this is the result of one of them, saying that if officials did this during the night, then it wouldn't be easy to see. As if this mysterious sighting wasn't strange enough, some people were saying that they could see objects flying out of the portal, with one woman describing how she saw 2 orb-like objects. And interestingly, these were even picked up on the video. These orbs are often associated with strange phenomena, and sightings of these bright lights go back hundreds of years. The reason people say they are connected to other mysterious aircrafts is due to how they move, with eyewitnesses saying that they appear to be under intelligent control, as they are able to travel at high speeds, make quick maneuvers, and even vanish within seconds. These strange glowing orbs have also been captured on things like webcams, and it's led researchers to say that they are perhaps one of the most reported mysterious flying objects, and that they are known for being difficult to photograph, as they just appear as glowing smudges on cameras. In recent years, scientists have come forward and said that humans have the ability to control and manipulate the weather, saying that this involves the use of various techniques to alter the natural processes that create weather phenomena such as rain, snow, hail, and fog. One common technique used involves the use of chemicals, such as silver iodide or dry ice, to stimulate cloud formation and precipitation. The chemicals are released into the atmosphere either by ground-based generators or by aircraft, where they are dispersed into the clouds to encourage the formation of rain or snow. Other techniques that have been proposed include the use of lasers, microwave beams, and even large-scale wind turbines to alter the movement and behavior of atmospheric systems. While these techniques have shown some promise in certain applications, their effectiveness remains limited and controversial. Some went down this route and suggested that this was part of some experiment being carried out in the area. Skeptics were not impressed, and said that what people are most likely seeing is nothing more than a cloud or a smoke ring. A smoke ring is a visible vortex ring formed by smoke or other particles in the air. The ring is created when a burst of air is expelled through a circular opening, such as the mouth or the barrel of a smokestack. The air forms a vortex as it travels through the opening, creating a circular motion that draws in smoke or other particles from the surrounding air. As the vortex expands and moves away from the opening, it forms a distinct ring shape that is often visible for several seconds. However, many who allegedly witnessed this event said that the ring didn't disperse, and noted that it could be seen hovering in the sky for several minutes without moving. They also noted that if it was a smoke ring, then you would be able to see through it, but said that you couldn't, and that all you could see when you looked into it was darkness. As of right now, people are still debating what this object is and where it came from. The Large Hadron Collider is a particle accelerator located at CERN near Geneva, Switzerland. It is the largest and most powerful particle accelerator in the world, with a 27-kilometer or 17-mile ring-shaped tunnel buried underground, designed to accelerate particles to very high speeds and smash them into each other. The Large Hadron Collider is primarily used to conduct experiments in high-energy physics. By colliding particles at extremely high speeds, the Large Hadron Collider allows scientists to investigate the fundamental structure of matter and explore the behavior of subatomic particles. Some of the main objectives of the Large Hadron Collider include searching for the Higgs boson, a particle that is thought to give mass to other particles, studying the nature of dark matter and dark energy, and investigating the possibility of extra dimensions. The Large Hadron Collider works by using powerful magnets to accelerate beams of particles to nearly the speed of light. These beams are then directed to collide head-on at 4 points along the tunnel, where detectors are positioned to record the particles produced by the collisions. The detectors allow scientists to analyze the properties of the particles produced, such as their mass, charge, and energy. The Large Hadron Collider has been in operation since 2008 and has made a number of important discoveries in the field of particle physics, including the confirmation of the existence of the Higgs boson in 2012. It is expected to continue operating and producing groundbreaking research for many years to come. The Large Hadron Collider is designed to collide protons or other particles at extremely high energies, and some people have raised concerns that these collisions could create a microscopic black hole that could grow and consume the Earth. Firstly, black holes are formed when massive stars collapse in on themselves and require an enormous amount of mass to form. The energy of the Large Hadron Collider's collisions is not nearly enough to create a black hole of any significant size. Secondly, the Large Hadron Collider's collisions produce particles that quickly decay into lighter particles, and any hypothetical black hole that might be produced would also be highly unstable and would rapidly evaporate due to a process called Hawking radiation. Finally, even if a microscopic black hole were somehow created at the collider, it would be so small and short-lived that it would have no impact on the Earth or its inhabitants. In short, yes, the Large Hadron Collider could theoretically create a black hole, but scientists have said that it's an important scientific tool for studying the fundamental properties of matter and the nature of the universe, and poses no danger of creating a black hole that could threaten the Earth. The Large Hadron Collider is important for several reasons. One of the main goals was to discover the Higgs boson, a fundamental particle that gives mass to other particles. In 2012, the experiments discovered the Higgs boson, which was a major milestone in the field of particle physics. The Large Hadron Collider is capable of producing high-energy collisions that could create new particles, such as supersymmetric particles or extra dimensions. These particles could help solve some of the outstanding mysteries of the universe, such as the nature of dark matter and the unification of the fundamental forces. The standard model of particle physics is the theory that describes the fundamental particles and their interactions. The collider is capable of testing the predictions of the standard model and probing for deviations that could reveal new physics beyond the standard model. The collider has pushed the boundaries of technology in fields such as superconducting magnets, vacuum systems, and particle detectors. The development of these technologies has led to new innovations in fields such as medicine and materials science. The Large Hadron Collider is a massive scientific project and one of the most expensive experiments in history. The collider is operated by the European Organization for Nuclear Research, and its construction and maintenance have required a significant investment of resources. The construction of the Large Hadron Collider was estimated to cost around $3.8 billion at the time it began in 1998. However, this figure does not include the cost of upgrades and maintenance, which have brought the total cost closer to $11.8 billion as of 2021. The Collider is also a very large project in terms of the number of people involved in its operation and maintenance. It employs over 3,000 scientists and engineers from more than 60 countries. While the cost of the Large Hadron Collider is significant, it is important to note that the scientific discoveries made by the LHC have had a profound impact on our understanding of the universe. Researchers at the Collider have said that studying black holes is important because they provide a unique laboratory for testing the fundamental laws of physics. Black holes are formed from the collapse of massive stars, and their strong gravitational fields warp space and time in ways that are not yet fully understood. By studying black holes, scientists can gain insights into the nature of gravity, the behavior of matter under extreme conditions, and the structure of space and time itself. One of the most exciting areas of research in black hole physics is the study of gravitational waves, which are ripples in the fabric of space and time that are produced when massive objects like black holes collide. These waves were first predicted by Albert Einstein's theory of general relativity, but it was not until 2015 that they were directly detected by the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory. In addition to advancing our understanding of the laws of physics, studying black holes can also help us to better understand the formation and evolution of galaxies. Supermassive black holes are thought to be at the centers of most galaxies, and their gravitational influence can shape the growth and structure of these systems over billions of years. Finally, studying black holes can help us to better understand the nature of the universe itself. Black holes are one of the most intriguing and mysterious objects in the cosmos, and their study can shed light on questions about the nature of dark matter, dark energy, and the ultimate fate of the universe. When an object gets close enough to a black hole, the black hole's gravity becomes so strong that it can no longer escape. This region of space from which nothing can escape is called the event horizon. As the object gets closer to the black hole, it experiences a process called spaghettification. This is because the gravity of the black hole is so strong that it pulls the object apart into long, thin strands like spaghetti. Eventually, the object crosses the event horizon and enters the black hole. At this point, it is impossible for any information about the object to escape the black hole. It is thought that the object's mass adds to the total mass of the black hole, and the object becomes a part of the singularity at the center of the black hole. It is still not well understood what happens to matter at the singularity, but it is thought that the laws of physics break down and a new kind of physics takes over. Black holes are formed from the remnants of massive stars that have exhausted their fuel and collapsed under the force of gravity. Therefore, the number of black holes in the universe is related to the number of massive stars that have existed in the history of the universe. It is estimated that there are millions or even billions of black holes in our Milky Way galaxy alone. However, most of these black holes are so-called stellar black holes, with masses only a few times that of our Sun. There are also intermediate mass black holes with masses between 100 and 100,000 times that of our Sun, and supermassive black holes with masses millions or billions of times that of our Sun. The origin of intermediate mass and supermassive black holes is still a topic of active research. The exact mechanism for the formation of black holes is still not fully understood, but the study of black holes can provide insights into the fundamental nature of gravity and the structure and evolution of the universe. Despite being the largest rainforest on Earth, much of the Amazon jungle remains unexplored. Due to its vast size and difficult terrain, it is estimated that only a small fraction of the Amazon has been thoroughly explored by humans. According to a study published in the journal Nature Communications in 2018, researchers used satellite data to estimate the amount of unexplored territory in the Amazon. They found that approximately 68% of the Amazon rainforest is still covered in dense forest and has not been affected by human activity. Within this unexplored area, the researchers estimated that there could be as many as 16,000 species of plants and animals that have not yet been documented by scientists. While some parts of the Amazon have been studied in detail, there are still vast areas that have not been thoroughly explored or documented. For example, there are many indigenous communities living in remote areas of the Amazon that have had limited contact with the outside world, and their way of life remains largely unknown to outsiders. In recent years, there has been growing interest in exploring and documenting the unexplored regions of the Amazon, both for scientific purposes and to better understand the region's ecology and biodiversity. However, the difficult and often dangerous conditions in the Amazon make exploration a challenging endeavor, and there is still much work to be done to fully understand the region's natural and cultural history. Just recently, this satellite captured an interesting photograph, which appears to show a huge opening in the Amazon jungle. The location where the photograph was taken is surrounded by dense forests and would be impossible to reach on foot, and it's for this reason that some have said that it could be home to a lost civilization, or could be the remains of a long-forgotten city. Oddly enough, archaeologists and researchers who've studied the region have said the locals have mentioned numerous claims of lost civilizations in the Amazon jungle, and said that as the years go on, the evidence only increases. The Amazon rainforest is one of the most biodiverse and least explored regions on the planet, with vast stretches of uncharted territory and dense jungle cover, making it difficult for archaeologists and explorers to study the region in depth. This has led to speculation that there may be undiscovered archaeological sites and ancient ruins hidden in the rainforest. There have been some discoveries of ancient settlements and structures in the Amazon jungle, including the discovery of massive earthworks and mounds that date back to the pre-Columbian era. These structures suggest that there were large and complex civilizations in the region, but the identities of these civilizations are not yet known. Satellites and drones are some of the best ways that we can explore these areas, and some have said that it could benefit us greatly if we explore these types of discoveries. The odd thing about this discovery is that there appears to be a path that goes directly into the entrance. The user who found the entrance said that when they zoomed out slightly, they could see what appeared to be an old, overgrown path, and theorized whether this was part of an old settlement. Although civilizations underground might sound like something from a movie, archaeologists have found various examples across the planet where ancient people constructed settlements underground, and said that it's not out of the realm of possibilities to suggest that something similar could have happened within the Amazon. This opening isn't small either, and when using the measuring device, it reveals that the entrance is over 265 feet. Some have said that this may have been created by something like a sinkhole, and that the reason the ground caved in might be because there's a structure underneath it, or perhaps some type of underground void. One person said the following: "Today, we are still finding untouched mountains that hold secrets. If there's going to be a lost civilization anywhere, or ruins of a lost civilization, then it's going to be in the Amazon jungle. This is exactly why these satellites are so useful, because they give us a bird's-eye view into areas that we normally wouldn't be able to reach. Something to note is that for hundreds of years, people living within these areas talked about mysterious lost civilizations, so perhaps these weren't just stories, and were based on actual events that happened. The only way we are going to know the truth about these types of discoveries is if we head deep into the Amazon jungle and investigate them." End quote. One of the most well-known claims of a lost civilization in the Amazon jungle is the story of the city of the monkey god, which was supposedly discovered in Honduras. However, many archaeologists have questioned the authenticity of this claim, and it remains a topic of controversy and debate. There is ongoing speculation that there may be lost civilizations hidden in the Amazon jungle, but the evidence to support such claims is limited. The Amazon rainforest covers a vast area of land, much of which is inaccessible due to the dense vegetation and rugged terrain. This has made it difficult for archaeologists and explorers to study the region in depth, and there may be many undiscovered archaeological sites and ancient ruins that have yet to be explored. There have been some discoveries of ancient settlements and structures in the Amazon jungle, including the discovery of massive earthworks and mounds that date back to the pre-Columbian era. These structures suggest that there were large and complex civilizations in the region, but the identities of these civilizations are not yet known. Despite the lack of concrete evidence for lost civilizations in the Amazon jungle, there is still much to be learned about the region's ancient history and the people who lived there. Continued archaeological research and exploration in the area may lead to new discoveries and a better understanding of the region's past. It is difficult to provide an exact number of uncontacted tribes living in the Amazon jungle, as many of these groups have deliberately isolated themselves from outside contact and are difficult to locate and study. However, it is estimated that there are dozens of uncontacted tribes living in the Amazon region. Uncontacted tribes are indigenous groups that have had little or no contact with the outside world and remain largely isolated from modern civilization. These tribes often live deep in the rainforest and rely on traditional hunting and gathering practices to survive. Despite their isolation, uncontacted tribes are still under threat from outside forces, including deforestation, mining, and illegal poaching. These activities can lead to conflicts with outsiders, as well as the spread of diseases that the tribes may have no immunity to. Several organizations, including Survival International and the Amazon Conservation Team, work to protect the rights and well-being of uncontacted tribes and promote sustainable development in the region. These groups use a variety of approaches, including working with indigenous communities to develop sustainable economic practices, lobbying governments to protect indigenous land rights, and advocating for increased protections for uncontacted tribes. While the exact number of uncontacted tribes in the Amazon region remains unknown, it is clear that these groups are an important part of the region's cultural and biological diversity, and efforts to protect their rights and well-being are crucial for the future of the region and the planet as a whole. The age of the Amazon rainforest is a subject of ongoing scientific study and debate. While it is difficult to pinpoint an exact age for the rainforest, researchers have used a variety of methods to estimate its age and development over time. One method used to estimate the age of the Amazon rainforest is the study of pollen records. Pollen samples from sediment cores in the Amazon region can be used to track the changes in plant species over time, which in turn can help researchers estimate the age of the rainforest. Using this method, some researchers have suggested that the Amazon rainforest may be as much as 55 million years old, dating back to the early Eocene epoch. Another method used to estimate the age of the Amazon rainforest is the study of geological records. By examining the geological history of the region, researchers can gain insights into the development of the Amazon basin and the evolution of the rainforest over time. Some studies have suggested that the current Amazon rainforest may have begun to take shape around 8 million years ago, when the Andes mountain range began to rise and create the conditions for the region's distinctive climate and ecology. While there is still much to learn about the age and development of the Amazon rainforest, these and other studies suggest that the region has a long and complex history, and that it has been shaped by a variety of geological and ecological factors over millions of years. The Amazon jungle is one of the most important ecosystems on the planet, and its health and well-being are crucial for the survival of countless species, as well as the health and well-being of humans around the world. The Amazon rainforest is home to an incredible variety of plant and animal species, many of which are found nowhere else on Earth. In fact, the Amazon is estimated to contain 10% of the world's known species, including thousands of endemic species that are found only in the region. Protecting the Amazon jungle is therefore crucial for maintaining the planet's biodiversity and preventing the extinction of countless species. The jungle plays a crucial role in regulating the Earth's climate by absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen through photosynthesis. The basin is estimated to absorb and store up to 2.2 billion metric tons of carbon each year, making it one of the world's largest carbon sinks. The Amazon jungle also helps regulate the Earth's water cycle, storing and releasing water that is crucial for maintaining freshwater resources around the world. The jungle is home to countless indigenous communities, many of which have lived in the region for thousands of years and have developed unique cultures and traditions that are intimately tied to the forest. Protecting the Amazon jungle is therefore crucial for maintaining the cultural heritage of these communities and ensuring that their way of life is not lost. The Amazon jungle is an important source of economic value for the people who live in the region, providing timber, non-timber forest products, and other resources that are essential for their livelihoods. The region also has significant potential for sustainable economic development, including ecotourism and sustainable agriculture that can help support local communities while also protecting the forest. Overall, The Amazon jungle is a complex and important ecosystem that is essential for maintaining the health and well-being of countless species, as well as the planet as a whole. Protecting the Amazon jungle is therefore a crucial priority for conservationists, policymakers, and individuals around the world. The rate at which the Amazon rainforest is disappearing has varied over time, but deforestation has been a significant problem in the region for decades. According to data from Brazil's National Institute for Space Research, the rate of deforestation in the Amazon rainforest has fluctuated in recent years, but it has generally been increasing since 2012. In 2020, the National Institute for Space Research reported that the Amazon rainforest lost an area of 11,000 square kilometers, or 4,200 square miles, to deforestation, marking a 9.5% increase from the previous year. This represents the highest level of deforestation in the region since 2008. While this rate of deforestation is still lower than it was in the early 2000s, it is a cause for concern given the critical role that the Amazon rainforest plays in regulating the Earth's climate and maintaining global biodiversity. It is important to note that deforestation in the Amazon rainforest is driven by a variety of factors, including agriculture, mining, and logging, as well as illegal activities such as land grabbing and drug trafficking. Addressing the root causes of deforestation will be crucial for protecting the Amazon rainforest and the many species that depend on it. According to the National Reporting Center that investigates mysterious aircrafts, sightings in and around Virginia are up. Over 190 reports were made in 2019, and as each year passes, that number increases. Reports range from these objects appearing to be in the shape of a disc to other shapes such as the pyramid and triangle. One interesting photograph that was recently sent to us was captured above Virginia in 2017. The person said the reason they sent it across was because they've been seeing similar-looking objects in the sky above Virginia and was wondering if anyone else had seen the same thing. The object that was photographed has been described as a large cube, with others saying that it looks like it was taken near a tornado. This could be the case, as Virginia is a place that suffers from tornadoes, with the worst times for them being between the months of April and September. Those who saw the image said that these strange-looking cubes are not anything new, and that each year bizarre black cubes can be seen sitting in the clouds. Not much information can be gathered about the photograph, as when you track down the original poster of the image, a man by the name of Mr. Garcia, he didn't put a caption on the photo. Those who study mysterious aircrafts have said that it looks similar to other cubes that have been witnessed, but as of right now, no one seems to know where these things are coming from, and note that they don't match conventional aircrafts. The user who sent the image said the following: "The reason I sent this was because it looks very similar to something I've seen. I live close to Woodbridge, and while driving home I've seen on a few occasions a strange-looking object. The only way I can describe this object is that it looks like a large black cube, seems to have the ability to hover in the sky, and doesn't make a sound. I would guess that this thing is well over 100 feet in the air, but every time I've tried to take a photograph of it, the image just appears blurry, and you can't really make out what I'm seeing. I have an iPhone 11, but even that can't seem to pick this thing up. I've seen it twice now, but can't work out what it could be. It doesn't remember a plane, a helicopter, a blimp, a hot air balloon, or something natural like an animal. It just sits there in the sky without moving, and doesn't seem to be affected by things like the wind. Also, I know that this thing isn't a cloud, because I can see other clouds hitting this object and then splitting off, so if this was a cloud, it would travel with the others. I've also seen other strange objects within my area. For example, another craft I saw had a ring of 10 lights around it. They would occasionally blink, but not enough for them to be something like a plane. I've talked with friends and neighbors in the region, and they said they've seen strange things." End quote. Researchers who study crafts have said that various people have seen these strange cube-like objects, and go on to say that although they are rare, they are occasionally seen. Another resident who lives in Woodbridge also came forward to detail their sighting, saying that they saw 14 to 24 lights that were flying in a strange formation. They said the following: "They turned and headed north and back to the west and disappeared. They were all illuminated in white to a pink color and made no sound at all. At the point that they turned back west, I could see another craft with green blinking lights coming from the north. I retired from the army after 32 years of active and reserve, and I have never seen a craft like this before." End quote. In recent years, people have been going online and reading through the countless declassified documents that have been uploaded. Hundreds of thousands of them exist, and although the majority of them are not of interest, some of them go on to detail strange encounters with mysterious aircrafts. According to declassified documents, a secret investigation team established by the British Ministry of Defence, tasked with studying unidentified objects reported across the United Kingdom on the 4th of August back in 1990, a Royal Air Force pilot intercepted one of the largest unidentified objects ever recorded. According to the military report, at around 9 in the evening, a pilot of an RAF Harrier fighter jet noticed what was later described as a diamond-shaped aircraft, more than 75 feet in diameter, hovering 20 miles north of Pitlochry in Perth and Kinross. Although the document does not go into detail surrounding the mysterious encounter, it's described that the craft hovered for approximately 20 minutes before disappearing at incredible speeds. Prior to 1948, the media would often treat any stories surrounding unidentified objects and supposed encounters with an otherwise forgettable attitude. Oftentimes, such stories were held for short periods of time and were only printed during down news cycles, in which there were not many other interesting stories available for the weekly newspapers. It was quite common for the eyewitnesses to be quoted in out-of-context claims in an effort to provide the story with a silly or wacky quality, and would serve more accurately to put down these individuals, rather than shining a light on their story. This would leave many eyewitnesses frustrated and often ridiculed for sharing their personal stories. It was not until 1948 that the light-hearted attitude of reports would reach their end. Often considered the turning point in how the news media would treat mysterious aircraft cases, the Thomas Mantell incident would be the first report of an unidentified object being the primary cause behind the premature passing of an experienced military pilot, who at the time was sent in pursuit of the unexplained craft. According to the Thomas Mantell report, it was on the 7th of January, back in 1948, that the Godman Army Airfield, located within the Fort Knox United States Army installation, residing within the state of Kentucky, received a distressing report from the local Kentucky Highway Patrol. Officers with the Highway Patrol claimed that several eyewitnesses that were spread across two neighboring towns, Owensboro and Irvington, had reported multiple sightings of what was described as an unusual aerial object that was traveling westbound from the town of Madisonville. The unknown and unidentified aircraft was believed to have been somewhere between 250 to 300 feet in diameter, hovering somewhere north of 10,000 feet in altitude. Perplexed by the report, the Godman Army Airfield quickly sent several military officers to ascertain the nature of the situation, fearing that the object could have been an attempt by a foreign power to stage an attack against the United States military. It was not until about 1:45 in the afternoon that the Godman Army Airfield would receive confirmation of the impossible-to-explain aerial object from a sergeant by the name of Quinton Blackwell, who was stationed at the Fort Knox control tower. Sergeant Quinton Blackwell reported seeing what he described as a small moon. According to Blackwell and two other eyewitnesses stationed within the control tower, the object was a pale white and luminous, completely spherical in shape, and was far larger in size than any known aircraft at the time. Even today, the largest known aircraft ever constructed, the AN-225, has a wingspan of 290 feet in length and is not spherical in shape. Another eyewitness, Colonel Guy Hicks, who was stationed as the base commander at Fort Knox, viewed the strange luminous object through a pair of high-quality binoculars and claimed that the craft was at a distance that made it appear to be 1/4 the size of the full moon, while hovering at 10,000 feet and possessed an illuminated red border along the bottom of the craft. Colonel Hicks was later quoted as saying that the spherical craft appeared to have been stationary for roughly 1.5 hours, maintaining its position with ease. Fearing that the unidentified flying object was a possible experimental enemy aircraft, the Godman Army Airfield tasked 4 F-51D Mustangs of the Fighter Squadron Kentucky Air National Guard, of which were already in flight, to investigate the unknown aircraft and approach its position with extreme caution. Of the 4 Mustangs, one of the pilots immediately radioed in to the air traffic controller to land at the airfield rather than to pursue the unidentified craft, under claims that he was low on fuel and would need to make an emergency landing. The 3 other Mustangs, one of which being piloted by Captain Thomas F. Mantell, confirmed that their fuel was more than sufficient and began their pursuit. In their pursuit, Several of the pilots claimed that they witnessed what was described as a much smaller aerial object, but that the object was so small and indistinct that it was impossible for them to identify exactly what it was or its dimensions. It was at this moment that the large spherical craft began to ascend several thousand feet into the air, forcing the pilots to reorient themselves to continue their chase of the foreign aircraft. Military reports would later claim that it was at this point that two of the pilots immediately began to turn back for the airfield, believing that they had insufficient oxygen to continue their ascent after the unexplainable spherical craft. However, doubt would later be cast over such claims by researchers at later times. It was at this moment that only Captain Thomas F. Mantell continued pursuing the craft, with the air traffic controllers claiming that they could hear Thomas Mantell describing the object as being metallic and of tremendous size. The military officers would radio to Mantell that it would be ideal for him to level his aircraft at his current altitude to try to see the object more clearly. Unfortunately, either due to communication errors, electromagnetic interference, or adrenaline, Thomas Mantell would ignore these commands and continue his vertical ascent to 25,000 feet. Reports would later claim that the cause of malfunction was due to pilot error, believing that Thomas Mantell did not possess an oxygen mask. Although the reports would make such claims, it would be incredibly atypical for Mantell to be missing his oxygen mask and for the Mustang to have been equipped with a dwindling source of oxygen. Additionally, given Thomas Mantell's experience at high elevation flying, it would have been incredibly unlikely for the captain to have engaged in dangerous behavior with a lack of viable equipment. Regardless of the cause, at approximately 25,000 feet, Thomas Mantell was registered to be unconscious, causing the fighter jet to pitch down into a nosedive. The 300-foot unidentified object would then leave the area, only to reappear at the Clinton Country Air Base located in the state of Ohio at around 7:20 in the evening. The Clinton Country Air Base would release the following report the next day. A sky phenomena, described by observers at the Clinton Country Air Base as having the appearance of a flaming red cone trailing a gaseous green mist, appeared in the southwest skies of Wilmington last night between 7:20 and 7:55 in the evening. Sergeant Gail F. Walter and Colonel James Hudson, control tower operators at the airfield, first saw the phenomena at 7:20 in the evening and observed its maneuvers in the sky until 7:55 in the evening, when it disappeared over the horizon. The sky phenomena hung suspended in the air at intervals and then gained and lost altitude at what appeared to be terrific bursts of speed. The intense brightness of the sky phenomena pierced through a heavy layer of clouds passing intermittently over the area and obscuring other celestial phenomena. 4 members of the alert crew joined the control tower operators in observing the sky phenomena for approximately 35 minutes. Not much was ever discovered surrounding the luminous spherical object, and sightings of the craft were dismissed as a possible balloon. All around the world, there appears to be a number of strange occurrences that seem to create a manipulation in both space and time. These strange occurrences have come to be known as different instances of time travel and time slips in our reality that not only causes unexplainable phenomena to surface, but can change our very perspective on the nature of our world. Various people have shared their own stories of these glitches, and it led to various pages being set up so that people can share their mysterious encounters. Just recently, an interesting video was shared on social media, and since being uploaded, it has gained hundreds of thousands of views. The user who uploaded the footage said that the event was like a glitch in the Matrix, and explained that thousands of birds were flying around in circles. The uploader said that the video was taken in Flatwoods, West Virginia, and that she had never seen this many birds in one area before. Those who saw the video said that the birds looked disorientated. One person said the following: "I've seen this type of behavior before, and it's usually when something has happened nearby. For example, in my case, it was that the birds in my region were allegedly poisoned, and it caused them to act like this." End quote. What's strange is that in the last few years, this isn't the first time that events like these have been reported, and it's caused some to ask why these birds are acting this way. A few months back, several news outlets reported that something was happening to birds in various different countries, noting that they couldn't explain why so many of them were dropping out of the skies. This caused people to come forward on social media and detail their personal stories. Oddly enough, it's not just one species that's being affected. Researchers who have been studying these birds and who have tried to get to the bottom of what's going on have explained that thousands of birds in the eastern United States are falling out of the sky, with some of these events even being captured by onlookers. It's led researchers to suggest that something big is happening right now, but after collecting the data and inspecting these birds up close, scientists have said that they are no closer to understand why this is happening, and said they are worried because it's happening in various places across the world, including England, Wales, Ireland, Australia, Turkey, Egypt, and various other countries. As of right now, the scientists who are looking into this have ruled out some of the most common culprits, but said they can't seem to get to the bottom of what's going on. The mysterious event was first recorded in Virginia and Maryland in May of 2021, but wildlife experts have said that within the last few months, reports are spreading all throughout the country. One scientist from the Hampshire Nature Reserve located in England said the following when asked whether radio frequency radiation could be behind this strange behavior. Yes, radio frequency radiation can affect birds. Radio frequency radiation is a type of non-ionizing electromagnetic radiation that is emitted by wireless communication devices such as cell phones, Wi-Fi routers, and radio and television transmitters. Studies have shown that exposure to radio frequency radiation can affect birds' behavior, physiology, and reproductive success. For example, radio frequency radiation exposure has been linked to changes in birds' migratory behavior, changes in their feeding patterns, and a reduction in their ability to navigate using Earth's magnetic field. Radio frequency radiation exposure has also been shown to affect the reproductive success of birds, including a reduction in the number of eggs laid and a decrease in the survival rate of chicks. End quote. Chelsea Jones, a spokesperson for the Animal Welfare League of Arlington, Virginia, said the following. In May 2022, we started to realize that something unusual was going on. We have received 300 birds so far, but that is just counting the deceased birds. The real total is much higher. End quote. As of right now, further tests are being conducted in order to get to the bottom of why this keeps happening. Staying on the subject of mysterious events, the USS Eldridge has long caught the attention of those interested in the unknown. Referred to by many as the Philadelphia Experiment, the strange military experiments surrounding that of the United States military, creating an electromagnetic bubble around the large naval vessel known as the USS Eldridge, helped to create one of the strange, anomalous properties of our world. Originally designed to create completely radar-invisible ships by bouncing radar waves around the ship. These experiments would go on to create a warped space-time field around the ship and transport it through time and space, ending up in different areas of the world, and even sending two men through time in an effort to fix the timeline. Although the stories surrounding the Philadelphia experiment span many different accounts and decades worth of government cover-up and intervention, it eventually led to one of the men sent through time, Ed Cameron, coming into contact with humans of the far future as they were preparing to stop a cataclysmic event that was thought to be able to wipe out all life on the planet. Interestingly enough, despite these events having occurred back in the early 1950s, Ed Cameron would go on to make several startling premonitions about the future, including that of color televisions in the future, and even of future events such as that of hospital conditions, medicine, emerging technologies surrounding hospitals, as well as changes in the political map in the future. The majority of these findings were during his time spent in a hospital after being sent into the future of the late 1980s, and spending a large amount of his time during this period watching television, baffled by the technology of the future. This would later lead to the further written witness accounts of a man by the name of Al Bielek, of whom claimed to have been the reincarnated Ed Cameron, and was able to piece together many of the claims and questions surrounding that of Ed Cameron. He would go on to create a 3-hour-long tell-all video that he would post to YouTube before his passing, in which he not only further explained the science behind the Philadelphia experiment, but went into the strange future sightings of humanity as well as the terrible cataclysmic event that is believed to occur in the year 2843 that will end all life on our planet as we know it.
A discovered 1.8 billion-year-old nuclear reactor. Back in 1972, when a large amount of uranium ore was mined from the Oklo mine located out in the country of Gabon, a small nation found in Central Africa, scientists began to test the uranium deposits to catalogue the amount of recovered uranium-235 that was gathered from the site and could be used for ongoing efforts of nuclear fission and nuclear reactors. Unfortunately, they quickly realised that a substantial amount of uranium-235 was missing from the ore deposits, as uranium-235 naturally forms a solid concentration of 0.072%, but found a significant amount lacking from the mined minerals. As they investigated the situation, believing that perhaps more than 200 kilograms had been stolen, they quickly realised that located near the mined location was the perfect conditions to form a believed to be naturally forming nuclear reactor that is dated to be roughly 1.8 billion years old. Scientists claim that the uranium ore was used up when a naturally formed cavern using groundwater to help stabilise the nuclear reaction was discovered underground. Theorists, however, have an alternative explanation. Given the fact that the specifications required to form a naturally made nuclear reactor require specific storage of the uranium-235, the continued influx of water and a number of steps to prevent the compounds from becoming superheated, it is believed that the location is not naturally formed and rather the use of a primitive nuclear reactor by time-travelling humans needed to create a substantial amount of energy. Today, the claim is widely debated as one of the key pieces of evidence of time-travelling humans and their influence on the past.
Are shadow people time travelers? Shadow people sound a bit creepy, right? They are defined as supernatural shadow-like humanoid figures that, according to believers, are seen flickering on walls and ceilings in the viewer's peripheral vision. Shadow people are considered as entities of the underworld, but those who have experienced them are not sure whether they are evil, helpful, or just there. Scientists have tried to offer explanations for the phenomena. For example, some researchers conclude that seeing shadow figures are simply symptoms of sleep paralysis or deprivation, and others have noted that drug addicts are more likely to experience these sorts of hallucinations. Alternatively, they can simply be the mind playing tricks on somebody who's experiencing a heightened sense of alert, for example, when you're walking down a dark alley at night. However, some people are convinced that shadow people are actually apparitions of time travelers. They think that the reason that they are only in shadow form is because we, on Earth, can't clearly see the future and therefore find it hard to see these figures. Instead of being supernatural or devilish creatures, they are actually just people from other dimensions. They also don't seem to be taking any notice of the people that see them, therefore fitting in with the common time travel theme. Often when time traveling, the person experiencing it is not noticed by anybody else. The thing is, this is all heavily disputed, and the scientific explanations are well weighted in their favour. We'll never know for sure if shadow people are time travelers or not, or even real. But one thing is for sure: the human imagination is a powerful thing. Time travel sounds amazing, and if the people we've spoken about today did experience another dimension, then in some ways they are incredibly lucky. Just imagine what we could do for the world if we could access information from the future. We could cure diseases, save the environment, and prevent wars. Time travel is something that everybody has thought about from time to time, and if it is one day developed and isn't just something out of a sci-fi movie, then we reckon that the human race is in for a bewildering experience. It is difficult to provide an exact number of mysterious aircrafts that are reported each year, as there is no central agency or organization that tracks all reported sightings. However, various organizations and websites collect and analyze reports of mysterious aircrafts from around the world. The National Reporting Center in the United States, for example, receives thousands of reports each year, with over 5,000 reports received in 2020 alone. Similarly, other research organizations have come forward and said that they receive hundreds of reports each month. In addition to these organizations, there are many other websites and social media platforms where people can report their sightings, making it difficult to accurately estimate the total number of reports each year. Just recently, people across the world have reported strange objects flying to the ground, with many of the eyewitnesses saying that these objects remind them of planes. Due to the objects appearing as though they are on fire, it's caused witnesses to phone police stations and report their sightings, saying that they're worried that someone might be in trouble and may need some assistance. Oddly enough, in nearly all of these cases, the mysterious object is never identified. The eyewitnesses are never given an explanation for what they saw, and no one seems to know what the object was and what happened. This happened just recently above Kelowna, Canada. One eyewitness said the following: "I was loading up my van at around 7 in the morning, and as I'm loading up, I heard a delivery driver go by. Then I heard him stop and back up. And as he backed up, I turned and looked at him. He pointed to the sky and asked if I could see the strange object. I turned around and looked and couldn't understand what it was. The object looked to be on fire, with a trail of black smoke. I walked to a good spot where I could get a good view and took a picture. My first thought was a contrail, but the orange section of it never changed over time, which I thought it would as the sun came up." End quote. Oddly enough, various news agencies throughout the area wanted to get to the bottom of what this object was, and so reached out to professionals such as astronomers and weather experts. The H.R. Macmillan Space Center in Vancouver said that they had seen the mysterious object, but noted that their astronomers didn't think it was a meteorite or a satellite, saying that the way the object acted wasn't the same as a meteorite. The Space Center said that it was visible in the sky for too long for it to have been a meteor or a fireball, and that the light from meteors and satellite debris don't usually last for minutes. The Space Center also said that they hadn't tracked another above the area, and that there were no reports of fireballs from the International Meteor Organization. The International Meteor Organization is a non-profit organization that is dedicated to the scientific study of meteors and meteor showers. The organization was founded in 1988 and is headquartered in Belgium. The International Meteor Organization is made up of amateur and professional astronomers from around the world who work together to observe and study meteors. The organization maintains a global network of observers who record and report meteor observations using standardized methods and equipment. The data collected by the International Meteor Organization is used to study the distribution, motion, and composition of meteoroids, the small rocks and debris that produce meteors when they enter the Earth's atmosphere. The International Meteor Organization also coordinates and promotes public observing campaigns for major meteor showers, such as the Perseids, Leonids, and Geminids. These campaigns provide opportunities for amateur astronomers and the general public to observe and learn about meteors and contribute their observations to the organization's database. One police officer located in England said that they investigated one of these strange objects and noted that their team couldn't explain what it was. They posted photographs to social media in order to try and better understand what it was that they had witnessed, but said that all this did was cause more confusion. What's strange about these sightings is that when they are investigated by law enforcement, they never seem to be able to find any signs of wreckage or proof that the object had been above the area. The Kelowna International Airport said that they were aware of the object, but said that they were confused as to what it was and that they had no instrumentation that was able to track it. Despite the high number of reported sightings each year, the majority of these sightings are not investigated in detail, and few are able to be definitively explained. This has led to ongoing debates about the nature and origin of mysterious sightings. These mysterious objects continue to capture our imagination, and the topic has always been a source of fascination for many people. One of the biggest reasons why these strange objects interest us is the mystery surrounding them. They are often seen as strange, and the objects that are sighted often defy explanation, which makes them intriguing. Many people believe that these strange aircrafts are evidence of advanced life forms, which would be a groundbreaking discovery if proven true. The idea of contact with intelligent beings from other planets is an exciting prospect that captivates the imagination. These sightings and encounters have often been linked to government officials, which adds another layer of intrigue to the phenomenon. Overall, these mysterious aircrafts interest us because they represent an unknown and potentially significant discovery that could have far-reaching implications for our understanding of the universe and our place in it. As of right now, people continue to report these strange burning objects in the sky, And even when investigated by officials in the area, it seems that we get no closer to understanding what they are and where they came from. The United States government has investigated mysterious aircrafts on multiple occasions. One of the most well-known investigations conducted by the US government happened from 1952 to 1969. During this investigation, the Air Force looked into over 12,000 reported sightings, and the majority of these were explained as natural phenomena or misidentifications of aircraft, balloons, or other objects. However, there were several sightings that could not be explained and were labeled as unidentified. Trail cameras are used primarily for wildlife monitoring and surveillance. They are designed to capture photos and videos of animals or humans passing by the camera's sensor. Trail cameras are often used by landowners, researchers, and wildlife enthusiasts to observe animal behavior, track animal movements, and identify potential hunting areas. They are also used for home security and surveillance, capturing footage of intruders or suspicious activity around a property. They are often equipped with motion sensors and can send alerts to the owner's phone or email when triggered. Interestingly, this landowner noticed something strange on their trail camera, saying that it appears to be a large humanoid. They submitted the footage to social media and wanted people's opinions on it. Those who saw the footage said that it looks like a large humanoid and matches typical descriptions of creatures that have been sighted throughout North America. Oddly enough, more and more trail cam owners are coming forward with footage like this, saying that many of the humanoids look like large, hairy, ape-like creatures, standing between 6 to 10 feet tall and weighing between 4 to 800 pounds. Trail cam owners also report a strong, unpleasant odor in the surrounding area, with them saying that this is direct evidence to support its existence. One user said the following about the footage: "I happen to think the creature is real, and I know several hunters who've encountered these creatures in the wilderness. The hard thing is to capture one of them on camera. They're elusive, but there's plenty of them throughout the Pacific Northwest region of North America. Due to the dense forests, it's incredibly hard to see them. For example, I've had friends say that one could be standing within 10 feet of you, and because of how thick the trees are, you'd never know they were there." End quote. As of right now, there's still an ongoing debate as to what these creatures are and where they're coming from. Skeptics have said that trail cam owners are just capturing everyday wildlife, such as bears. But not everyone agrees with this statement, and have said that they believe there's a small community of these creatures living throughout the United States. As technology continues to develop, they believe that it's only a matter of time before high-quality footage is captured of them. All across North America are reported sightings of the Sasquatch creature, a massive bipedal humanoid giant covered in hair from head to toe and commonly encountered within or nearby the untamed woods and landscapes found all across the United States and Canada. Oddly enough, not every state or local area across North America refers to the creature as Bigfoot. More commonly, local legends will feature similar descriptions of this creature, but with slight variations in its design alongside differing names. One of these is that of the mysterious Oceana monster. Descriptions of the Oceana monster often overlap with typical sightings of Sasquatch-like creatures. It's commonly accepted that the Oceana monster is a large humanoid-type creature, and so the reports of the creature are often lumped together with general Bigfoot reports made around the United States. However, the average sightings of the Oceana monster are typically only reported around the town of Oceana, located within the state of West Virginia, and add the atypical description that the creature is different from average sightings due to its scream that has often been compared to the hideous yell of a baby crying or cats fighting. The typical descriptions of the Oceana monster claim it to stand at a height of approximately 7 to 8 feet, covered from head to toe in long dark hair, and has the ability to jump long distances. Although witness encounters of the Oceana monster have been few and not recent, It's believed that the Oceana monster could have been a member of the species that traveled too close to the small town of Oceana and resided within the nearby mountainsides. The original Oceana monster encounter. Located within the state of West Virginia, the small coal mining town of Oceana was at the center of economic devastation during the rise of the Wyoming coal mines during the late 1970s and early 1980s. This economic devastation led to a general feeling of anxiety for many of the town's residents, causing a sharp increase in reports surrounding strange sightings and otherworldly encounters, though often dismissed by the local police station. It was not until the 14th of August, back in 1978, that the reports of otherworldly encounters would be treated more seriously by the Ocean Police Department. According to the written account of Officer Patrolman Bill Pritt, he would directly have an encounter with a large humanoid-like entity, later referred to as the Oceana monster. The witness report claims that while Patrolman Pitt was working between the early hours of 7 in the evening and 7 in the morning, he had received a call from the police dispatcher claiming that neighbors could hear the sound of a baby screaming in the night. Taking the call, Officer Bill Pritt traveled to the neighborhood, located near the Oceana Town Hall, and turned onto Monroe Street, in the general direction of the call's origin. Approaching the closest home, a small mobile home located at the edge of Monroe Street, he spoke with the homeowner who claimed to have heard the sound of screaming, but that it was definitely unlike anything human, comparing it to a hideous scream that frightened him into his home. After talking to another resident of the home, who claimed that the sound of the screaming could have come from a group of wild cats fighting, the officer began searching the area for fur marks to have provided evidence for such a claim. Unable to find anything, the officer went to approach another nearby home when he suddenly heard what he described as a hideous echoing squall emanating from down the street. Immediately, Patrolman Pritt entered his police cruiser and drove down the street headed towards the Clear Fork River to investigate, believing that the screaming could have been coming from a homeless man. As the officer was driving down the street, he noticed the silhouette of a person standing underneath a streetlight at the corner of Monroe Street and Willow Avenue. Exiting his car, he called to the man who appeared to be doubled over in pain and screaming the inhuman scream. As he called to the man, he noticed the person slowly stand at full height, rising to a standing position and turning to face him. It was at this moment that the patrolman realized that the man underneath the streetlight was actually an inhuman humanoid bipedal creature, covered from head to toe in dark hair and standing at a height of over 7 feet tall. Suddenly, the creature screamed again and began running towards the officer in a menacing fashion, as if preparing to attack the officer in the middle of the street. Fearing for his life, the officer pulled out his service weapon and loaded 1 round into the belly of the monster. The creature stopped abruptly, then quickly turned around and began to run away in the opposite direction of the officer without any noticeable injury of any kind, heading down Monroe Street towards the Clear Fork River. Patrolman Bill Pritt, who was now in a state of shock, ran to his vehicle and radioed to dispatch, requesting additional backup for his location on the corner next to the Johnny Aliff residence. Immediately thereafter, Officer Pritt jumped back into his police cruiser and began following the creature, relaying his position over the radio, and he pursued the creature. Spotting it once more at the bank of the river, the officer exited his vehicle and began to chase the creature on foot when he noticed that it was already standing on the opposite side of the bank. At first, the officer was confused how the creature had already crossed the river, given that he heard no splashing, and it appeared as if the creature was completely dry. On later recollection, the officer claimed that the creature must have swam the length of the river in less than 30 seconds, as it would have been impossible to have jumped across the length of the river, which totaled roughly 60 to 75 feet in width. Fearing that the creature would get away, Officer Pritt fired at the monster several more times, until he unloaded his entire chamber on the creature, who appeared to be standing at the side of the riverbank, staring back at the officer. A nearby officer, Chief Raymond Walker, was the first to respond to Officer Pritt's radio to the police dispatch, requiring immediate reinforcements, though was unable to get any follow-up information on what the cause for the request for additional reinforcements was about. Beginning to fear for the worst, Chief Raymond Walker began driving 80 miles per hour to reach Officer Pritt as soon as possible. Once approaching the area of Monroe Street, Chief Raymond Walker could hear the shots from Pritt's revolver, claiming that the encounter sounded like a full-on firefight down by the riverbank. Without hesitation, Chief Raymond Walker drove up to the bank, exited his vehicle, and ran down to where Officer Pritt was standing, reportedly seeing the officer dry firing his weapon in a direction towards some brush across the riverbank. When the chief asked Pritt what was going on, the officer replied that there was a monster on the other side of the bank and to fire at it. It was at this moment that the chief claimed to have seen the brush begin to move and a large creature standing at the other side of the river. Unsure of what the creature could have been, the chief fired 4 warning shots into the air. The sound of the assault rifle sent the creature running up the mountainside and disappearing from view. Once gone, the chief led Patrolman Pritt back to his vehicle and attempted to cover up the incident to prevent people from asking too many questions. However, by 6:38 in the morning, citizens began investigating the matter on their own, looking for evidence of the creature, as some of the nearby residents had heard the screams and seen the encounter. By 7 in the morning, citizens had gathered evidence by taking photos of trampled weeds, broken branches, and a large footprint in the mud along the riverbank that was far larger and awkwardly shaped to have been a human foot, though looked unlike any other known animal in the region. Even more startling, many of the citizens claimed to hear the continued screams of the creature way off in the distance up on the nearby mountainside. Shortly after the sighting of the creature, reported by Patrolman Bill Pritt and Chief Raymond Walker, the West Virginia Department of Natural Resources soon became involved in a formal investigation into the claims of the humanoid ape-like creature residing within the nearby swamplands. However, rather than attempt to confirm the sighting of the creature, the wildlife experts were instructed to disprove the encounter as nothing more than a case of hysteria, with many of the investigators claiming that the creature was nothing more than a large bird. As the West Virginia Department of Natural Resources combed the area, they were unable to find any supporting evidence for the claim of the creature to have been a large book, with no evidence of blood or feathers anywhere surrounding the area. Following their investigation, a man by the name of James Cozort, a local citizen who had a bachelor's degree in social studies from the University of Concord, led his own personal investigation into the encounter. After traveling to the side of the riverbank, James Cozort began collecting several photographs of the scene to try to piece together the movement of the creature through the surrounding brush. Once all of his evidence had been gathered, the following night, Cozort offered to join Patrolman Pritt on a ride along throughout the area to see if the creature would return again on the following night. As they spent a 12-hour shift together, talking and handling several minor incidents, the creature failed to return. Back in December 2022, a copy of the Torah was seized by officials in Turkey. The team said they received a tip that the manuscript was going up for sale, and so quickly moved in to retrieve the artifact before it was sold. The manuscript was expected to make around $1.5 million, and it's because of this that officials have said that these underground networks are working harder than ever to find these types of manuscripts. Diggers are being hired to excavate across various regions throughout the Middle East in the hopes that they come across on these biblical artifacts. In the past, they've been sold for millions of dollars to private investors. During the interrogation at the District Gendarmerie Command, the officers reported that the manuscript had been transported from Istanbul to the district of Giresun. One user on social media said that they were able to translate it, and said that judging by the pages and texts used, it's around 700 to 900 years old. It's likely that investigations will be carried out on the book in order to make sure that it's genuine, and if it is, it will likely be placed away in storage, or may even end up in a museum. Biblical artifacts are objects that have a direct connection to the Bible, its stories, and its characters. They can include ancient scrolls, fragments of pottery, inscriptions, coins, and other items that are mentioned in the Bible, or shed light on the context in which the Bible was written. These artifacts are an essential part of the world's cultural and religious heritage, and they provide valuable insights into the history, society, and culture of the biblical era. Protecting biblical artifacts is important for several reasons. They offer a glimpse into the history of the people and cultures that existed during the time of the Bible. They are valuable sources of information for scholars, researchers, and historians who seek to understand the past and how it has influenced our present. Biblical artifacts can provide insights into the religious beliefs and practices of the people of the time, as well as the evolution of religious thought and practice over time. They help us understand the context in which the Bible was written and the beliefs of those who wrote it. The Bible has had a profound impact on Western civilization and is a foundational text for many cultures and societies. Biblical artifacts are an important part of our shared cultural heritage and can help us connect to the past and our collective history. Many of these artifacts are legally protected by national and international laws, as well as ethical guidelines established by organizations such as the International Council of Museums. These laws and guidelines are in place to prevent the theft, looting, and illicit trade of cultural property, which can have devastating effects on local communities and the preservation of cultural heritage. For many people of faith, biblical artifacts hold great religious significance and are considered sacred objects. Protecting these artifacts is therefore a matter of respecting and honoring religious beliefs and practices. The Torah, the book that we just previously covered that was found in Turkey, is the central text of Judaism, and it is also considered the foundational text of the Abrahamic religions. It is composed of 5 books: Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, which together tell the story of the creation of the world, the history of the Jewish people, and the giving of the law at Mount Sinai. The word Torah comes from the Hebrew word meaning instruction or teaching, and the text is believed to have been revealed by God to Moses on Mount Sinai around 3,300 years ago. According to Jewish tradition, the Torah was given to Moses in both written and oral form, and it was passed down through generations of scholars and teachers before being compiled into its final written form. Each of the 5 books of the Torah has a different focus and theme. The book of Genesis tells the story of the creation of the world, as well as the history of the patriarchs and matriarchs of the Jewish people, including Adam and Eve, Noah, Abraham, Sarah, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph. The book of Exodus tells the story of the Israelites' enslavement in Egypt and their miraculous escape, led by Moses. It also includes the giving of the 10 Commandments and other laws at Mount Sinai. The book of Leviticus contains a detailed system of laws and rituals governing the religious and social life of the Israelites, including rules for sacrifice, purity, and the role of priests. The book of Numbers includes a census of the Israelites and their journey through the wilderness towards the Promised Land, as well as various laws and rituals. The book of Deuteronomy contains a series of speeches given by Moses to the Israelites before they enter the Promised Land, including a restatement of the law and various blessings and curses. The Torah is a foundational text for Jewish theology, law, and practice, and it continues to be studied and revered by Jews around the world. Its teachings have also had a profound influence on Western civilization as a whole, shaping the beliefs and practices of Christianity and Islam as well. Mount Sinai, also known as Mount Horeb, is a mountain located in the Sinai Peninsula of Egypt. It is a significant location in Abrahamic religions, particularly Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. According to the Bible, Mount Sinai is where Moses received the 10 Commandments from God. The mountain is also associated with other important events, including the burning bush that Moses encountered and the place where Elijah received the word of God. In Islam, it is believed that the prophet Moses received the revelations of the Quran on the mountain. Mount Sinai is a relatively small mountain, standing at approximately 2,285 meters or 7,500 feet. It is part of a larger mountain range that runs through the Sinai Peninsula. The mountain is characterized by its rugged, rocky terrain and is often covered in snow during the winter months. The mountain is accessible by foot, and there are several routes to reach the summit. The most popular route is the traditional Siket el-Bashait path, which starts from the monastery of St. Catherine and takes approximately 3 to 4 hours to reach the summit. There is also a camel trail that can be used to reach the summit. The summit of Mount Sinai offers spectacular views of the surrounding desert landscape. At the top, visitors can find a small chapel that was built in the 6th century by the Byzantine Emperor Justinian. The chapel is called the Chapel of the Holy Trinity and is an important pilgrimage site for Christians. Overall, Mount Sinai is an important religious and cultural site that holds significant historical and spiritual importance for people of many faiths.
The Bible appears to contain coded messages. In 1997, Michael Drosnin, a reporter, published the book The Bible Code. His book discussed some mysteries surrounding the Bible and that it held predictions for historical events, such as the assassination of the Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, or several comet collisions. Drosnin discussed numerous other theories about how the Bible could predict world-shaping events that happened in his other books within the series. Drosnin was not the only theorist of the secrets of the Bible, but he drew inspiration from a book published in 1994 called Equidistant Letter Sequences in the Book of Genesis by mathematicians Doron Whitstone, Ilya Rips, and Yoav Rosenberg. They argued and presented evidence that the Bible had hidden information and discussed famous rabbis of the past. The method they used to discover these hidden codes and messages is called the equidistant letter sequence. How the technique works is that you pick a starting point in the text, or in this case, the Bible, and then skip a number while selecting letters and skipping the same number of spaces every time. The words selected will sometimes create a word. It may sound confusing, but ELS is efficient if the letters of the text are arranged in an array like they are in the Bible. Timothy Smith is one of the most recent experts to claim that secret messages are hidden within the Bible. His theory derives from using a computer-driven application of the ELS method and his own knowledge to uncover hidden messages. His work is called the Leningrad Codex. That being said, his work has been labeled as biased, as Smith is a Christian and all the conclusions he discovered are related to the religion. At this point, there is no clear evidence that the Bible has hidden messages, but experts are constantly working to unravel any mystery that shrouds the most famous book in the world. What do you think? Are there hidden messages within the text that might have warned us about the tragic events happening in our world?
Back in the year 2000, marine archaeologist Robert Ballard and his team discovered the first evidence of a civilization that may have perished in a great flood of the Black Sea around 5000 BCE. The discovery was made during an expedition to the Black Sea, where they found the remains of an ancient settlement, including human artifacts and evidence of farming that had been submerged in water. The discovery suggested that the Black Sea was once a freshwater lake that was flooded by seawater from the Mediterranean, leading to the displacement of many ancient communities in the region. This discovery provided new insights into the region's ancient history and how environmental changes can impact human civilization. The Great Flood of the Black Sea, also known as the Deluge, is a natural disaster that is believed to have occurred around 7,500 years ago. The event is thought to have been triggered by the melting of the ice caps, which caused a rise in sea levels and ultimately led to the flooding of the Black Sea. Prior to the flood, the Black Sea was a freshwater lake, known as the Lake of Maotis. However, as the water levels began to rise, the Bosporus Strait, which connects the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, was breached, allowing salt water from the Mediterranean to flow into the Black Sea. The flooding of the Black Sea is believed to have occurred over the course of several decades, with the water levels gradually rising as the Bosporus Strait widened. As the water levels increased, the shoreline receded, and many settlements that had been built along the coast were submerged. The flooding of the Black Sea is thought to have had a significant impact on the people who lived in the region at the time. Many scholars believe that the flood may have contributed to the development of the Noah's Ark story, as well as other flood myths from around the world. In recent years, archaeologists have discovered evidence of ancient settlements that were submerged during the flood, including pottery, tools, and other artifacts. These discoveries have shed new light on the impact of the Great Flood of the Black Sea and have helped to further our understanding of this major event in human history. Many ancient cultures around the world have stories and legends that describe a great flood or deluge that destroyed the world or wiped out humanity. While the details of these stories vary widely, there are several common themes and possible explanations for why so many cultures have similar flood myths. One possible explanation is that many of these cultures lived in regions that were susceptible to flooding, such as river deltas or coastal areas. In these areas, floods were a regular occurrence and would have been a significant threat to the survival of communities. As a result, stories and legends about devastating floods may have been passed down through generations as a way to warn people about the dangers of living in these areas. Another possible explanation is that some of these flood myths may have been inspired by actual historical events, such as the previously mentioned flooding of the Black Sea or the Mesopotamian flood that is described in the Epic of Gilgamesh. In these cases, the memory of the flood may have been passed down through oral tradition, and over time, the details of the story may have been embellished or altered. Religious or spiritual beliefs may also have played a role in the development of flood myths. Many ancient cultures believed in powerful deities or spirits that controlled the natural world, and floods may have been seen as a punishment from the gods or a sign of divine intervention. In some cases, flood myths may have been used to explain the origins of the world or the nature of human existence. Finally, it's possible that the prevalence of flood stories is simply a coincidence or the result of cultural diffusion. As cultures interacted with each other through trade, migration, and other forms of exchange, stories and legends may have been shared and adapted, leading to the spread of flood stories across different regions and cultures. What did the ancient Sumerians say about the Great Flood? The ancient Sumerians, who lived in Mesopotamia around 4,000 years ago, are among the many cultures that have a flood story in their mythology. The Sumerian flood is recorded in several different texts, including the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Atrahasis epic. According to the Sumerian flood, the gods became angry with humanity for their disobedience and decided to send a flood to destroy all life on earth. The god Enki, who was sympathetic to humanity, warned a man named Ziusudra, also known as Utnapishtim, of the impending disaster and instructed him to build a large boat or ark to save himself, his family, and the animals. Ziusudra followed Enki's instructions and built the boat, filling it with animals and provisions. When the flood came, it lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, during which time the boat was tossed and turned by the raging waters. Eventually, the flood receded, and the boat came to rest on a mountain. Ziusudra and his family emerged from the boat, along with the animals, and were hailed as heroes for their survival. The gods, realizing their mistake in wiping out all life, granted Ziusudra and his wife immortality as a reward for their courage and wisdom. The Sumerian flood story shares many similarities with other flood myths from around the world, including the biblical story of Noah's Ark. It's possible that these stories are all based on an actual historical event. Regardless of their origins, flood stories continue to capture the imagination of people around the world and offer insights into the ways that ancient cultures sought to understand and explain the forces of nature and the mysteries of the universe.
Valley of the Golden Mummies. At the Baharia Oasis, a breathtaking discovery was made, an acropolis which contained various tombs of great importance. 105 mummies were found, all in idyllic condition for bodies so old. The area came to be known as the Valley of Golden Mummies, and it is theorized that there may be 10,000 mummies buried here, deep in the earth. Dr. Zahi Hawass discovered them about 380 kilometers from the pyramids. It was an accident when a guard's donkey's leg fell through a hole in the ground. They found gold glimmering beautifully down below and decided to excavate. Alongside the bodies, 4 tombs dating back to 330 BCE were found. Some mummies were gilded and obviously wealthy citizens, merchants, and their loved ones most likely. Some mummies were wrapped in linen, a more economic approach at mummification. It seems that sometimes whole families were laid in the same graves. Archaeologists found one female mummy's head laying on the stomach of a male mummy, assumed to have once been her husband. Further artifacts were found, such as gold, jewellery, pottery, coins, bracelets, rings, earrings, and all types of precious metals ranging from silver to bronze to gold and even ivory. The burial site included little clay statuettes of mourners. The point of these was for them to weep for the deceased for eternity and let them never be forgotten. Other statuettes were found of mothers who symbolized fertility. Empty vials were found, and the largest speculation is that these held tears for the loss of life. The tombs lacked any inscriptions. What started off as an accidental discovery of gold turned into an excavation of 105 mummies, which since its initial founding has become 200 mummies. This has revealed an incredible amount about Romanized mummification during this period, and the culture of the ancient Roman-influenced Egyptians. All this greatness occurred because a donkey took one wrong step and its leg fell through the sand. The fact that the most grandiose of discoveries are found by complete and utter accident makes one wonder how many more things lay beneath the ground, hidden right underneath our very feet.
Human history pushed back 400,000 years by new discovery. Sometimes it's the smallest of changes that have the biggest ripple effect, and our whole perspective can shift ever so rapidly. History might seem as though it is stuck in the past, though in reality, history is reflected and dictated by the present. Everything we learn that has happened is susceptible to change with any new discovery. In this case, a single jawbone managed to rewrite our historical timeline by a staggering 400,000 years. A fossil of a lower jaw was uncovered in Ethiopia back in 2013. It has been dated to reveal that it is 2.8 million years old and holds important insights into how human jaws and teeth have developed throughout time. As far as we know, this jaw is the oldest piece of evidence we have from any species that belongs to the genus Homo, like us humans eventually came to be. So, this jaw has the potential to clue us in on just how the species within the genus Homo managed to evolve from their most primitive states all the way to us today, not only in the 21st century, but also back to when we became Homo sapiens at all. Up until this finding, the fossils that have been found to be any older than 2.5 million years old have been too poorly preserved to obtain any valuable data from them. This discovery marked an important turning point in archaeological research, in which we were able to see some of the earliest records we have of our lineage. Dr. William Kimball, the director of the Institute of Human Origins at Arizona State University, said, "The leady jaw helps narrow the evolutionary gap. It's thanks to the fossil, which represents a critical point in the timeline of human evolution, that we have a better understanding of this transitional period, even if it means correcting a lot of research that we already took for granted. This is a vastly noteworthy example of just how much change one small finding can bring to an entire discipline, subject of work, and species as a whole. Human evolution is perhaps one of the largest butterfly effects known to man. The small changes, the minor decisions, and the single mutations are still evident millennia later." Denisovan's DNA reveals mystery of human evolution. We have long had an interest in those that came before us, and while the Neanderthals are spoken of somewhat with frequency, the Denisovans were only found to have existed in 2008. This recent discovery of their ancient existence has led to many shifting details in our understanding of human evolution. They have made an appearance in our archaeological field and have left a trail of new research in their wake. Even following their finding in 2008, our timeline stood to be corrected, with us believing they existed just 50,000 years ago. As of 2015, however, we found that this number was far too limiting, and that, despite initial understandings, the Denisovans had been hanging around and walking the Earth for what could easily have been tens of thousands of years longer. This age correction was the result of speculations surrounding the true age of some fossils that were key in understanding this species. DNA from the species was tested, obtained from a tooth fossil found in a southwestern Siberian cave. From this tooth fossil, alongside the other somewhat limited data we have so far on this species, researchers have been able to conclude that the Denisovans were more accurately walking the Earth a staggering 110,000 years ago. The director and co-author of the study, Svante Parbo from the Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology, said in an interview with CS Monitor, "We got the first glimpse of genetic variation in Denisovans, and it turns out they have quite a bit of variation, about as much as Neanderthals." The tooth fossils looked at were determined to be from two separate people, with one of them having been alive a significant length of time before the other. This was determined by the missing mutations within the genes, giving us further insight into where these specific genes may have come from. Despite some people's theories, the Neanderthals and Denisovans, whilst similar, are very distinct species. Their resemblance is incredible,
with the differences between their species only being evident after very closely analysing the original fossils. This intense level of examination that is required is what allowed the Denisovans to go undetected for so long.
This interesting photograph was just published to social media, but those who've seen it can't seem to agree on what it shows. The black object sticks out against the clouds and can be seen hovering close to the ground. Some users speculated that it was some sort of atmospheric phenomena, while others who allegedly saw the object said that it suddenly manifested in the sky. The reason it caught people's attention was because of how it was moving, with it reminding some of a symbiote. Most of the residents who saw the object agreed that it wasn't something like a cloud or balloon, and went on to detail that it appeared to be shape-shifting. Interestingly, these types of sightings have been given a name, and they go by atmospheric jellyfish. Individuals who have seen them have said they're unlike anything they've seen before, and that they look like giant jellyfish hovering around in the sky. This unexplained phenomena has been cited by hundreds of people across the globe, including top meteorological scientists, military bases, and cities. These strange lights or objects have confused many people, which is why many have called them mysterious flying objects. According to NASA, these objects may be the result of space debris reflecting off of the northern lights, but it's important to note that they've been observed in various countries and at different altitudes. One user said the following: "It's an atmospheric thing. I see this a lot when there's thunderstorms around. Under the right temperature and airflow conditions, you can see these strange objects form." End quote. While this user said the following: "I saw something similar to this in Texas last year while I was driving. I wasn't able to pull over and take pictures, but I remember thinking that the object looked like a jellyfish, as it appeared to have tentacle-like appendages." End quote. Interestingly, a similar incident was reported across various areas in London, with residents saying that the police turned up soon afterwards and told people to move out of the area. Many people aren't aware of this, but police have investigated mysterious aircrafts in the past. In fact, there have been several documented cases of law enforcement officers encountering strange objects and glowing lights while on duty and reporting them to their superiors. One well-known case occurred in 1966 in Portage County, Ohio, where several police officers witnessed a series of strange lights in the sky and admitted to chasing the object for over 30 minutes. Another notable case occurred in 1973 in Mansfield, Ohio, where two police officers reported seeing a strange aircraft hovering over a nearby field. In addition, there have been numerous cases where civilian witnesses have called the police to report sightings of mysterious objects, and officers have responded to investigate. While the police are not typically equipped to conduct in-depth investigations into these types of sightings, they may collect eyewitness testimony, take photographs or videos, and file reports with appropriate agencies such as the FAA or local research organizations. There's certainly no shortage of mysterious encounters with unknown objects. The Tangmere sighting. On the 1st of June back in 1950, a landing Royal Air Force pilot, piloting a Gloster Meteor, one of the fastest jets in the world at the time, claimed to have sighted and passed by an unidentified object that was believed to have been hovering over the Tangmere Royal Air Force Base. As the pilot was preparing his descent towards the base, he claimed that he witnessed the body of the craft shining with a bright light that surrounded its chassis, with the body of the craft rotating in a circle as it passed by his aircraft. Using his altimeter, the pilot estimated that the object must have been travelling somewhere around 20,000 feet, flying in the direction of east from the Portsmouth area. The report was later confirmed after the Royal Air Force Base Tangmere inquired to the Royal Air Force Base Wartling, found in Sussex, if they had also picked up the object on their radar equipment. According to the Wartling radar station, they claimed to have watched the craft on its PPI screen at around the same time the pilot claimed to have seen the craft, between 2:30 and 3 in the afternoon. Although a series of reports surrounding unidentified objects predated this witness account, the Tangmere sighting is often described as Britain's first flying saucer incident. Shortly following the details and confirmation of the military report, the British government would establish the Flying Saucer Working Party, the British Ministry of Defence's first official investigation into the flying saucer phenomenon. No further information surrounding the report would come forward. The William Schaffner Interception. One of the strangest, mysterious aircraft incidents in history, an encounter that would result in the passing of a Royal Air Force pilot, would be reported on the 8th of September, back in 1970, and lead to serious investigations made by the British Ministry of Defence following the impossible-to-explain event. According to the military reports, the Royal Air Force pilot, known as William Schaffner, was tasked with intercepting a peculiar aircraft that had first been spotted on radar by 3 different independent radar detection stations, including the Royal Air Force Base, Fylingdale's Early Radar Warning Station, the United States Air Force Thule Air Base Radar Station, located in Greenland, and the Colorado Springs Radar Base at the Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Colorado, USA. Fearing that the object was some form of unknown advanced aircraft, William Schaffner was given the order to intercept the object over the North Sea and engage in a firefight if necessary. Unfortunately for the Royal Air Force pilot, that would be the last time that William Schaffner would ever be seen. Radar detected his plane dropping from its height, and shortly thereafter, William Schaffner was unresponsive. Roughly 4 months later, the aircraft of William Schaffner would be recovered from the seabed. Oddly enough, the entire plane was relatively untouched, with the main body of the plane staying enclosed underwater. When investigators looked inside the craft to better understand what could have happened to the pilot, they quickly noticed that William was nowhere to be found within the completely enclosed aircraft. Each year, a variety of strange discoveries are made, and some of the most interesting finds are made in areas rarely explored by humans. Over the years, national park rangers have come forward and told some mysterious stories, but one that's intrigued many is that of the strange staircases. Oddly enough, this isn't anything new, and for several decades now, isolated staircases have been found through national parks. The odd thing about these discoveries is that many of these staircases are found in areas that are hard to reach, leading some to question how they got there in the first place. One national park ranger shared the following story. "I don't know if this is true in every search and rescue unit, but in mine it's sort of an unspoken regular thing we run into. You can try asking about it with other search and rescue officers, but even if they know what you're talking about, they probably won't say anything about it. We've been told not to talk about it by our superiors, and at this point we've all gotten so used to it that it doesn't even seem weird anymore. In just about every case where we're really far into the wilderness, I'm talking 30 or 40 miles, at some point we'll find a staircase in the middle of the woods. It's almost like if you took the stairs in your house, cut them out, and put them in the forest. I asked about it the first time I saw some, and the other officer just told me not to worry about it, and that it was normal. Everyone I asked said the same thing. I wanted to go check them out, but I was told, very emphatically, that I should never go near any of them. I just sort of ignore them now when I run into them because it happens so frequently." End quote. Another user responded by saying the following. "The stairs found out in the wilderness were something that always spooked my brother. He worked for the National Forest Service for over 15 years and told stories about finding these old staircases in the middle of national parks. Interestingly, he also detailed that when he would go to his superiors about them, they would never give out any details. My brother said that it was frustrating because it was so random that these stairs were just there in the middle of these forests. He always said that he thought something strange was going on, as he never saw anyone approach them. Up until he retired from the Forest Service, he said that it was these staircases that interested him the most, saying that he wished he pushed the topic further and questioned how they ended up there." End quote. This user said the following about their experience. "While visiting the Great Smoky Mountains with friends, we stumbled across some of these stairs. At the time, we didn't think much of it, and thought that perhaps the Forest Service had placed them in the woods in order to observe some of the local wildlife. After approaching the structure, there were some things that didn't look normal. For example, there were stone structures in a circle formation that were scattered around the stairs, and it looked as though the stairs themselves were very old. The stairs also didn't match anything close by, and it was as if they had been lifted from somewhere and randomly placed inside the national park. We continued looking around to see if we could see anything nearby that would give an indication as to why they were here, but we found nothing. One of the strangest things about the experience was how all of us felt very down after being close to the stairs, and it led to us leaving soon afterwards. To this day, I still have no idea why they were there, and why various stone structures were scattered around them." End quote. As of right now, people aren't entirely sure why these staircases are being found in national parks. Various theories have been put forward to explain them, with one suggestion being that they are the foundations that have been left behind by lost settlements. Others argue that they have a more sinister backstory, saying that they were created for dark gatherings, or could be a site to lure people in. More out there theories suggest they could be a gateway to another dimension. As of today, many of these reports remain a mystery. Over 250,000 individuals are reported missing every year, with estimates of actual missing persons cases that are left unreported, pushing that total to more than 300,000 cases annually. With that many reports, it's no wonder that a vast majority of these cases are left unsolved. However, every now and then there are a series of missing cases that emerge that are so peculiar, they become the subject of impossible to explain theories. Steve Litzy vanishes. Considered to have been one of the most bizarre cases of disappearances, a 71-year-old hunter would seemingly vanish from where he was last seen, leaving behind his vehicle and some of his equipment, despite having been unable to travel very far on foot. Known as the mysterious case of Steve Litzy, on the 29th of October, back in 2011, Steve's hunting partner would report Litzy missing in the late afternoon after he was unable to find his friend after about a half hour of searching. For most of his life, Steve and his wife, Suzanne Snyder, lived in the wealthy suburbs of the small town of Paradise, California. Working as a real estate agent for the Coldwell Banker Realtors Company, Steve Litzy would afford to save up a sizable nest egg and eventually buy a second residence where the couple would spend the majority of their retirement years. According to Suzanne, the couple fell in love with the calm atmosphere of the small town of Elkton, Oregon, a more rural location found between the small towns of Eugene, Oregon, and Roseburg, and decided to move there so that they could be closer to the outdoors. Although Steve considered himself an avid outdoorsman, it was not until he moved to the small town of Elkton that he would get to experience the wilderness without restraint. It was not uncommon to find Steve deep within the nearby Umpqua National Forest on a week-long hunting trip, either alone or with close friends. Over the course of several years, Steve would grow to consider himself a more than competent hunter and would schedule trips in increasingly deeper and less frequented areas of the forest for longer trips. Unfortunately, it would be during these longer trips that Steve would suddenly go missing. According to the search and rescue reports, Steve decided to visit the Twin Lakes area of the Umpqua National Forest with a friend of his who had often gone on hunting trips with him in the past. After planning to spend an entire week during late October of 2011, the two men met up together and traveled to the area with extra equipment, rifles, and enough food to last them for 2 weeks. The two men would arrive at the Twin Lakes on the 22nd of October and would spend the first few days struggling to encounter wild game of any kind. At first, the men assumed that perhaps the strong winds were causing their scent to spread in the direction of the animals, warning them of their approach, but as the week dragged on, it became apparent that something far more unusual was occurring. According to Steve's hunting partner, it almost appeared as if there were no animals in the area, and the forest was far quieter than they were usually accustomed to. Not only were there no signs of large game, but animals such as birds and squirrels appeared to have been missing as well. On the last day of their hunt, on the 29th of October, the two men grew frustrated at their lack of success and decided to try a new strategy. Steve Litzy and his hunting partner decided that the two of them together must have been making too much noise or creating too strong of a natural scent, causing the animals to flee far before they could get them within their sights. In order to solve this problem, the two men decided to separate in the early morning and agreed to hunt on their own, and then meet back at their parked vehicle later in the day. As the men started down the trailhead, they would choose to separate roughly 1/8 of a mile down the Twin Lakes Trail in a small culvert. Steve decided to stay in the culvert, while his partner continued on up ahead a few hundred feet away. After a few hours, Steve's hunting partner would return back down the trail, but would find that Steve was nowhere to be found. After returning to the vehicle and seeing no sign that Steve had returned, the partner immediately went back to where he had last seen Steve Litzy and called out to him for several minutes. Worried that something far worse had happened, given Steve's old age and inability to travel far, the hunting partner immediately contacted the local Douglas County Sheriff's Office to notify the local law enforcement that Steve was missing. Within only a couple of hours, the Sheriff's Department would contact the United States Forest Service, National Guard, and a variety of other search and rescue teams, gathering together more than 50 volunteers to begin their search for Steve Litzy. Using the location of where he had last been seen, the search and rescue teams expanded throughout the area, covering more than 30 square miles, a distance far greater than Steve Litzy would have been able to cover on his own. After 2 days and more than 2,000 man-hours of searching, volunteers and investigators were no closer to understanding where Steve Litzy had gone, with no sign of his equipment appearing anywhere within the area. Frustrated and worried that the 71-year-old man had collapsed somewhere, search and rescue teams would decide to comb over areas where they had already checked with a team of 8 different bloodhounds that were brought into the area on the 31st of October. Despite experienced bloodhounds having aided in the recovery of missing persons in the past, not a single one of the canines could follow the scent after picking it up in the culvert, almost as if Steve Litzy had seemingly vanished into thin air. The National Guard would aid search and rescue teams by providing aircraft support in the form of helicopters, equipped with state-of-the-art thermal imaging and infrared cameras. Several search and rescue teams would also employ the use of donated all-terrain vehicles to cross over trails and nearby roads, in the hopes of finding Steve waiting alongside one of the many pathways that one could easily stumble across in the area. After 3 days of searching, local news outlets would claim that search and rescue volunteers had located pieces of trash believed to have belonged to Steve's packed food rations, though nothing could be confirmed. However, what was even more odd was that many of the trash and wrappers believed to have belonged to Steve Litzy were scattered across many different directions across dozens of miles. All hope would be lost only after a few days, when a sudden snowstorm would descend on the area where Litzy had disappeared. Although forecasts claimed that the weather would be clear for over 2 weeks, it appeared that the blizzard was far stronger than anyone had anticipated and temporarily halted search and rescue efforts for a couple days, forcing any aerial to ground and stay out of the area until the weather could clear. After the blizzard, the fresh snow would prove to be the greatest obstacle, as it blanketed any possible tracks left behind by Steve Litzy. After roughly 7 days and nights of searching for the 71-year-old man, all search and rescue efforts were terminated, and Litzy was presumed to have passed away in the wilderness. Investigators and search and rescue volunteers remained troubled after the efforts in locating Steve Litzy were completely abandoned. It seemed incredibly difficult to understand how exactly the 71-year-old could have disappeared from the area. Not only did Litzy have all of the necessary supplies for his survival, he was also dressed correctly for the weather and was armed with his rifle, which had never been recovered. Litzy had been an experienced hunter and was well aware of the rule to let off 3 rounds in the event that he was in trouble, but no sounds were ever heard from his location or while search and rescue volunteers were trying to locate him. National parks can pose some risks and hazards, but overall they are generally safe places to visit as long as visitors take necessary precautions and follow park rules and guidelines. National parks are home to a wide variety of wildlife, and encounters with animals such as bears, moose, or bison can be dangerous if visitors are not aware of how to safely interact with them. Weather conditions in national parks can be unpredictable, and visitors should be prepared for extreme temperatures, storms, and other weather-related hazards. National parks often feature rugged terrain, steep cliffs, and other natural hazards that can pose a risk to visitors who are not familiar with the area. Water-related hazards, such as swift currents, cold temperatures, and dangerous underwater hazards, can pose a risk to visitors who are not experienced in water safety. The Dogon people, an indigenous tribe of Mali in West Africa, have a rich cultural heritage and a deep knowledge of astronomy, including the star system Sirius. The Dogon have an oral tradition that dates back thousands of years, and they have been studying the night sky for generations. According to their oral tradition, the Dogon learned about Sirius from beings known as the Nomos, who they believe came to Earth from the Sirius star system. The Nomos are said to have taught the Dogon about the Sirius star system, including its complex orbit and the existence of a third star, Sirius B, which is invisible to the naked eye. The accuracy of the Dogon's knowledge of Sirius has been the subject of much debate among scholars, with some arguing that it's evidence of extraterrestrial contact, while others attribute it to the Dogon's own observations and astronomical knowledge. Some have also suggested that the Dogon's knowledge of Sirius may have been influenced by contact with European astronomers in the 19th and 20th centuries. Regardless of the source of their knowledge, the Dogon's understanding of the Sirius system is impressive and reflects their deep connection to the natural world and the cosmos. Even Harvard University came forward and said that the tribe's claims were impressive. They said the following on their website. The cause of all the commotion was the claim that the Dogon believed that Sirius has a dark, invisible companion with a 50-year orbit. The companion is very heavy and made of a special metal which is not found on Earth. This is an accurate description of our knowledge of Sirius B after it was observed with powerful telescopes and described by scientists using the theories of quantum mechanics and relativity. End quote. Another scientist detailed that the Dogon tribe isn't just educated on Sirius, but said that they detailed impressive knowledge about planets within our solar system, stating that they knew that Jupiter had various moons and that Saturn has rings made up of space debris. They also agreed that the tribe's knowledge of Sirius is impressive and that many of the details they gave matches recent discoveries. As mentioned, various theories have been put forward for why the tribe has this knowledge, but scholars have said that further research is needed in order to come to a conclusive answer.
A mysterious giant blinking object has been detected near our galaxy's centre. Nothing is more mysterious and unreachable than space. Despite decades of intensive study and research, scientists have only explored about 4% of the visible universe. An estimated 25,000 light-years from Earth, astronomers have found a star that appeared to blink out of existence for several months before suddenly reappearing. This unique star was affectionately named VVV WIT-08 and is thought to belong to a completely new class of stars altogether. This newly discovered star type is unexplainably enormous, reportedly 100 times the size of our Sun. While the blinking is thought to be caused by an unknown orbiting body that eclipses the star once every few decades. The name of the star appears to be a highly scientific smash-up of important letters. WIT actually stands for, "What is this?" The case of VVV WIT-08 has baffled astronomers. Not only is this star the first of its kind, but no one can explain what exactly could be eclipsing it from sight. The most prominent theory is that this orbiting object could be a planet or even another star, surrounded by a thick, opaque disk of dust locked in an orbit around VVV WIT-08. This theory is supported by the discovery of a few other giant stars that disappear for months or even years at a time. The most famous example is Epsilon Aurigae, a supergiant star that is nearly eclipsed for up to 730 days at a time, and another giant star known as TYC 25056721 is regularly eclipsed for a whopping 3.5 years. There are certainly more to be found, but the challenge now is in figuring out what the hidden companions are and how they came to be surrounded by disks, despite orbiting so far from the giant star, said astronomer Lee Smith of the University of Cambridge. In doing so, we might learn something new about how these kinds of systems evolve. Astronomers find 7 dwarf galaxy groups. Dwarf galaxies are small bundles of stars containing between 1,000 and up to several billion stars. This might sound like a lot, but our own Milky Way galaxy has between 200 and 400 billion stars in it alone. This can make these dwarf galaxies up to 1,000 times smaller than our own galaxy. Researchers have never had too much evidence for this theory, though it is often believed that galaxies are formed when dwarf galaxies merge together. This was until 2017, when a research paper was published giving us some more evidence to back up these claims. Data was collected from the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, alongside a handful of optical telescopes. This allowed a team of astronomers to begin their research, a process that began with the observation of 7 individual, distinctly separate groups of dwarf galaxies. The team noted that the conditions of these dwarf galaxies were perfect to observe and see if they could in fact merge, morphing into one larger galaxy, with the possibility of a spiral galaxy like our Milky Way also being considered. This research could give us substantial evidence to support our claims that what we consider mature galaxies today were once much smaller galaxies billions and billions of years ago. Sabrina Stierwalt, an astronomer with the National Radio Astronomy Observatory and the University of Virginia in Charlottesville, explained that we know the universe needs to bring small galaxies together to form a bigger one, but that up until now we could not prove it or show how it happened. She continued to say, "For the first time, we have found examples of the first steps in this process. Entire populations of dwarf galaxies that are all bound together in the same general neighborhoods." The team analyzed the data gathered from the SDSS in excruciating detail, looking for dwarf galaxies that looked as though they could be interacting with one another. The team were keeping their eyes peeled for pairs that could be part of bigger assemblies of alike galaxies. Further research was then conducted to put these images into perspective, with the Magellan Telescope in Chile, the Apache Point Observatory in New Mexico, and the Gemini Telescope in Hawaii being used to check that these dwarf galaxies are similar distances from Earth, not just aligned, as this could suggest that they are gravitationally bound together. It is hoped that this study provides some more data for future research groups studying groups of dwarf galaxies. This can offer a glimpse into how galaxies are formed and possibly help people to predict future formation patterns. Astronomers have discovered a nearby super-Earth in the habitable zone. The possibility of a habitable planet out there in our universe, or any universe, is an intriguing notion for many people. Would there be life already on the planet? Could humans emigrate there to live if necessary? It is human nature to want to know we are not alone. Astronomers in Hawaii have recently discovered a new super-Earth using the National Observatory of Japan's Subaru telescope. The planet, named Ross 508b, orbits a red dwarf named Ross 508. Before we get too much further, let's go over a few key things. First off, what is a super-Earth? Super-Earth does not mean the makeup of a planet is better than Earth. It is a classification of planets not in our solar system that are heavier than Earth and lighter than Neptune and Uranus. A super-Earth can be between 2 and 10 times the size of Earth. A red dwarf is the most common star in the galaxy. It's small, as its name suggests, and not as hot as the other stars. What makes the combination of Ross 508 and Ross 508b newsworthy? They are only 36.5 light-years away. Ross 508b is a planet 4 times the size of Earth, and considering what we already know about the mass limit of planets, it's likely a terrestrial planet, meaning its surface is rocky and not formed of gases. It's also in the habitable zone, but this does not mean it can necessarily support life. The habitable zone refers to the distance from its orbital star, therefore creating the correct temperature to have liquid water present on the surface of the super-Earth planet. If Ross 508b cannot support life for certain, why is there so much buzz about it? Finding a little planet orbiting a dim star is no small feat. The discovery of Ross 508b shows off the success of the technique and tools used to search for exoplanets. This means we could be a few steps closer to finding an Earth 2.0, just in case this one doesn't pan out for our species.
Yellowstone National Park is a national park located primarily in the US state of Wyoming, although it also extends into Montana and Idaho. It was established in 1872 and is widely considered to be the world's first national park. Yellowstone National Park is known for its vast and diverse ecosystem, which includes dramatic landscapes, geothermal features such as geysers and hot springs, and a variety of wildlife, including grizzly bears, wolves, bison, elk, and moose. It's home to over 10,000 thermal features, including the famous Old Faithful geyser, which erupts regularly and draws millions of visitors each year. Yellowstone National Park is also known for its important role in the history of national parks in the United States. Its creation marked a turning point in American conservation efforts, inspiring the establishment of other national parks and protected areas around the country. Something that it's not known for is mysterious glowing orbs. Interestingly, it's reported that a strange glowing object was detected on one of Yellowstone's live cameras, which caused people to upload the footage online in order to try and work out what it was. Oddly enough, these glowing objects have been reported across the entire United States, and some amateur researchers who've spent countless hours researching this phenomenon have said that they are one of the most commonly cited mysterious aircrafts. As of right now, various theories have been put forward to try and explain what they are, but these sightings don't match everyday objects. Those who've seen the video have said that the glowing orbs appear to be moving throughout the area and can be seen pulsating. Others said that they spotted various objects throughout the video that don't look natural, with one person saying that a bright light can be seen flying into one of the geysers. This isn't the first time that strange objects have been seen above Yellowstone. Hikers have often detailed witnessing mysterious aircrafts above the national park, with one amateur researcher saying that these objects are actually quite common, and that in many cases people don't realize that they've caught them. These glowing objects have been given various different names over the years, but the researcher said that they didn't realize how common they were until they started to slow down footage. Only then did they get an idea of how often these objects are captured. The interesting thing about these objects is that they don't fit into the conventional categories. In some cases that involve mysterious aircrafts, there's an argument that can be made that they are just top-secret aircrafts that the public don't know about. But with these glowing orbs, they are not big enough to be a plane or a helicopter. In most encounters, eyewitnesses describe them as being no larger than a few feet and having no discernible propulsion system. They are also noted as making no noise and being able to fly incredibly fast. It's for this reason that people have struggled to explain their sighting and has led them to look outside of the box. One theory that's been put forward is that these objects could be something like ball lightning. Ball lightning is a rare phenomenon that is typically described as a glowing sphere of light that appears during thunderstorms. It's often accompanied by a hissing or buzzing sound and can last for several seconds before disappearing. The exact nature of ball lightning is still not well understood, and there are a number of different theories about what causes it. Some scientists believe that it may be related to lightning strikes, while others suggest that it may be caused by the combustion of gases in the atmosphere. There have been numerous reports of ball lightning over the years, although it remains a relatively rare occurrence. Because it is so difficult to study and reproduce in laboratory conditions, much of what is known about ball lightning is based on anecdotal evidence and eyewitness accounts. Although ball lightning definitely matches the description of these objects, in many sightings there's no lighting present, and ball lightning is also not known to travel at extreme speeds. It's for this reason that researchers into the unknown have said that we're dealing with something entirely different, and that as of right now, we are no closer to understanding what they are and where they come from. Interestingly, some of the first sightings of these glowing objects were reported during the 1940s. The country where they are most commonly seen is that of the United States, but they've also been encountered above the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and various places in Europe. According to a large number of eyewitness sightings, there was an alarming number of consistent reports made of silent hovering objects that were described by onlookers and local residents as glowing aircrafts. The orbs were often detailed as appearing to be small aircrafts that demonstrated abilities impossible for known aircraft to have accomplished at the time. Detailed in the vast majority of witness reports, the glowing orbs were known for appearing out of nowhere, suddenly within the blink of an eye and disappearing just as quickly, vanishing into thin air or shooting off at incredibly violent speeds, impossible to replicate with any known technology at the time. Even airmen during the war would detail their encounters with them, describing glowing objects that would approach their aircraft as if inspecting it and then fly away at extreme speeds, with other sightings described as appearing to have the physical characteristics of ghostly light, with recounted stories emphasizing that the aircraft appeared to glow colors, while demonstrating incredible violations of the basic laws of physics. According to the gathered data surrounding these glowing orbs, thousands of them have been reported. It's believed that throughout the early 2000s, over 3,000 reports were made by people throughout the United States, and those are just the ones we know about. That number is said to be much higher, as the majority of people don't report their encounters. The majority of these sightings were made during times that did not coincide with known meteor shower or lightning events, with them demonstrating abilities to maneuver, react, and change trajectories entirely. A few months ago, it was reported that sheep across the world were observed walking around in circles, and people have now said that the phenomenon has just started up again. Due to this strange behavior, it's caused some to suggest that animals may be sensing something. Interestingly, some animals have been observed to have the ability to detect earthquakes before they occur. This is believed to be due to their heightened sensitivity to changes in their environment, such as vibrations or electromagnetic fields. One animal that is known for its ability to detect earthquakes is the common toad. Researchers have found that toads will often leave their breeding sites and move to higher ground several days before an earthquake occurs. Similarly, other studies have shown that certain species of fish, snakes, and even domesticated dogs and cats have exhibited unusual behavior prior to an earthquake. Scientists have said that not all animals have this ability, and more research is needed to fully understand the mechanisms behind this phenomenon. The United States Geological Survey said the following about this phenomenon. Evidence abounds of animals, fish, birds, reptiles, and insects exhibiting strange behavior anywhere from weeks to seconds before an earthquake. However, consistent and reliable behavior prior to seismic events and a mechanism explaining how it could work still eludes us. End quote. One person commented on social media saying that they have a koi pond and she observed her fish swimming around in circles for hours. This event happened in early March, and she said that a few days later, the region where she lives was hit by a 4-magnitude earthquake. China is located in an area of the world that is particularly prone to earthquakes due to its location on the Pacific Ring of Fire. The Pacific Ring of Fire is a region that encircles the Pacific Ocean and is characterized by high levels of seismic activity and volcanic eruptions. China is also situated on the boundary between the Eurasian Plate and the Indian Plate, which are two of the Earth's tectonic plates. The collision of these two plates has created a complex system of fault lines that runs through China, resulting in frequent earthquakes. While earthquakes are common in China, the country has implemented measures to mitigate their impact. This includes seismic monitoring systems, earthquake-resistant building codes, and public education campaigns on earthquake preparedness. Oddly enough, this strange behavior was observed a few months back, when sheep were seen walking around in circles. It was reported that hundreds of sheep had been observed walking in circles for over 12 days. Not long after the first report was made, others came forward and said that sheep were observed doing the same thing across different countries, with reports coming in from the United Kingdom and Mongolia, with local farmers confused as to why the sheep were doing this for such a long period of time, with one farmer saying that it happens every so often, but has never lasted more than an hour. The cause of this strange behavior is still not known. It's known that China is often hit by earthquakes, and at the time it caused some to suggest that perhaps the sheep could feel something happening. The United States Geological Survey said the following. The earliest reference we have to unusual animal behavior prior to a significant earthquake is from Greece in 373 BC. Rats, weasels, snakes, and centipedes reportedly left their homes and headed for safety several days before a destructive earthquake. Anecdotal evidence abounds of animals, fish, birds, reptiles, and insects exhibiting strange behavior anywhere from weeks to seconds before an earthquake. Most but not all scientists pursuing this mystery are in China or Japan. An earthquake forecast was made in China several decades ago, based on small earthquakes and unusual animal activity. Many people chose to sleep outside of their homes and thus were spared when the main earthquake indeed occurred and caused widespread destruction. However, usually no large earthquake follows this type of seismic activity, and unfortunately, many earthquakes are preceded by no precursory events whatsoever. End quote. It's for this reason that people worry when they see animals acting like this, with residents fearing that a big earthquake could hit the region within the next few days. As mentioned, for centuries there have been accounts of animals acting strange before an earthquake devastates a region. A few years back, scientists came forward and said that they have filmed the behavior of wild animals prior to a quake, and believe this could be documented evidence of animals behaving differently just prior to an earthquake. The researchers were studying birds in Peru and found that days before an earthquake hit, the birds ran for shelter, with the team suggesting that the animals running for cover may be linked to airborne ions. As of right now, scientists and animal experts have said that there's several reasons why animals may walk in circles, saying that some animals, particularly those with poor eyesight, may use circling as a means of navigating. By walking in circles, they may be able to detect changes in their environment, such as the location of food or water sources, and orient themselves more accurately. Certain animals, especially those in captivity or under stress, may exhibit repetitive behaviors, including circling. This behavior may be a result of boredom, anxiety, or a lack of stimulation. In some cases, animals may walk in circles due to neurological disorders, such as vestibular disease. This condition affects the inner ear, which can cause disorientation and loss of balance. Injury. Animals may also walk in circles if they have sustained an injury to their limbs or other parts of their body. This behavior may be an attempt to alleviate pain or discomfort. It's important to note that circling behavior in animals should be investigated and monitored by a veterinarian, as it can sometimes be a symptom of a more serious underlying condition. Jungles are some of the least explored places on the planet. Many of the world's jungles are located in remote, hard-to-reach areas, which makes them difficult to explore. In addition, the dense vegetation, uneven terrain, and harsh climate in jungles can make exploration challenging. Many parts of the jungle remain unexplored, and new species of plants and animals are often discovered in these areas. However, with advances in technology and increased interest in conservation, efforts to explore and study jungles are ongoing, and we continue to learn more about these incredible ecosystems. One of these jungle mysteries is that of the spiny-backed chimpanzee, a mysterious humanoid that has reportedly been encountered throughout the Democratic Republic of Congo, and it's been suggested by some researchers that the spiny-backed chimpanzee is an entirely new species not known to science. This ape is described as being large in size, having a broad face, not being afraid of humans, and having grey fur. Unlike other mysterious creatures encountered throughout the area, the alleged sightings of these mysterious chimpanzee are quite recent. It's believed the first encounters with the creatures happened in the year 2000, with the story stating that a group of Navy SEALs encountered a chimpanzee that had spines on its back. According to one encounter by a Navy officer who wishes to remain anonymous, his unit encountered 13 strange bipedal chimpanzees, stating that they were quite aggressive and looked slightly different to normal chimpanzees. The group of chimpanzees were observed trying to take down other animals, but the soldiers said they were able to identify how tall they were due to comparing them to nearby trees, saying that they measured between 4 to 6 feet and had a grey colour. However, the most distinctive feature of these chimpanzees was the series of protruding spines on their backs. Whenever these chimps became agitated, the spines on their backs stood up like porcupine quills. One of the Navy officers who saw this also stated that his team members made a 3-minute video of these strange animals, but said that the video was never released to the public, and it remains a military secret. The officer did not tell the exact location of the sighting. However, it's believed that the sighting was made somewhere near Lake Tanganyika in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Spiny-backed chimpanzee is one of the strangest creatures ever reported, and the researchers believe that the jungles of Africa could potentially host hundreds of unexplored species. The spiny-backed chimpanzee could be an undiscovered species with a very small population, and could very well be extinct by now. Some have linked this creature to the billy ape, but said that the only thing that's different about this creature and the billy ape is that of the spines. However, as some have pointed out, the billy ape was once thought to have not existed, but fast forward a couple of decades, and scientists were able to prove that it was in fact a real animal. Some have suggested that the same could happen with the spiny-backed chimpanzee. There are many areas of the Congo that haven't been explored, and somewhere out there could be lurking a species of apes that match the description of the spiny-backed chimpanzees. The soldiers haven't come forward with any more details, and researchers who've looked into these reports have said that it's likely they were told to be quiet. Over a century ago, Belgium colonizers found a large primate skull during their rampage in the northern Congo. The locals would tell them stories of mysterious large apes that would attack and eat lions. Gorillas were never before found in this region of northern Congo, so researchers and explorers were confused and intrigued. They believed it to be an entirely new species of ape, although they never found any additional evidence or proof of life. The skull was promptly left to collect dust in the Royal Museum for Central Africa in Belgium until the 1990s, when Karl Ammann read about them in a scientific article. He was a Swiss-born photographer and devoted conservationist. Interested by the skull's puzzle, he set off on an adventure through the dense jungles that few had traversed before. The Billy Tropical Forest covers 12,000 square miles and is a mix of impenetrable canopy and large stretches of savanna. The researchers had to trek through an impenetrable underbrush full of ants, mosquitoes, and bees that were drawn to their sweat. Despite being such a difficult undertaking, Ammann ended up repeatedly visiting the forest over the span of 10 years, with various rangers, camera crew, and primatologists trying to find the elusive billy apes. On his first trip, he found another ape skull, which only increased his obsession. In 2004, American primatologist Cleve Hicks joined the search. He spent weeks traversing through the forest trying to find the apes. He and his team set up motion-detecting cameras and eventually captured images of the elusive billy apes. As it turns out, they were not a new species. They were chimpanzees. However, they were unlike any chimpanzees the researchers had seen before. They had larger skulls and feet when compared to other chimpanzees. Their behavior was unique in that they nested on the ground like gorillas instead of in the canopy. They also used the longest tools researchers had seen in Africa to collect ants and honey. On one expedition, researchers came across a chimpanzee eating a leopard, although they did not know whether the chimp had attacked it or not. The locals called them lion destroyers and explained that even their poison darts would not affect the apes. Hicks stated that they were the largest population of wild chimpanzees anywhere in the world. He claimed that they were curious of the humans rather than fearful, which led him to believe that they had never seen humans before. Those that lived closer to civilization would flee when approached, but the apes further into the jungle would gather close to observe before quietly leaving. Since they lived in such remote parts of the jungle, it was near impossible for poachers or other hunters to encounter them. Today, the forest is a hiding spot for many fugitives or rebel groups and is being turned into farmland. The Billy Forest is a vast area of dense tropical rainforest located in the northwestern region of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, near the border with the Central African Republic. The forest is known for its remarkable biodiversity and is considered one of the most important wilderness areas in Central Africa. The Billy Forest is home to a wide variety of plant and animal species, including rare and endangered species such as forest elephants, chimpanzees, gorillas, and okapis. It's also home to several indigenous communities who have lived in the forest for generations and have developed a deep understanding of its ecology and resources. Despite its importance as a wildlife sanctuary, the Billy Forest is facing numerous threats, including deforestation, poaching, and mining. The forest is also affected by ongoing conflict in the region, which has made conservation efforts difficult. Nonetheless, conservation organizations and local communities are working together to protect the forest and its inhabitants and to promote sustainable livelihoods that respect the forest's biodiversity and cultural heritage.
Mysterious geoglyphs reveal Amazon was densely populated. Once thought to be an untouched paradise, the pre-Columbian Amazon may have actually been home to millions of people. Until recently, it was assumed that the Amazon was a pristine paradise with only a few groups of nomadic people living around the Amazon River to sustain themselves. New research in the Brazilian state of Mato Grosso suggests a new story entirely. As it turns out, the rainforest could have actually been home to millions living in large interconnected villages. With much of the region covered in dense forest, the area has always been challenging to navigate for any archaeologist interested in finding out more about how Amazonians lived away from the river and its resources. Using satellite imagery, teams were able to identify geoglyphs, which are ancient geometric ground drawings made by humans out of the earth, stone, and low-relief mounds, presumably part of a ritual for the gods, especially in times of drought. Once they had the geoglyphs, the team went into the field to the precise locations to see if they could actually find any remnants of ancient civilizations there. They were overjoyed when all 24 areas they visited contained some form of proof that people had lived there. In one site, they found old ceramics estimated to be from 1410 AD. After returning to their labs, they then used their findings to predict the locations of other possible sites, which revealed there are likely 1,300 villages and geoglyphs in the 154,000 square mile area of southern Amazonia, 2/3 of which have yet to be found. The research team now believes that between 500,000 and 1 million people once lived in a mere 7% of the Amazon basin. Prior to this research, it was estimated that the entire basin had only ever been home to 2 million people. The possibility of there being even more sites suggests that these interconnected villages spanned over 1,100 miles during their peak years between 1200 and 1500 AD. It appears that there are more discoveries to be found in the Amazon.
Interestingly, in the last few months, various people across the world have reported seeing unidentified objects falling slowly to the ground, leaving a large trail of smoke. This in turn has caused eyewitnesses to call police and report that something is in distress. Investigators who arrive on the scene, thinking that it's a plane and that they will need further assistance, are surprised to find nothing in the area to indicate that something was in trouble. One of these objects was recently spotted above England, with footage showing a large object leaving behind a smoke trail. Those who saw it detailed that it looked as though something was on fire and described it as an unidentified object that was dark in colour. One resident by the name of Miss Jeffries was able to capture clear photographs of the incident. She said the following: "This is what we captured on the same day and time. We live in Hilperton, Trowbridge. We too thought it was an aircraft. But what grabbed our attention was how it was falling vertically straight down at such a slow speed. It was just bizarre. I would love to find out what it was. It was the strangest thing we have ever seen." My friend's husband said the International Space Station crew were docking that day, so perhaps it could be debris from that. There was something so strange about it that we stopped to watch. I didn't want to worry my children, so before taking photographs, I just said it could be something amazing falling from space. I think that's why my son didn't seem at all worried. My youngest did come downstairs at bedtime crying because he was frightened not knowing what it was. He calmed down eventually." End quote. Interestingly, other people living close to the area said that they also witnessed it, and again described the object as falling slowly, but said that they couldn't make out what the object was. A man by the name of Mr. Craddock said that the mysterious object fell for over 20 minutes, and that the vapour trail it was giving off was a dark black colour. He said that his friends in London also saw the object. One police officer commented on a post that shared the photograph and said the following: "This incident was investigated by officers in the region, and although we could see an object falling to the ground, no one came forward to report a crash. Sometimes these objects can be explained away as things like skydivers or even aeroplanes, but in this case, it did look like something was falling to the ground. My family that lives 25 miles away sent me photographs of the event, and I have to admit, I've never seen anything like it before. It was very bizarre." End quote. Shortly after the photographs were released online, a worker from the United Kingdom's aviation unit said that it was most likely a plane, and that due to the angle of it, the object appeared to be falling from the sky. Many didn't buy this explanation though, and said that for the past few years these strange objects have been reported across countries. Oddly enough, after looking through gathered data, researchers have said that the United Kingdom is a hotspot when it comes to mysterious sightings, and detail that hundreds of mysterious aircrafts have been spotted since the early 1940s, which has caused officials to conduct further research into the aircrafts to try and determine what they are and where they're coming from. The mysterious surveillance object. On the 5th of August, back in 2010, the Royal Air Force released a series of documents surrounding reported sightings of unidentified objects, with additional documentation about a specific incident 50 years prior that Winston Churchill himself banned the reporting of, out of fear that the story could create mass panic and lead to the degradation of society. The banned reports claim that on the 5th of August back in 1944, a Royal Air Force reconnaissance aircraft was returning from an undisclosed surveillance mission from France or Germany. However, while travelling over the English coastline, the surveillance crew claimed to have been suddenly intercepted by what each crew member described as a peculiar metallic object that began to match their aircraft's course and speed alongside them, before the object quickly accelerated into the distance and disappeared entirely. As the craft had hovered alongside their plane, several members of the crew rapidly began taking a series of photographs of the object to later verify their claims, as they possessed the equipment necessary to take higher quality images and gather sensitive data of enemy aircraft. However, as they began this documentation, they claimed that something appeared to be off about the unidentified object, as the unknown craft appeared to emit no sound or use any form of known propulsion to generate its lift. According to the released documents, any proof of the object gathered by the team has been completely destroyed or lost. Given this strange development, many believe that the event was covered up in its entirety, with researchers coming forward, including one man that wrote to the government back in 1999, claiming that his father had overheard the event while in a meeting alongside Winston Churchill and the then American President Dwight D. Eisenhower. The United Kingdom has investigated mysterious aircrafts in the past. The most well-known investigation was known as Project Condeen, which was conducted by the British Ministry of Defence's intelligence staff between 1997 and 2000. The purpose of the investigation was to determine whether these mysterious aircraft sightings posed a threat to national security, and whether they could be attributed to any known technology or natural phenomena. The Project Condeen report, which was released to the public in 2006, concluded that the majority of sightings could be attributed to misidentifications of known objects or phenomena, such as aircraft, balloons, or meteorological events. However, the report also acknowledged that a small percentage of sightings could not be easily explained and might require further investigation. The British Ministry of Defence also maintained a reporting and investigation system called the Unidentified Object Desk until it was closed in 2009. Interestingly, since then, various workers have come forward and said that evidence has been tampered with, and that various sightings that couldn't be explained weren't included in these files. As of right now, the British Ministry of Defence has stated that it would continue to investigate any credible reports of mysterious aircrafts that might have national security implications. In the late 1980s, Russian Navy divers were conducting routine training exercises in Lake Baikal, the world's deepest and oldest lake located in Siberia. However, what they discovered during one of their dives was anything but routine. Several of the divers reported encountering strange humanoid creatures, sparking intense interest and speculation about what they had seen. The first reported encounter occurred in 1982, when a team of divers were exploring the depths of Lake Baikal. They claimed to have seen a group of human-like beings dressed in silver suits swimming around the lake. The divers were stunned by what they saw and immediately surfaced to report their discovery to their superiors. In the following years, other reports of humanoid encounters in Lake Baikal emerged. Some divers claimed to have seen humanoids measuring over 6 feet tall with humanoid features, while others described smaller creatures that resembled dolphins or mermaids. Some reported being chased by the creatures and experiencing a sense of extreme fear, going on to say that they didn't feel welcome and that the creatures would often chase them away. The Russian government has never officially confirmed or denied these reports, but they have been the subject of much speculation and interest in the paranormal community. Some believe the humanoids could be the result of secret experiments carried out by the Soviet Union during the Cold War, while others suggest they could be advanced beings or even remnants of an ancient civilization. As of right now, many people remain convinced of the existence of the Lake Baikal humanoids. Some have even made attempts to capture them or conduct further research into their existence, with one researcher saying that mysterious aircrafts have been observed above the lake and that they've even been seen entering the lake, but said that they do this without making a splash, which has caused some to suggest that these underwater beings also possess hyper-advanced technology. It is important to note that Lake Baikal is a unique and mysterious place in its own right, with many unexplained phenomena and mysteries surrounding it. It is home to a diverse range of aquatic life, some of which is found nowhere else in the world. The lake is also said to have healing properties, and has been a site of pilgrimage and spiritual significance for centuries. The divers who encountered the non-human entities reported that they launched a sudden counterattack by unleashing high-powered sonar waves, which caused a potent force that rendered all crew members unconscious and rapidly propelled them toward the surface. Rapidly ascending from great depths can have harmful consequences on our physical well-being, leading to a condition commonly referred to as the bends. 3 members of the squadron suffered severe injuries, but managed to avoid this affliction. However, the other individuals required immediate transportation to a decompression chamber. Regrettably, there was only one recompression chamber in the vicinity, which was intended to accommodate only 2 individuals at a time. Driven by desperation, 4 men entered the chamber at once, hoping to save their lives. Unfortunately, this impulsive decision did not produce the desired outcome, and as a result of their superiors' hastiness, 3 people lost their lives, and those who survived were confronted with permanent disabilities that would alter the course of their lives. As of right now, the reports of Russian Navy divers encountering humanoid creatures in Lake Baikal are intriguing and mysterious, and it's caused some amateur researchers to suggest that the military is monitoring the area, saying that bright lights are often seen above the lake, which are usually followed by a black helicopter. The reports have sparked curiosity and interest in the paranormal community, and the legend of the Lake Baikal humanoids continues to captivate imaginations and inspire further investigation. Interestingly, some have suggested that these objects seen entering the lake are USOs, or unidentified submerged objects. These are a lesser-known phenomenon compared to their aerial counterparts. These objects are believed to be submerged underwater, and the US Navy has reportedly encountered them multiple times over the years. While these encounters have been shrouded in secrecy, some information has been leaked, giving a glimpse into this mysterious world. One of the most famous USO encounters occurred in 1971 when the USS Trepang, a nuclear submarine, was on a routine mission in the Arctic Ocean. Suddenly, the crew spotted a bizarre object moving at high speeds through the water. The object was said to be disc-shaped and had a dome-like structure on top. The crew tried to track it, but the object was moving too fast, and soon it disappeared into the depths of the ocean. Another incident reportedly occurred in 2004, when a US aircraft carrier was conducting routine exercises in the Pacific Ocean. The crew encountered a strange object hovering just above the water. According to reports, the object was approximately 40 feet in length and was shaped like a tic-tac. When fighter jets were sent to investigate, the object accelerated at an incredible speed, disappearing in a matter of seconds. These encounters have raised many questions about the nature and origin of USOs. Some researchers believe that these objects could be evidence of extraterrestrial activity, while others speculate that they could be advanced technology developed by rival countries. Another theory suggests that these objects could be natural phenomena such as underwater volcanic activity or bioluminescent organisms. While the exact nature of these objects remains a mystery, their existence has been confirmed by numerous witnesses, including military personnel and civilians. Some researchers believe that the high number of USO sightings could indicate that these objects have a base or outpost located in the depths of the ocean. The study of USOs remains a relatively unexplored field, but some researchers are working to shed light on this enigmatic phenomenon. The Ocean X team, for example, is a group of researchers and divers who have conducted several expeditions to investigate strange underwater anomalies. One of their most notable discoveries was the so-called Baltic Sea anomaly, a mysterious circular object located on the bottom of the Baltic Sea. The Baltic Sea anomaly is an unusual object located on the floor of the Baltic Sea, which was discovered in 2011 by a Swedish ocean exploration company. The object has been described as a large circular or oval shape, with a diameter of approximately 60 meters and a height of around 8 meters. It is located at a depth of around 90 meters, and its precise origin and nature are unknown, leading to much speculation and debate among researchers and the public alike. There have been many theories about the Baltic Sea anomaly, with some suggesting that it may be a crashed aircraft, a natural rock formation, or even an ancient underwater city. However, although various theories have been put forward, the true nature of the object remains a mystery. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Baltic Sea anomaly is its shape. It appears to be a perfect circle or oval, which is highly unusual for a natural rock formation. Some researchers have pointed out that the object's shape is similar to that of a flying saucer or other mysterious aircraft, leading to speculation that it may be an advanced craft that has crashed in the Baltic Sea. Another interesting aspect of the Baltic Sea anomaly is its location. The object is located in an area of the Baltic Sea that was covered by ice during the last ice age, around 10,000 years ago. This has led some researchers to suggest that the object may be an ancient structure or city that was submerged when the ice melted. Despite much speculation, there has been little concrete evidence to support any of these theories about the Baltic Sea anomaly. A team of divers who explored the object in 2012 found that it was made of some kind of hard, smooth material, and that there were no visible signs of any kind of propulsion or steering system that might be expected if it were a crashed aircraft. Since the discovery of the Baltic Sea anomaly, there have been several attempts to investigate the object further. In 2014, a team of researchers from Sweden and Germany used sonar and underwater cameras to create detailed 3D maps of the object. They found that the object was much more complex than originally thought, with several smaller structures and what appeared to be staircases leading up to the main structure. However, despite these efforts, the true nature of the Baltic Sea anomaly remains a mystery. Some researchers have suggested that the object may be a natural geological formation, while others remain convinced that it is a man-made object of some kind. Until further research is conducted, the true origin and nature of the Baltic Sea anomaly will continue to be the subject of much debate and speculation. This hiker posted an interesting photograph to social media, showing what appears to be a strange smoke ring. Oddly enough, they said that it appeared out of nowhere, and detailed that the area they were hiking in had no signs of anything burning. At first they thought that it was just smoke, but said that it didn't change shape and appeared to be following him. Interestingly enough, this isn't the first time that one of these has been recorded, and there's some who think that they aren't just smoke, but suggest that they are something unknown. The hiker managed to take some close-up photographs of the object, with this one being one of the clearest, but as of right now, they aren't sure what this thing is, saying that they haven't seen one since. Oddly enough, others have said that the same thing has happened to them, and that they seem to appear out of nowhere. Smoke rings, also known as toroidal or donut-shaped objects, are a rare but intriguing phenomenon that have been witnessed by many people over the years. These objects appear as perfect, smoke-like rings that seem to float effortlessly in the sky. They have been reported all over the world, from the United States and Canada to Europe and Australia. One of the most famous sightings of a smoke ring object occurred in 1957 in Fargo, North Dakota. 2 police officers were on patrol when they saw a large, smoke-like ring in the sky. They described it as being about 100 feet in diameter and perfectly formed. It floated silently across the sky and disappeared after a few minutes. Another notable sighting occurred in 1979 in England. A man named Peter Paget was driving near Stonehenge when he saw a smoke ring object hovering in the sky. He pulled over to get a better look and saw that the ring was spinning rapidly. The object then shot off into the distance at incredible speed. Despite the many sightings of these smoke rings, scientists remain skeptical of their existence. They argue that smoke rings are a common natural phenomenon and can be produced by volcanoes, wildfires, and other sources. They also point out that many of the reported sightings of smoke rings could be explained by other phenomena, such as clouds or atmospheric conditions. However, there are some researchers who believe that smoke rings are a genuine phenomenon and that they may even have advanced origins. They argue that the perfect circular shape of the rings is not something that could easily be produced by natural causes, and that the objects often exhibit unusual movements that cannot be explained by conventional aircraft. One theory about the origin of smoke rings is that they are advanced propulsion systems used by advanced spacecraft. Some researchers speculate that the rings are created by a technology similar to the Alcubierre drive, which is a theoretical method of faster-than-light travel that involves distorting space-time around a spacecraft. Another theory is that smoke rings are a form of cloaking technology used by advanced spacecraft to make themselves invisible to human observers. This theory suggests that the rings are not the actual craft, but rather a byproduct of the cloaking technology. Despite the lack of concrete evidence to support these theories, smoke rings remain a fascinating and mysterious phenomenon. Whether they are natural or extraterrestrial in origin, their perfect circular shape and unusual movements make them a compelling subject for researchers and enthusiasts alike. Although skeptics have said these smoke rings are caused by things like fires, many of the eyewitnesses who've seen and photographed these smoke rings have said that there was no fires near them when the encounter happened, and it's for this reason that some researchers have suggested that they're linked to the unknown. Unidentified objects have long been a topic of fascination and intrigue for people around the world. These strange aerial phenomena have been reported for centuries, and while many have been explained away as natural or man-made objects, there remain a significant number of sightings that defy explanation. The modern era of sightings began in the late 1940s and early 1950s, when a series of high-profile sightings and encounters sparked widespread interest in the topic. This was fueled by the emergence of new technologies such as radar and jet aircraft, which allowed for more detailed observations and measurements of the phenomena. Although researchers have pointed out that sightings of mysterious aircrafts go back thousands of years, and detailed that ancient civilizations reported encounters with mysterious lights in the sky. Over the years, there have been countless reports of sightings, ranging from simple lights in the sky to intricate craft with advanced technology. Many witnesses have reported seeing strange lights or objects moving in ways that defy the laws of physics, including sudden stops, sharp turns, and incredible speeds. While some sightings have been explained as misidentified natural phenomena, such as meteors or weather balloons, others remain unexplained to this day. In some cases, witnesses have reported physical effects such as burns or radiation sickness after close encounters with these mysterious objects. Despite the wealth of evidence and eyewitness testimony, mainstream science and government agencies have generally been dismissive of these sightings, often attributing them to hoaxes or misidentification of known objects. However, there have been notable exceptions, such as the US military's investigation into sightings. In recent years, there has been renewed interest in these aircrafts, driven in part by the release of previously classified government documents and the emergence of new technologies, such as drone cameras and infrared sensors. The US government has acknowledged the existence of a task force, and many countries around the world have released their own reports and investigations into the phenomena. One of the most intriguing aspects of these sightings is the possibility that they may be evidence of extraterrestrial life. While there is no concrete evidence to support this theory, many enthusiasts believe that the advanced technology and unusual flight patterns of these objects suggest an intelligence beyond human understanding. The search for evidence of advanced life has been a driving force behind many of our efforts to explore the universe, from the search for habitable planets to the study of astrobiology and the search for signals from intelligent civilizations. The possibility of these objects being evidence of alien life only adds to the excitement and mystery of this search. As of right now, these objects remain one of the most fascinating and enduring mysteries of our time. While many sightings can be explained as natural or man-made phenomena, there remain a significant number that defy explanation. As one of the most remote and mysterious places on Earth, Antarctica has long been a source of fascination and speculation. In recent years, reports have emerged of mysterious objects and unusual phenomena observed in the skies above the icy continent, including alleged sightings of unidentified objects. Someone on social media just posted an interesting photograph that was taken in Antarctica. The image in question shows what appears to be a huge circular opening, with the user saying that it looks like something crashed into the ice. Large cracks can be seen around the outside of the hole, which made some say that whatever it was must have impacted the ice at a tremendous speed. Interestingly, some who believe in the unknown have suggested that the hole may have been created by something emerging from below. Unidentified submerged objects are a relatively unknown phenomenon that has been reported around the world. These objects are similar to unidentified flying objects, but instead of being seen in the sky, they are seen entering or exiting bodies of water such as oceans, lakes, and rivers. USOs have been reported for centuries, but their origins and purpose remain a mystery. USOs are often seen in areas with high levels of naval activity, such as near military bases, ports, and shipping lanes. Some reports describe USOs as being shaped like saucers, while others describe them as being more like submarines or strange glowing orbs. Witnesses have reported seeing USOs enter and exit the water at high speeds, perform impossible maneuvers, and disappear without a trace. USOs have been reported in many other locations around the world, including the Baltic Sea, the Bermuda Triangle, embedded in the ice in Antarctica, and the Pacific Ocean. Despite the high number of reported sightings, very little scientific research has been done on USOs. Some believe that USOs may be the result of underwater natural phenomena, such as gas bubbles or underwater volcanic activity. However, these explanations do not account for the reported maneuvers and high speeds of USOs. The lack of scientific research on USOs may be due in part to the difficulty of studying objects that are underwater. Unlike traditional sightings, USO sightings are not easily captured on camera, and it is difficult to send equipment or divers to investigate the area where the objects were seen. As of right now, those who've seen this image have suggested that it was created by one of these USOs. Although there's little evidence to back this up, researchers point to objects that have been found embedded in the ice across Antarctica as proof of this. According to some researchers, Antarctica may be a hotspot for mysterious activity due to its isolated location and extreme weather conditions. With the continent largely uninhabited by humans, it is possible that any unusual sightings or encounters could go unnoticed or unreported for extended periods of time. In addition to a number of mysterious reports surrounding strange aircrafts that have been seen above Antarctica, there have been numerous officials who've come forward with their own encounters about what they witnessed while working here. Some researchers have suggested that these objects could be related to secret military or government operations, while others believe that they may be advanced aircrafts. The remote and unexplored nature of the continent leaves the possibility open for further investigation and exploration. In recent years, advances in technology have allowed researchers to better explore and study the region, raising the potential for further discoveries and insights into this mysterious and fascinating corner of the world. Despite the numerous reports of alleged sightings in Antarctica, there are also many skeptics who argue that the phenomenon may be nothing more than misidentified natural or man-made objects. With so much still unknown about this remote and extreme environment, it is difficult to say for sure what the truth may be. One of the reasons why it's hard to investigate these aircrafts is because Antarctica is the coldest, driest, and windiest place on the planet. This landmass, which covers an area of about 14 million square kilometers, is surrounded by the Southern Ocean and the Antarctic Circumpolar Current, which makes it difficult to reach and explore. One of the primary reasons that Antarctica is difficult to explore is its extreme weather conditions. The continent is the coldest place on Earth, with temperatures that can drop to as low as -128 degrees. The weather in Antarctica is also very unpredictable, and sudden storms can arise without warning, making it hazardous for any expedition. Another significant challenge that explorers face in Antarctica is the isolation of the continent. It is located far from any major population centers, and the distance makes it difficult and expensive to transport people and equipment to the continent. The isolation also means that any rescue operation is challenging and can take days or even weeks. Moreover, Antarctica is covered by a thick layer of ice, which can reach a depth of over 2 miles in some places. This makes it difficult to navigate and explore the continent, as most of the land is inaccessible by foot or vehicle. Additionally, the ice is continuously moving, which can create dangerous holes that can be impossible to detect without proper equipment and training. Another challenge of exploring Antarctica is the lack of infrastructure. Unlike other continents, Antarctica has no permanent human habitation except for a few scientific research stations. This means that any expedition to Antarctica requires a lot of preparation and planning to ensure that all necessary equipment and supplies are brought along. The continent is covered with ice sheets, glaciers, and frozen lakes, making it a challenging and inhospitable environment to explore. However, Antarctica was not always a frozen desert. Millions of years ago, it was a lush, green, and thriving rainforest. Scientists have long been fascinated by the mystery of Antarctica's past climate. They have collected sedimentary rock, fossils, and other evidence that reveal that Antarctica was once a warm and humid environment, teeming with life. The fossil record indicates that around 170 million years ago, Antarctica was part of the supercontinent Gondwana, which also included South America, Africa, Australia, and India. At that time, Antarctica was situated much closer to the equator and enjoyed a subtropical climate with high rainfall. Around 50 million years ago, Antarctica began to cool and drift southwards, away from the equator. As it moved further away, the climate became colder, and the vegetation began to change. The rainforest slowly gave way to tundra and eventually to ice, as the continent drifted towards its current location. The evidence for Antarctica's rainforest past is found in the rocks and fossils that have been uncovered by scientists. The fossils include the remains of a wide variety of plants, including ferns, cycads, and conifers. These plants would have required a warm and wet environment to grow, and their presence suggests that Antarctica was once a lush and thriving rainforest. In addition, scientists have found the remains of dinosaurs, early mammals, and other animals that lived in the rainforest, providing further evidence of the continent's past. But how did Antarctica go from a rainforest to a frozen desert? The answer lies in the continent's unique geography and climate. Antarctica is a landlocked continent surrounded by oceans, which prevents warm currents from reaching it. In addition, the continent's position at the South Pole means that during the winter, it receives no sunlight for months at a time, causing the temperatures to plummet. As a result, the rainforest gradually gave way to tundra and ice, and Antarctica became the frozen desert that we know today. In recent years, scientists have become increasingly interested in studying Antarctica's past climate to better understand how the Earth's climate is changing. They have used ice cores, sediment samples, and other data to reconstruct the continent's climate history and to look for clues about how the climate might change in the future. Antarctica's icy landscape is filled with many mysteries that continue to captivate the imagination of scientists and the public alike. One such mystery is the existence of underground lakes in Antarctica, which have only recently been discovered. Underneath this ice sheet there are hidden lakes, some of which have been isolated from the rest of the world for millions of years. The first of these lakes to be discovered was Lake Vostok, located in East Antarctica. It was discovered in the 1970s by Soviet scientists who were drilling for ice cores. They found that their drilling equipment was suddenly descending too quickly, and they realized that they had drilled into a large body of water. However, it wasn't until the 1990s that the existence of Lake Vostok was confirmed, after scientists used radar to map its shape and size. Lake Vostok is the largest of the underground lakes in Antarctica, with a surface area of around 12,000 square kilometers and a depth of over 800 meters. The water in the lake is also incredibly clear, thanks to the absence of sunlight and the fact that it has been isolated from the rest of the world for so long. The lake is also one of the most extreme environments on Earth, with temperatures as low as -89 degrees. Since the discovery of Lake Vostok, several other underground lakes have been found in Antarctica, including Lake Mercer, Lake Whillans, and subglacial Lake Conway. Like Lake Vostok, these lakes are isolated from the rest of the world and have been cut off from the surface for millions of years. Some of them have been found to contain microorganisms, leading scientists to speculate that they may harbor unique forms of life. The discovery of these underground lakes has opened up new areas of research for scientists who are interested in studying the lake's geology, chemistry, and biology. However, exploring these underground lakes is no easy feat. The extreme conditions and the fact that they are located deep beneath the ice sheet make it incredibly challenging for scientists to access them. In some cases, they have to drill through several kilometers of ice to reach the lake, which can take years to accomplish. Despite the challenges, scientists continue to study these underground lakes, hoping to unlock the secrets of Antarctica's icy landscape. Antarctica is the only continent without an indigenous human population and has remained virtually untouched by human activity, except for scientific research. Despite its desolate and harsh environment, Antarctica is a land of natural beauty and scientific curiosity, with many mysteries and secrets yet to be uncovered. Exploration of Antarctica began in the early 19th century, with the first documented sighting in 1820. The first human expedition to Antarctica was in 1821, but it was not until the early 20th century that significant exploration and scientific research began. Since then, many expeditions have been launched to explore the continent, but despite the efforts, only a small fraction of Antarctica has been explored. To date, it is estimated that less than 1% of Antarctica's landmass has been explored. This is due to the continent's harsh and unpredictable weather conditions, treacherous terrain, and remote location. Antarctica is also covered by a thick layer of ice that makes it difficult to access and explore its interior. Additionally, strict environmental regulations govern human activity in Antarctica to protect its unique ecosystem, making it more challenging to conduct research. Most of the exploration and research conducted in Antarctica has been concentrated along its coastline, where it is easier to access and set up scientific stations. However, much of the continent's interior remains unexplored, and scientists are eager to uncover the secrets hidden beneath the ice. The subglacial lakes we just mentioned are believed to contain unique microbial life that could provide insights into the origins of life on Earth and the possibility of life elsewhere in the universe. Despite the challenges of exploring Antarctica, there is still much to discover and explore on this remote and mysterious continent. Over the years, the appearance of black cubes around the Sun has been a recurring phenomenon. While there are various theories and explanations regarding these sightings, there is no concrete evidence to support any of them. One theory suggests that these cubes may be spacecraft or other advanced objects orbiting the Sun. Another theory speculates that these cubes may be the result of image processing anomalies, camera lens flares, or other optical illusions. However, this explanation does not account for the consistent appearance of these cubes in various images and videos from different sources. Some people believe that the black cubes are related to the ancient Egyptian god, Osiris, and are part of a theory involving advanced life forms. Throughout history, various ancient civilizations have described and depicted advanced machines in the sky. From the ancient Indian texts of the Vedas to the Nazca lines of Peru, many cultures have documented such objects in their art, writing, and oral traditions. This has led to the question of why these civilizations talked about these advanced machines in the sky. One theory is that these civilizations may have had contact with beings who visited Earth in advanced spacecraft. Some ancient texts describe such beings as gods or divine messengers who traveled the heavens in chariots or other advanced vehicles. For example, in the ancient Indian text of the Rig Veda, there are descriptions of flying chariots known as vimanas that were piloted by the gods. Another theory suggests that these advanced machines were actually built by ancient civilizations themselves. According to this theory, these civilizations possessed advanced knowledge and technology that has since been lost to time. The ancient Egyptians, for instance, were known for their advanced engineering skills and construction of impressive structures such as the pyramids. Some speculate that they may have also possessed knowledge of aerodynamics and even built flying machines. It is also possible that the depictions of advanced machines in the sky were simply creative interpretations of natural phenomena such as comets or meteors. Many ancient cultures had mythologies that were based on the movements and patterns of the stars and planets. In some cases, these celestial events may have been interpreted as divine messages or omens. It is also possible that these cubes are simply an artifact of the way that images and video are captured and processed. With the widespread availability of high-quality cameras and video equipment, it is easier than ever for individuals to capture and share images of the sun and other celestial objects. However, this also means that more people may be interpreting these images in unusual ways, leading to the emergence of theories and other unfounded claims. As of right now, the black cubes around the sun are likely to remain a mystery. While it is possible that there is some unknown phenomenon at work, it is also possible that these sightings are the result of misinterpretation or optical illusions. Until more concrete evidence is available, it is up to individuals to draw their own conclusions about what, if anything, these black cubes really mean. In recent years, there have been multiple reports of mysterious aircrafts near the International Space Station, causing speculation and theories to circulate on the internet. Firstly, it's worth noting that the International Space Station is the largest man-made structure in space and orbits the Earth at an altitude of approximately 400 kilometers. It is also equipped with various cameras and sensors that monitor the Earth's surface and atmosphere, as well as external objects in space. This means that any unusual sightings near the International Space Station are often captured on camera and recorded. One explanation for the sightings could be natural phenomena, such as meteors or space debris. These objects can sometimes appear as bright lights or strange shapes, which could be mistaken for mysterious aircrafts. However, some of the reported sightings have been described as moving in a controlled and deliberate manner, indicating that they may not be natural phenomena. Some have suggested that these sightings could be the result of secret military spacecraft or experimental technology being tested in the vicinity of the International Space Station. It's worth noting that the United States government has previously denied the existence of any such technology. Another explanation for the sightings could be advanced civilizations. Some believe that the International Space Station is being monitored by intelligent life forms from other planets, in the same way that we are sending probes across the solar system. It's worth noting that NASA has not confirmed the existence of extraterrestrial life and have explained that most sightings can be explained by natural phenomena or man-made objects.
ESA Huygens probe landed on Saturn's moon Titan. Roughly 17 years ago, on January 14, 2005, the Huygens probe landed on Saturn's moon Titan. Since 2005, Huygens has provided scientists with data to help them better understand this one-of-a-kind planet. The Huygens probe landing was the farthest any probe had travelled before. After travelling through space for over 7 years, it also became the first to land in the outer solar system. The Huygens probe weighed roughly 700 pounds and was shaped like a shellfish with a hard protective outer shell. The probe had the ability to measure many aspects of Titan's surface, including its physical and electrical properties, wind speed, radiation levels, and the chemical gases that are present. The probe also had the ability to take photos of the surface. Imaging team leader Carolyn Porco wrote, "I distinctly recall the dreamy feeling of being in one universe one moment and in another universe the next. But it was no dream. We had, without doubt, journeyed to Titan, 10 times farther from the Sun than the Earth, and touched it. The solar system suddenly seemed a very much smaller place." The images returned to the European Space Agency included photos of an apparent shoreline, including breaks in the Earth carved by some sort of flowing liquid. There was also evidence that supports the idea of an underground ocean of water and ammonia deep beneath an icy crust. One of the reasons scientists are interested in researching the surface of Titan is because of the presence of chemicals that are believed to have been present on a young Earth. Nitrogen and methane were both found in the atmosphere. The methane element is interesting because methane's lifespan in Titan's atmosphere is only tens of millions of years, meaning the methane must somehow be replenished throughout time. There were changes with the Huygens probe. These changes are helping scientists perfect probe design as we continue to explore space. The first problem the ESA encountered was the spin direction of the probe. After an unexpected flip in the spacecraft's spin, it descended onto Titan more quickly than anticipated. The spin direction and speed were essential to scientists because any alterations could affect the spacecraft's ability to stabilize for landing. The ESA explained, luckily, the magnitude of this reversed spin was similar to that expected by the researchers, meaning that the unexpected flip affected the timing of the planned observations but did not dramatically affect their quality. Unfortunately, there was also an issue with a programming sequence that meant about 350 images Huygens took were never sent back to Earth. Not only did Huygens provide scientists with imperative data about Saturn's moon Titan, but 17 years later, the data acquired during Huygens' journey is still helping spacecraft designers create future probes. Elon Musk's first human colony on Mars would have to survive on a vegan diet. It could not be anything more like a movie. Elon Musk recently announced that future Martians will survive by growing their own food in solar-powered hydroponic glass dome farms. As a result, meat will not be on the menu, and these first people on Mars will have to survive on a completely vegan diet. Musk does say, at least for the moment, that it will likely only be the first 100 people on Mars who are limited to fully vegan cuisine, owing simply to the extremely high levels of power which will be required to run and maintain the self-sustaining farms, combined with the obviously limited resources. For example, a study written by John Strickland from the National Space Society outlined the fact that you would halve the number of people domes could sustain if they also required meat and fish compared to a vegan diet. Similarly, it is also thought that if people did stick to a plant-only diet, a 0.3 square mile farm with 4 levels to it could feed a colony of approximately 5,000. However, Musk does not foresee glass domes being the story of life on Mars forever, and rather suggests them to be a form of temporary habitats for the first cohort of people to help develop more permanent infrastructure on the red planet. With Starship, the Mars rocket, looking highly likely to be ready for its first test orbit sometime this year, the possibility of life on Mars is becoming increasingly real. Therefore, preparing for other logistical details, such as how to then survive once you have reached Mars, will be the next groundbreaking research needed in the field to continue expanding our horizons, quite literally. Plans for life on Mars are wide and varied. China, United States, and the United Arab Emirates all have plans to succeed at cracking human travel to Mars by 2040, and the UAE has gone so far as to plan future civilization on the red planet. However, Musk is currently making headway and has the most aggressive plan, aiming to get a human crew to Mars by 2026 and an established thriving city by 2050. With international involvement creating even more competition and incentive to be the first to Mars and first to facilitate life on Mars too. Mysterious kick just after the Big Bang may have created dark matter. Scientists believe that matter and antimatter should be balanced. They are counterparts, and as most materials that are opposites, they ought to cancel each other out on contact. All the universe's matter should have been destroyed as soon as it came into existence as a result of touching with antimatter, but, as we know, that's not the case, and there is a known imbalance in space when it comes to matter and antimatter. Scientists now theorize that when the universe was in its infancy, a kick was responsible for producing far more matter than antimatter. It's possible that this imbalance between them made dark matter. Dark matter has a pull on everything, yet it does not interact with anything, even light. All we know is it exists and makes up 80% of our cosmos, but how it works, how it came to be, and what it does is still a mystery. And yet, we also know that regular matter has nothing in common with dark matter, which is, as of now, outside our understanding of physics. It is believed that for a short while, antimatter and matter were balanced, but something caused that balance to shift, and it filled the universe with matter. Scientists do not know when this happened, if it even did. It is now thought that perhaps the imbalance of matter and antimatter is connected to the birth of dark matter. It would make sense for these processes to be connected, but without proof, one can only speculate and study the situation. A study by ArcZiv from 2020 alleges that space relies on a baryon number symmetry. Baryons are composed of quarks, protons and neutrons, and it claims that all baryons must be equal in interaction with baryons possessing antiquarks. If this paper is accepted by peers, it will suggest that symmetry is an aspect of almost all things in space, yet it suggests that in the early cosmos, the kick specifically pushed antimatter and matter out of proportion. In physics, if symmetry is shattered, it creates what is called a Goldstone boson. So if the theory is correct, it adds evidence to the idea that dark matter is a product of the baryon number of matters breaking. The balance between dark matter and matter then suggests they are indeed related. But this theorized model of understanding dark matter does not help with the split between dark and normal matter. 80% dark matter and 20% matter. They are in rough balance, and it's thought that it's because they share their origins. This unknown origin or kick is yet to be theorized, and for now is being held as a placeholder.
There are reports that Leonardo da Vinci went missing for 2 years inside a cave. Da Vinci was known for his fascination with caves and their geological formations, and some have theorized that he perhaps had a profound experience inside one of them that changed his life. There are several legends and stories that have circulated over the years regarding Da Vinci's supposed cave experience. One such story claims that Da Vinci discovered a cave while exploring the countryside near his hometown of Vinci, Italy. He supposedly entered the cave and became so entranced by its beauty that he lost track of time and spent 2 years living inside it. This story has been shared for years, with people speculating about what he found and suggesting that whatever was inside the cave changed the trajectory of his life. Caves have fascinated humans for thousands of years and continue to be a source of wonder and intrigue, and some have suggested that Da Vinci may have visited that cave near his hometown multiple times. Caves often contain some of the most spectacular and unique geological formations in the world, such as stalactites and stalagmites, underground rivers, and stunning crystal formations. Those who believe in this story suggest that this environment may have helped with his painting, or could have been a place where he felt most at home. Historical researchers said that the reason for his disappearance was due to engaging in a relationship that was frowned upon by the authorities, and so in order to lay low, he lived inside this cave system for several years. Experts have said the story is hard to track down, but noted that this could have been a case of other artists being jealous, and so in order to bring Da Vinci down, they created a fictional story to ruin his reputation. Historical experts have said that this is the most believable scenario, and said that a world-renowned artist, engineer and inventor wouldn't have disappeared for 2 years without any explanation or reason. While Da Vinci did have a lifelong fascination with natural phenomena, including caves, it is hard to track down this story and the reason for why he may have done this. Interestingly, Leonardo da Vinci was not only a talented artist, but also a brilliant inventor and engineer. His fascination with flying and the mechanics of flight led him to design and create numerous flying machine inventions. These designs were inspired by his observations of birds in flight and his understanding of the principles of physics. One of Leonardo's most well-known flying machine inventions is his ornithopter. This was a machine that attempted to mimic the flapping motion of bird wings to achieve flight. His design featured a set of wings made of wood and cloth that were operated by a series of pulleys and levers. Although the ornithopter was never built in Leonardo's lifetime, it has since been tested by modern-day engineers and shown to be theoretically possible. Another of Leonardo's flying machine inventions was the aerial screw, also known as a helicopter. The aerial screw consisted of a platform with a central pole, from which was suspended a screw-like rotor that was powered by a hand crank. The rotor would spin and lift the platform off the ground, allowing it to fly. While the aerial screw was also never built in Leonardo's time, it is considered to be one of the earliest designs for a helicopter. Leonardo also designed and built a glider that was inspired by the shape of a bird's wings. This glider was made of wood and had a span of 33 feet. It was designed to be launched from a high point and glide through the air, allowing the pilot to steer using his body weight. In addition to these flying machines, Leonardo also designed numerous other inventions, including a parachute, a diving suit, and a machine that could be used to cut threads in screws. Many of these designs were far ahead of their time and would not be built or successfully implemented until centuries later. Leonardo's flying machine inventions were a testament to his ingenuity and creativity. While many of his designs were never built during his lifetime, they served as an inspiration for future generations of inventors and engineers. Today, his designs are still studied and admired by people around the world, and they continue to inspire new innovations in the field of aviation. Leonardo da Vinci is one of the most famous and celebrated figures in history. Born in 1452 in the small town of Vinci, Italy, he was a polymath who excelled in fields such as painting, sculpture, architecture, engineering, mathematics, and astronomy. His achievements and contributions to various fields were so immense that he is widely considered one of the greatest minds in human history. Da Vinci's artistic career spanned over 5 decades, during which he produced some of the most iconic and influential works in the history of art. He is most famous for his paintings, including the Mona Lisa, the Last Supper, and the Vitruvian Man. These works are renowned for their beauty, complexity, and technical mastery. In addition to his artistic achievements, Da Vinci was also a prolific inventor and engineer. He designed and sketched numerous machines, devices, and technologies that were far ahead of his time. Da Vinci's contributions to the field of science and mathematics were equally significant. He conducted numerous experiments and made observations in the fields of anatomy, botany, geology, and optics. He also made important contributions to the study of mathematics, including the discovery of the golden ratio and the application of perspective in geometry. Despite his many accomplishments, Da Vinci was a somewhat enigmatic figure. He was known for his eccentricities and unconventional behavior, which sometimes caused him to be misunderstood or underestimated. He was also known to be a deeply introspective and contemplative person, often spending long periods of time in solitude to reflect on his ideas and observations. Da Vinci passed away in 1519 at the age of 67. His legacy has endured to this day, and his contributions to art, science, and technology continue to inspire and influence generations of people around the world. His genius and creative spirit are a testament to the limitless potential of human ingenuity and imagination. The Mona Lisa, painted by Leonardo da Vinci in the 16th century, is one of the most famous works of art in the world. It is known for its enigmatic smile, which has captivated viewers for centuries. However, there is more to the painting than just the smile. Many experts believe that there are hidden messages within the painting, which have been the subject of much debate and speculation. One of the most commonly discussed theories is that there are letters and numbers hidden within the painting. Specifically, many people believe that the letters LV and CE are hidden in the eyes of the Mona Lisa. Some have suggested that these letters are Leonardo's initials, while others believe that they represent an abbreviation for Leonardo da Vinci's portrait. There are also some who believe that there is a series of numbers hidden within the painting. In particular, some have suggested that the numbers 72 and 74 are hidden within the landscape in the background of the painting. Some have interpreted these numbers as a reference to the age of the subject, while others have suggested that they may be related to the date on which the painting was completed. Another theory suggests that the Mona Lisa contains hidden symbols related to alchemy. For example, some have suggested that the columns in the background of the painting represent the 4 elements of alchemy, while others have pointed to the various flowers in the painting as symbols of alchemical transformation. Despite the many theories and speculations surrounding the hidden messages in the Mona Lisa, there is little concrete evidence to support any of them. Some art historians believe that the supposed hidden messages are simply the result of overinterpretation, while others believe that Leonardo may have intentionally included subtle details to give the painting added depth and complexity. Regardless of whether there are hidden messages within the painting, the Mona Lisa remains a masterpiece of Renaissance art and a testament to the genius of Leonardo da Vinci. Its enduring popularity and intrigue only serve to underscore the remarkable skill and creativity of its creator. Leonardo da Vinci was one of the most renowned figures of the Renaissance period. One of da Vinci's most significant contributions to the Renaissance was his artwork. Da Vinci's art is known for its intricate detail and realistic depiction of human emotions and movements. His use of techniques such as sfumato, the blending of colors to create a soft, smoky effect, was groundbreaking and influential. In addition to his art, da Vinci was also a skilled scientist and inventor. His studies of human anatomy led to detailed drawings of the human body, which are still used by medical professionals today. He also invented a number of machines and devices, such as a flying machine and a tank, which were ahead of their time and demonstrated his understanding of engineering and physics. Da Vinci's curiosity and desire to learn about the world around him also contributed to the Renaissance. He was a proponent of empirical observation, the idea that knowledge should be gained through direct observation and experimentation. This approach to learning was a departure from the traditional reliance on religious dogma and authority, and it helped to pave the way for the scientific revolution that followed the Renaissance. Da Vinci's impact on the Renaissance can also be seen in his role as a teacher and mentor. He trained a number of apprentices who went on to become accomplished artists and engineers in their own right, and he shared his knowledge and ideas with fellow scholars and thinkers of the time. His influence was felt throughout Europe, and his ideas and discoveries helped to shape the course of history. Leonardo da Vinci's contributions to the Renaissance were vast and varied. His art, science, and engineering have had a lasting impact on our understanding of the world and our place in it. His legacy continues to inspire and influence artists, scientists, and thinkers to this day. A worker for the Washington State Department of Transportation noticed something moving on one of their cameras. As they zoomed in, they said they could see what appeared to be a large human walking next to one of the trees, saying that it was much larger than a standard human. They then put out a post on social media, asking if any hikers had seen anything in the area, and requested that people be on the lookout. The Washington State Department of Transportation said that it's not a cardboard cutout and it hasn't been photoshopped. The worker said that they've never been up to the camera and that it's an area that doesn't often get visited by hikers. Some suggested that the photographs show a real humanoid creature, while others said that it could be the outline of a tree that's causing an illusion. However, the worker said this wasn't the case. As of right now, whatever this thing was moved on, as there was no other update from the Washington State Department of Transportation. Oddly enough, this isn't the first time that workers have encountered mysterious humanoids, and go on to detail that every so often one of these creatures will show up, leaving those who see it confused. All across North America are reported sightings of the Sasquatch creature, a massive bipedal humanoid giant covered in hair from head to toe, and commonly encountered within or nearby the untamed woods and landscapes found all across the United States and Canada. Oddly enough, not every state or local area across North America refers to the creature as Sasquatch. More commonly, local legends will feature similar descriptions of the creature, but with slight variations in its design alongside differing names. One of the most interesting sightings features a Floridian creature known as the skunk ape, a legendary giant native to the wetlands and swampy state parks, with reports going back several centuries. Located on the border of the state of Florida and Georgia is a 438-acre swampland that stretches across the state borders and houses a wide variety of undiscovered animal and insect species. This peat-filled wetland, referred to as the Okefenokee Swamp, has been at the center of several encounters with the skunk ape creature and is often believed to be the last unexplored refuge of the creatures in the modern day. Even more interesting, the name Okefenokee is a native Creek Indian word that roughly translates to mean the land of the trembling earth, and seems to reference a massive creature that's known for shaking the earth as it walks. The oldest known skunk ape encounter to have occurred within the Okefenokee Swamp was reported back during the winter of 1828. According to the report made by two eyewitnesses, both of which were amateur hunters who were looking to explore the surrounding area, the two men came across what they referred to as a giant. Originally, their expedition began as a short hunting party, but rather than turn back at the height of their excitement, the two men's trip continued for another several weeks as they traveled deeper into the swamp, recording brief encounters with bears, panthers, alligators, and overgrown snakes. Roughly 3 weeks into their hunting trip, the men claimed to have heard the sound of loud screaming. However, the screams sounded much deeper and louder than a man could naturally produce. As they glanced around the woods surrounding their camp to investigate the source of the noise, the men then heard what they described as the sound of heavy stomping, as if a large creature was running through the woods surrounding their camp. Unsure of whether or not the creature was a large wild animal or a distressed man, the two hunters decided to light a fire and stay within the proximity of their makeshift camp until daylight, as the day was soon ending and darkness was fast approaching. Despite the roaring fire to help keep the nearby woods illuminated, the men complained that they were unable to sleep due to the strange sounds they continued to hear, despite no creature being visible anywhere near their location. Additionally, it became necessary to gather nearby scraps of wood to keep the fire burning, and so the men were forced to venture slightly more and more into the surrounding darkness to maintain their light source. By the next morning, the men investigated the nearby woods and wetlands, hoping to find any evidence of a creature having prowled their camp the night prior. After a few hours of looking, the men claimed that they came across several barefoot human-looking footprints that would have been impossible for any normal person to have made. Mostly due to the fact that the footprints were all spaced roughly 6 feet apart and were an estimated 18 inches in length. Worried that the creature might return, the hunters immediately fled the swamp and returned to town. Oddly enough, the story of the encounter with the unknown swamp giant does not end there. Once the two hunters returned to the closest town, they told the nearby townspeople of what they had encountered and warned them that a monster might soon attack the town. Fearful of the beast, the town gathered together a hunting party of 9 men to hunt down the beast and take it out before it could attack the town. Gathered together, the men went into the swamp and traveled as far down as its southernmost part, now located in the state of Florida. After several days of searching the area, the men located sets of footprints far too large for any normal man to have created and used the footprints as a trail guiding them directly to the giant. As the men began following the footprints, they noticed that they were often spaced increasingly further apart, sometimes disappearing completely and reappearing elsewhere in the swamps, as if the creature climbed and jumped between trees for traveling. Before long, the trail was completely lost, and the 9 men decided to make camp for the night and begin their search again at daybreak. Unfortunately for the band of men, during the night, the creature would invade the camp and attack the hunters in a fit of rage. According to the 9 witnesses, a massive humanoid creature covered in hair all over its body suddenly ran straight through the camp, toppling over several tents, and began tearing apart the equipment and supplies of the traveling men. Fearing for their lives, the men grabbed their weapons and fired at the creature, causing the giant to retaliate by overpowering the men and defeating 5 members of the party, tossing their limp bodies several feet as if they weighed next to nothing. The remaining 4 members continued firing at the creature, sending several rounds of bullets through its chest before the creature fell down in a low grumble and passed away shortly after. After closer examination of the giant's body, the men estimated the humanoid creature to have been slightly over 13 feet in height and appeared to look exactly like a man with the exception of its tremendous size and full body covering of hair. However, while observing the body, the men continued to hear the sound of screaming in the surrounding woods, similar to what the 2 hunters had experienced on their journey several days prior. Believing that the screaming could be coming from a dozen more of the giant creatures, the men packed up their equipment and began moving out of the swamp during the night, unable to wait until morning out of fear that a retaliatory attack would take place if they continued to stay. Once the 4 men returned to the nearest town, they told the townspeople what happened to the 5 other men who were attacked, and that they estimated that a dozen more of the giant creatures were still out there in the nearby swamps. Fearing that an attack would eventually reach the town, the men began traveling throughout the area and warning people of an impending attack from giants. On the 1st of January, 1829, a local reporter would interview the men and retell their story for local publishing. By February of that year, less than 30 days after the original publication, reprinting of the story spread to neighboring communities and would see a February issue published in the Connecticut newspaper, warning traveling parties to stay clear of the Okefenokee swamp. Although continued sightings would be made of the giant humanoid creatures in the surrounding areas, later referred to as skunk apes, no violent attack was made over the following years. After a few decades, the sensationalism of the story eventually settled down and became nothing more than a local legend. To this day, travelers are still warned of the Okefenokee swamp giants when traveling through the region. Zach Bagans is a well-known paranormal investigator and the host of the popular television show Ghost Adventures. In 2018, Zach purchased the infamous Devil's Rocking Chair, a haunted artifact that is said to be cursed and responsible for causing harm and even death to those who come into contact with it. The chair originally belonged to the late Ed and Lorraine Warren, famous paranormal investigators and demonologists who investigated some of the most famous hauntings in history. The chair is said to have been used during an exorcism conducted by the Warrens and is believed to be possessed by a powerful demonic entity. After acquiring the chair, Zach placed it on display in his haunted museum in Las Vegas, where it quickly became one of the most popular exhibits. However, in late 2019, Zach announced that he was closing the exhibit and removing the chair from public view. The reason for this decision was reportedly due to the negative effects that the chair was having on visitors and museum staff. People who came into contact with the chair reported feeling nauseous, dizzy, and even physically ill. Some visitors claimed to have had terrifying nightmares after being in the same room as the chair, while others experienced unexplained injuries. In addition, Zach and his team reportedly experienced strange occurrences in the museum, including unexplained power outages and equipment malfunctions, which they believed were directly related to the presence of the Devil's Rocking Chair. As a result, Zach made the decision to close the exhibit and remove the chair from public view, stating that he did not want to risk further harm to himself, his team, or museum visitors. The chair remains in Zach's possession, but it is kept in a secure location and is not accessible to the public. The story of the Devil's Rocking Chair and its alleged curse is a fascinating and chilling example of the power that some haunted objects can hold. While skeptics may dismiss the chair's purported effects as mere coincidence or suggestible thinking, the fact remains that numerous people have reported negative experiences after coming into contact with it. As such, the Devil's Rocking Chair remains a cautionary tale for those who seek to delve into the world of the paranormal and supernatural. Zach reported that one of the most haunted places that he investigated was that of the Goatman's Bridge. Goatman's Bridge, also known as Old Alton Bridge, is a historic iron truss bridge located in Denton County, Texas. It was built in 1884 to connect the cities of Denton and Copper Canyon. The bridge has gained notoriety in recent years due to reports of paranormal activity and legends of a mysterious figure known as the Goatman. The legend of Goatman's Bridge dates back to the early 20th century. According to the legend, people have reported strange occurrences around the bridge, including sightings of a shadowy figure with glowing eyes, disembodied voices, and ghostly apparitions. Paranormal shadow people are a phenomenon that has been reported by many people over the years. These beings are described as dark, shadowy figures that seem to move in and out of people's peripheral vision. They are usually seen in places where there is little or no light, and they often have no discernible features or details. While the existence of shadow people is up for debate, many people believe that they are a real phenomenon, with some paranormal researchers believing that shadow people are the result of the human mind trying to make sense of something that is beyond its ability to comprehend. One theory is that shadow people are a type of ghost or spirit that is trapped in our world. They may be the result of someone who has passed away and is unable to move on to the afterlife. Others believe that shadow people are beings from another dimension or universe that are able to cross over into our world. Some people who have encountered shadow people report feeling a sense of dread or fear in their presence. Others report feeling a sense of curiosity or intrigue. There are many theories about the nature of shadow people and what they might represent. Some people believe that they are a sign of impending doom or a harbinger of bad luck, while others believe that they are a manifestation of our subconscious fears and anxieties. Despite the lack of scientific evidence, the phenomenon of shadow people continues to be a popular topic of discussion among paranormal enthusiasts. Many people report seeing these mysterious figures and have shared their stories online and in various paranormal communities. While the existence of shadow people remains a mystery, their popularity in the paranormal world is unlikely to wane anytime soon. Whether they are the result of the human mind trying to make sense of the unexplainable or a real phenomenon that we have yet to fully understand, shadow people continue to capture the imagination of people around the world. Visitors have reported hearing strange noises, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread, and some have even reported being touched by unseen hands. Some have speculated that these occurrences are connected to the tragic history of the bridge. In recent years, the bridge has become a popular destination for paranormal investigators and thrill seekers. Many people have tried to capture evidence of the paranormal activity, and some have even claimed to have experienced it themselves. Some paranormal investigators have captured electronic voice phenomena recordings, which are believed to be the voices of spirits, as well as photographs and videos of ghostly apparitions. However, the bridge's popularity has also brought unwanted attention. The haunting of Goatman's Bridge has captured the imaginations of many people for over a century. While some dismiss it as a legend or a hoax, others have reported experiencing strange and unexplainable occurrences at the site. Regardless of its authenticity, the legend of Goatman's Bridge has become an important part of the local folklore and a popular destination for those seeking to experience the supernatural. Many paranormal researchers have said that the Goatman's Bridge, along with various other sites across the United States, show signs of residual hauntings. Residual haunting is a type of paranormal activity that is said to occur when the energy or emotions of past events are imprinted on a location, creating a recording that can be played back and observed by witnesses. This phenomenon is often associated with traumatic or emotionally charged events. Residual hauntings are believed to be different from other types of paranormal activity, such as intelligent hauntings, in that the energy or imprint is not a conscious or intelligent presence. Instead, it is more like a playback of a past event, similar to a tape recording or a movie. There are several theories about how residual hauntings occur. Some suggest that intense emotional energy is released during traumatic events, which can somehow imprint itself on the surrounding environment. Others believe that the energy of a person's thoughts or emotions can imprint itself on the environment, particularly if those thoughts or emotions are intense or repeated over a long period of time. One of the most famous examples of residual haunting is the battlefield ghosts at Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Many visitors to the battlefield report seeing ghostly soldiers marching across the field, or hearing the sounds of battle echoing through the woods. Other examples of residual hauntings include ghostly apparitions of people going about their daily business in old buildings, or the sound of footsteps or other noises that repeat themselves over and over again. Back in 2017, the Parks and Recreation Department of Round Rock took to Facebook to share mysterious images that showed unexplained phenomena in the form of large footprints in 3 of their parks and trails. According to a social media post by the Round Rock Parks and Recreation Department, the elusive humanoid that has been seen throughout various areas of North America may have been present in their area. A park ranger's surveillance footage captured some peculiar footprints, sparking curiosity among visitors. The department is now urging visitors to share any additional information regarding this mysterious phenomenon. 2 additional sets of images, one from Old Settlers Park, Bright Lake, and another from the Brushy Creek Trail, depict sizable footprints that were spotted during the previous days. Over a period of 3 days, from June 8th to June 10th, there were unusual footprints that were recorded by the surveillance cameras in several parks and trails located in the area. The image captured at Freeman Park displays a well-defined footprint, while the one captured at Brushy Creek depicts a comparison of a print to that of a park ranger's foot. Park rangers said they were confused by the finding, but urged people to be on the lookout for anything strange, and told them to be careful about approaching local wildlife. Interestingly, since these photographs were posted, hikers and those interested in the unknown ventured into the park in order to see if they could track down what these tracks belonged to. Although there had been no humanoid creatures reported throughout the area during this finding, park rangers said that it's not uncommon for them to hear about stories of large humanoids, and said that every other week someone allegedly has an encounter with one of these creatures. Although park rangers try to stay on the side of science when it comes to these sightings, saying that what hikers are most likely seeing is natural wildlife, they have said that the sightings and encounters are intriguing, and say that when footprints like these are found in dense wooded areas in the United States, it fuels more theories to be put forward by those who believe in the creature. As of right now, the Parks and Recreation Department of Round Rock told its visitors to be on the lookout, and said that if they have any further information on the matter, to contact them directly so that they can conduct further investigations. The Round Rock Parks and Recreation Department is a department of the city of Round Rock, Texas, USA, responsible for the management and maintenance of the city's parks and recreation facilities. The department offers a variety of programs and services to the community, including athletic leagues, fitness classes, summer camps, special events, and more. Some of the parks managed by the department include Old Settlers Park, a 570-acre park featuring a water park, sports fields, and playgrounds, along with Brushy Creek Lake Park, a 90-acre park with a fishing lake, trails, and picnic areas. Every culture from around the world contains legends of mythological humanoid beasts that often stood over 10 feet tall and were described as being some variation of a humanoid giant. In Greek mythology, they were referred to as the Titans. In ancient Judaism scriptures, they were referred to as the Nephilim. In Norse writings, they were known as the Jotuns. Though we might pretend that these ancient stories hold no relevance in the modern day, the truth is that strange sightings of giant humanoids can be found from all over the world, hiding inside dense forests, uninhabited jungles, and mountaintops far away from prying eyes. The mystery of the creature known as Old Yellow Top. First spotted in September of 1906, local residents of the Cobalt, Ontario region began telling stories of a series of unusual encounters with an estimated 7-foot-tall wild ape-man creature that would encroach on their property for food. Known as the Old Yellow Top, the humanoid giant was described as being completely covered in brown hair, with the exception of its face, neck, and head covered in golden yellow hair. According to reports from the early 1900s and up into the early 1970s, Old Yellow Top was sighted consistently over a 64-year period before completely disappearing from the region. The first report surrounding Old Yellow Top was made by a number of original settlers who founded the town of Cobalt while silver mining operations were beginning, claiming that the creature had been seen throughout the region by a number of early settlers. The next series of reports would come during July of 1923, when two men, J.A. McCauley and Lorne Wilson, began expanding their mining claims up northeast of the Vettlaufer mine. As they were taking test samples of soil deposits, they claimed to have seen a bear-like creature foraging through naturally growing blueberry bushes. In an attempt to scare away the bear, Lorne Wilson grabbed a nearby stone and threw it at the creature. After being hit, the creature stood up on its hind legs, and its humanoid shape and blonde hair could be seen clearly before it ran off in fear. Across the nearly 64-year period in which the creature was sighted, Old Yellow Top had never attacked a single witness. It is for these reasons that legends of the creature are told from an understanding and curious point of view, and not that of a frightening monster lurking in the woods. The Jericho Roadman bears are often described as standing at a height of 6 to 8 feet and are capable of running on all four legs or on their hind legs. The primary location of the sightings of the creature were reported during the early 1960s, surrounding an isolated road located in the small town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia. The Jericho Roadman bears are believed to be similar to a North American black bear, but is estimated to be slightly larger, with the ability to walk and run on 2 legs, and is often described as possessing a dog-like face with an elongated snout. Back during the early 1960s, residents living within the small town of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, surrounding a road named Jericho Road, claimed to have encountered and to have been attacked by a creature that fits the description of the modern-day dogman sightings. Referred to as the Jericho Road Man Bear, the creature was commonly described as being covered in thick black fur, similar in texture to the wool of a ram, but larger than a bear. However, what stood out most about the creature was that oftentimes the animal was spotted walking around on two hind legs, similar to a human being, but only seen running when on all four appendages. It was not until 1964 that a local reporter to the town of Point Pleasant, a young woman by the name of Mary Heyer, began collecting a series of witness statements on the monster's activities. It was during these initial investigations that Mary Heyer began to notice a peculiar pattern to the creature's behaviors, believing that its primary hunting grounds was located around the area of the 3.1-mile-long winding black top of the old Jericho Road, considering that the majority of sightings took place on the properties surrounding the area. It was believed that the creature only became active around night and was often encountered after sunset, when the creature would reportedly attack the livestock of nearby farmers. Originally believing that the sightings of the creature could have been evidence of a West Virginian Bigfoot visitation, Mary Heyer continued gathering witness statements on the creature in the hopes of publishing several articles in the Athens Messenger, a local newspaper outlet for the small town of Point Pleasant, but was immediately met with resistance. During that same year as the sightings of the Jericho Road man bears, Mary Heyer published several articles on sightings of other creatures throughout the area, including the Mothman and the hundreds of reported sightings of unidentified flying objects. Unfortunately, before Mary Heyer was able to publish her stories surrounding the Jericho Road man bears, the local reporter claimed to have been visited by two men dressed in black suits that claimed to have worked for the United States Air Force. These two unidentified men would go on to harass and threaten Mary Heyer, warning her not to publish any more stories surrounding paranormal or supernatural occurrences, as the concealment of such information was considered to be an issue of national security. Fearing for her personal safety, Mary Heyer never released her stories, but many of the local residents would go on to talk about their encounters with the creature. It was not until the early 2000s that the topic of the Jericho man bears would become relevant once more. Researcher and published author George Dudding would return to the small town of Point Pleasant while investigating the legends of the Mothman, in the hopes of collecting first-hand witness accounts of many of the sightings made back in the late 1960s. However, it was during these investigations that he became aware of a series of sightings of a strange humanoid creature referred to by the local residents as the Beast of Jericho. According to those living near the abandoned TNT area of Point Pleasant, there had been a series of livestock attacks made over the course of several decades throughout the area. The attacks had progressed to such a point that many of the farmers in the region claimed to come together to hunt down the beast to prevent it from causing any more damage to their farms, but were unable to track the beast regardless of where it had been sighted. Unfortunately, as Dudding continued to investigate the area, many of the farmers began to grow suspicious of him and refused to tell them their personal stories of the beast, fearing that Dudding could have been intending on bringing more people around to investigate the strange sightings. After spending several more days studying the property lines of the region and noticing the strange clumping of sightings specifically recorded around Jericho Road and the TNT area of Point Pleasant, one of the farmers agreed to anonymously speak to Dudding about one of the many encounters he had experienced over the years. According to the anonymous farmer, it was fairly common that after sundown, strange sounds could be heard coming from the nearby woods. Sometimes, it would sound like screeching and howling from a large but unknown creature. Other times, it would sound like the shriek of a woman or banshee. On one of the nights that the howling and screeching could be heard, he had seen a large figure roaming near the woods located at the back of his property. Paying no attention to the creature, the next day he discovered some of his livestock had been killed and eaten by a wild animal that would leave behind massive bite marks. After several months, the attacks became increasingly frequent, forcing him to stake out the backside of his property, waiting for the animal to return. On one night, while patrolling the area on a four-wheeler, armed with a weapon, he spotted the creature attacking one of his animals, but due to how dark it was unable to accurately identify the creature. However, after firing off several rounds towards the beast, it ran off into the woods and disappeared. Believing that he encountered something far more supernatural than he previously anticipated, he stayed quiet about the series of attacks until one day when he caught sight of the creature in greater detail. According to the farmer, the animal appeared to have been a hairy bipedal giant with horns coming out from the top of its head. It appeared to have been a dark brown or black color and would strike at the animal similar to a bear. After firing at the creature and scaring it away for good, the farmer decided to ask neighboring farmers if they had experienced anything similar. At first, his neighbors were hesitant to openly talk about their encounters, but over the years, he came to discover that nearly all of the surrounding neighbors had experienced similar occurrences with the mysterious beast. In 2012, a delegation of native Inuit elders from the Arctic traveled to NASA headquarters in Washington, D.C., to speak with officials about how the environment is impacting their communities. During the meeting, the elders shared their traditional knowledge and offered guidance on how to protect the environment and mitigate the effects of a changing planet. One of the elders, Angangak Angakorswak, a shaman from Greenland, spoke about the importance of respecting nature and the need for humans to reconnect with the Earth. He emphasized that the Earth is a living being and that all life is connected, urging NASA to consider the impact of its space exploration programs on the environment. Another elder from the Aleutian Islands spoke about the impact of melting ice on the Arctic ecosystem and the traditional subsistence way of life. He warned that if the ice continues to melt at the current rate, it could have devastating consequences for the region's people and wildlife. The elders also emphasized the importance of indigenous knowledge in addressing the challenges posed by a changing world. They urged NASA to work with indigenous communities to develop sustainable solutions and to respect their traditional ways of life. The meeting was significant because it highlighted the importance of incorporating traditional knowledge into scientific research and decision-making processes. Indigenous peoples have lived in harmony with the natural environment for thousands of years and have developed a deep understanding of the land and its resources. By integrating this knowledge into scientific research, we can gain a more holistic understanding of the natural world and develop more effective solutions to environmental challenges. The native Inuit elders' visit to NASA also served as a reminder that a changing world is a global issue that affects us all. The melting of Arctic ice, caused largely by human activity, is contributing to more frequent extreme weather events and the loss of important habitats for wildlife. By working together and incorporating diverse perspectives, we can develop effective solutions to mitigate the effects of a changing Earth and protect our planet for future generations. As of right now, the visit of the native Inuit elders from the Arctic to NASA was a significant event that emphasized the importance of incorporating traditional knowledge into scientific research and decision-making processes. Their guidance and wisdom serve as a reminder of the need to protect the environment and respect the interconnectedness of all life on Earth. NASA, as one of the leading scientific organizations in the world, is actively engaged in studying and mitigating the effects of a changing Earth. The space agency has been monitoring Earth's atmosphere, oceans, and land surfaces for decades using a variety of tools, including satellites, airborne missions, and ground-based observations. NASA's Earth Science Division is dedicated to understanding the Earth as a system and the impacts of human activities on the planet's environment. One of the key ways NASA is combating these global issues is by studying greenhouse gases, such as carbon dioxide and methane, which trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere and contribute to rising temperatures. The agency's Orbiting Carbon Observatory mission, for example, is focused on measuring carbon dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere from space. This data is used to track the sources and sinks of carbon dioxide and to better understand the processes that control the Earth's carbon cycle. NASA is also involved in monitoring and studying the Earth's polar regions, which are particularly sensitive to changes around the planet. The agency's Operation Icebridge mission, for instance, is dedicated to measuring changes in the thickness and extent of Arctic and Antarctic sea ice using airborne observations. The agency's Gravity Recovery and Climate Experiment mission, on the other hand, uses twin satellites to monitor changes in ice sheets and glaciers, which contribute to sea level rise. In addition to studying the Earth's climate, NASA is also working on developing new technologies and strategies to mitigate the effects of a changing Earth. The agency's Innovative Partnerships program, for example, is focused on finding innovative solutions to environmental challenges and has revealed to scientists that the Earth is constantly changing and that these changes have a direct effect on everything across the planet. NASA is also working with industry and other partners to develop more efficient and sustainable technologies such as electric aircraft, advanced energy storage systems, and biofuels. Finally, NASA is playing a leading role in international efforts to address these issues and has said that these changes are now starting to directly affect people. As of right now, NASA is taking an active and multifaceted approach to combating these changes. The agency's research, technology development, education, and international collaboration efforts are critical components in the global effort to mitigate the effects of a changing planet and to create a more sustainable future for the planet.
AI system detects strange signals of unknown origin. As our technology continues to evolve, so has the search for alien life, as scientists based at the University of Toronto have begun to employ the help of AI in the quest to find alternate life. An international research team has been conducting a search for extraterrestrial life in a more streamlined manner than we have seen before. Up until now, we have seen lots of work by astronomers being conducted via SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. This work, which has been ongoing for upwards of a century with dedicated international research since the 1980s, has used an array of radio telescopes in order to detect what is known as a technosignature. This field of study involves the monitoring of electromagnetic radiation for signs, signals, and other similar indicators that there may be life out there on other planets. Despite this research being conducted from well-considered and ideally located facilities, there is a common issue presented in the human interaction. Often disturbances can be picked up from phones, television stations, and other challenging factors. And whilst these techniques are still employed, new techniques are being introduced too. In recent years, this research has taken a grand leap forward, as researchers based at the University of Toronto have begun to implement the use of artificial intelligence in this same vein of study to limit those same human-introduced issues. An algorithm has been designed to organize the data gathered from these telescopes, dividing the data into distinct categories, allowing for a differentiation between what is a real, genuine signal and what is interference. This process has been introduced to the AI through a method called machine learning. This is the system by which the computer system begins to develop its own intelligence. It's a complicated and arguably controversial process by which AI computer systems begin to learn how to effectively think and behave independently, in a way somewhat comparable to humans. In this context, machine learning will enable the researchers to pore through the relevant information with much greater ease, and with far quicker efficiency. This should make spotting patterns in such large data sets far simpler. Peter Ma, an undergraduate mathematics and physics student at the University of Toronto and first author of a research paper detailing this published in the Nature Astronomy academic journal, commented on the presence of interference in their observations. He explained that the difference is being able to distinguish between the radio signals from space to the uninteresting radio signals coming from down here on Earth. The team were able to effectively teach the AI to begin to sort and recognize these different signals by simulating the different varieties, showing the difference between signals that may be extraterrestrial and those that are deemed more likely to be human-generated. Prior to running these simulations, work had to go into selecting the machine learning algorithms, drawing comparisons between the precision, the statistical production of false positive rates, and then using these factors to select the aspects resulting in the most appropriate algorithm, which was eventually created by Ma. As it turns out, this new algorithm resulted in the discovery of 8 radio signals that have been deemed potential transmissions from extraterrestrial intelligence. Further analysis has seen they were sourced from 5 different stars, ranging between 30 and 90 light-years away. What is most exciting, though, is that this same data has been studied before, without the use of AI, and these signals were not discovered at all. While it is certainly a possibility that these signals could be sources sent from extraterrestrial life, and they follow the anticipated format, this doesn't automatically mean that that is what is being observed. Kepler 70b is hotter than our Sun. We have several methods that we can use to track down exoplanets using varying techniques and equipment. Some of these methods include relying on radial velocity, planetary transits, gravitational microlensing, and pulsar timing. These can all get the job done and clue us in to just where we might find an exoplanet lying, though some methods are easier to use and generally more reliable, namely using planetary transits. Whilst NASA's Transiting Exoplanet Survey satellite is perhaps the main satellite doing the job, it was by no means the first technology of its kind set up to track planetary transits. Back in 2009, NASA launched the now retired Kepler Space Telescope specifically to look for exoplanets roughly the same size as Earth. The telescope uses a photometer to assess how bright stars are. This can be helpful as when a star has regular dips in how bright it is, it can show a planet passing in front of the star in its orbit, indicating that there is indeed an exoplanet orbiting the star. Now, astronomers are able to take this research one step further and use the specific details and small changes in the light to figure out all sorts of information about the candidate planet, including the mass, the speed, the size, and the orbit. This is a useful process, and it is not foolproof as there are other occurrences that can result in the momentarily dimmed brightness of a star, such as sunspots or asteroids passing in front. Overall, the Kepler Space Telescope was a success, mapping out the location of 2,662 exoplanets during its lifetime, from 2009 until 2018. One of the systems confirmed to be found by the Kepler Space Telescope was Kepler 70b, a small planetary system. This had a subdwarf B star, Kepler 70, with two exoplanets, Kepler 70b and Kepler 70c, orbiting it. These exoplanets are both gas giants, not unlike Saturn or Jupiter in our own solar system. Of these two exoplanets, one has been discussed and spoken of much more frequently. We have tried to find conditions like Earth. We have found some far more extreme on Kepler 70b. Let us delve into why Kepler 70b has conditions quite as extreme as it does. The answer lies in the exoplanet's past. The Kepler 70 star was once a main sequence star, albeit 18.4 million years ago as it turned into a red giant stage of the star life cycle. The star pulled the two planets in, engulfing them, swallowing them. We do not know how the two exoplanets somehow managed to survive this experience or whether or not they had an impact upon the star itself. What we do know, however, is that somehow, against all odds, there are two exoplanets that have had any sort of atmosphere they might have once had torn away and are left as two burning hot cores. The sky-high temperatures of Kepler 70b, due to the lack of atmosphere, the incredibly close distance to its host star Kepler 70, the hot conditions of Kepler 70 itself, and its orbit taking just 345 minutes compared to Earth's 365 days, all make it clear that there is not likely life lurking on this exoplanet. The conditions of this exoplanet are fascinating. Exoplanets might only seem interesting when they may contain life. To gain more of an insight into how the different planets and stars without our universe has formed is invaluable information. Planet HD 189733b. As we mentioned previously, there are many ways to detect exoplanets and keep an eye out for them in the universe. Kepler 70b was found using the Kepler Space Telescope and planet transiting observations. Other techniques have proved just as successful in tracking down exoplanets. Planet HD 189733b is a transiting exoplanet found in 2005. This discovery made use of real-time radial velocity measurements, which were able to highlight the Rossiter-McLaughlin effect in action. The Rossiter-McLaughlin effect refers to what happens when an object moves in front of a star, the same concept that allowed us to measure the dips in brightness on Kepler. The team also detected the exoplanet more accurately following the initial discovery using Doppler spectroscopy, often called by its much more fun name, the wobble method. This is an indirect method of observation, where astronomers look at the shifts in the star the planet is orbiting to find out more about the exoplanet itself. What is more unique about HD 189733b is its strong infrared thermal emission. This is the first exoplanet to have ever had a thermal map made of it. Additionally, this is the first planet to have had its color confirmed by 2 different techniques, with the blue hue being confirmed in 2013. Besides becoming the subject to all these brand new techniques, HD 189733b had a lot more to it than being a guinea pig. To us here on Earth, the nice pretty blue color looks somewhat similar to Earth, though the blue skies we know in our home are nowhere to be seen here. Winds can blow up to 7 times the speed of sound. According to NASA, if a human did somehow reach this exoplanet, the winds move with such danger and violence that they would be caught and whisked into a spiral. If you thought this was bad, wait until you hear about the rain. NASA has some extreme imagery, describing this as death by 1,000 cuts. The rain is practically made of glass, and these harsh conditions would not let anyone out alive. The pretty blue color here on Earth comes from a reflection of our gorgeous tropical oceans. On HD 189733b, it is from the silicate heavy clouds in a dangerous atmosphere. The more research we do, the scarier places we find and unravel. Stars may be forming 10 times faster than first thought. Whilst we do know a fair bit about the complicated life cycle of a star, whether it becomes a supernova, a white dwarf, or one of plenty of other options, there is still a great deal of mystery, especially right at the start. We know that the initial time it takes for the star to begin to form, the gestation period, can be incredibly long, taking up to millions of years, but research published in early 2022 has revealed that this process could be happening at a much quicker pace than previously thought. A research team based in China used the 500-meter aperture spherical telescope, also known as FAST, to observe the inside of a molecular cloud. A molecular cloud is rich in gas and dust, meaning that stars are able to form within them. These wispy clouds have low temperatures and high densities, meaning that if a star is being formed, it must occur within a molecular cloud. The particular cloud observed by this team of astronomers was LINS 1544, a giant gas cloud just 450 light-years away, found within the Taurus constellation. Some scientists have begun to speculate that a star may be just about to be produced at this cloud. It has become a fascinating point of observation. Studying the very start of a star is incredibly useful information, and it begins with knowing about the molecular clouds. As we mentioned previously, the high densities and low temperatures form the perfect environment for the stars. The clouds are pulled together by gravity, bringing the hydrogen gas close, meaning a pre-stellar core can be formed. The densities of these cores are so high that they often collapse, folding in on themselves and starting a nuclear fusion process. The magnetic forces then hold the matter still, slowing the process down significantly. After the gas cloud, the star evolves into a stellar embryo, an incredibly slow portion of the process, helped along by the gravity and magnetic forces already in the process. The strange part is that in LINS 1544, this slow process that we know can take so long did not happen. Instead, hundreds of stars were seen to be in the early stages of their formation and developing 10 times quicker than what was anticipated. Scientists have begun to speculate why, with some suggesting this difference is due to weak magnetic forces, that the magnetic field in between the densest portion of the gas cloud and the edges of the cloud was revealed to be 13 times weaker than once thought. FAST, the telescope making these observations, is only able to measure the middle region of the cloud, which, whilst this does contain one of the most significant portions of information, plenty more aspects are also incredibly useful. Is there a missing or less accurate piece of the puzzle that, if we found, could clear up this picture? If we can observe similar patterns in the magnetic fields of other gas clouds, then this research would have a significant impact upon how we view star formation and the pace of this process.
Granger Taylor was a Canadian mechanic and pilot who gained notoriety for his mysterious disappearance in 1980. He was an eccentric figure who had a fascination with space and aliens, and he had reportedly made numerous attempts to contact extraterrestrial beings. Taylor's disappearance was unusual in that he left behind a note that seemed to suggest he was voluntarily leaving Earth on an alien spaceship. The note, which was found in his workshop, reads as follows: "I have gone away to walk aboard an alien spaceship, as reoccurring dreams assured a 42-month interstellar voyage to explore the vast universe, then return. I am leaving behind all my possessions to you, as I will no longer require the use of any. Please use the instructions in my will as a guide to help. Love, Granger." End quote. Taylor's family and friends were mystified by his disappearance, and the note only added to the confusion. Many people believed that he had been abducted by advanced beings, while others speculated that he had staged his own disappearance as part of an elaborate hoax. Taylor had always been an unusual character, and he had a long history of strange behavior. He was known for tinkering with machinery and building his own planes and cars, often using unorthodox methods. He also had a deep interest in the paranormal and was known to dabble in astrology, numerology, and other esoteric subjects. Despite the speculation surrounding his disappearance, no trace of Taylor was ever found, and his fate remains a mystery to this day. Some people believe that he may have simply walked off into the wilderness and perished, while others maintain that he was indeed taken aboard a spaceship. The case of Granger Taylor has become something of a legend, and it continues to fascinate people around the world. Some people see him as a tragic figure, driven to madness by his obsession with advanced life and the unknown, while others view him as a visionary who was simply ahead of his time. Initially, it seemed like a harmless and amusing endeavor. However, as he constructed a radio transceiver, allowing him to communicate with advanced beings, based on the recurring dreams he had about aliens and mysterious aircrafts, concerns surfaced regarding his mental well-being. On the night that he went missing, nearby residents claimed to have heard a loud bang, with some coming forward and saying that a bright light could be seen in the sky. This caused some to speculate whether Taylor had in fact been picked up by an advanced aircraft, and the bright lights that were witnessed belonged to the same craft, while others said that the loud bang could have been due to dynamite. According to Taylor's friend Keller, a severe storm occurred in Duncan on the night in question, which makes it plausible that the noise heard was thunder. According to Taylor's belief, Keller was informed that the advanced beings would possibly come during bad weather, as it could serve as cover while they traveled. Interestingly, Taylor's possession of dynamite at the time of his disappearance should not be considered relevant, as those who knew him said that he was an expert with dynamite, and said that he wouldn't have done anything to cause himself harm. Keller was involved in the construction of the spaceship that was built on Granger's farm. He firmly believes that his friend would not do anything that would cause harm, and describes him as an extremely intelligent, pragmatic, and wise individual. According to Keller, Taylor was the epitome of level-headedness. Keller and his family were among the last individuals to have seen Taylor alive. According to him, he would have noticed if Taylor had any unusual intentions, as he was a very intelligent person who lived his life normally. However, he believes that after being called a spaceman, he began to be seen as someone who was not level-headed. Regardless of what actually happened to Taylor, his story has become a powerful symbol of the human desire to explore and understand the unknown. It is a reminder that, despite our many technological advances and scientific discoveries, there are still mysteries in the world that elude us, and that the quest for knowledge and understanding is never truly over. The mysterious disappearance of experienced hiker Karen Sykes. On the 18th of June back in 2014, renowned hiker and climber Karen Sykes would disappear from the slopes of Mount Rainier, located in the state of Washington, after stepping out of view from her hiking partner for only a few minutes. For the investigators tasked with making sense of Karen's sudden vanishing, the case would be considered one of the most bizarre disappearances recorded on the slope of Mount Rainier. Even more difficult to explain, the years of experience held by Karen Sykes would make the investigation even more puzzling as the days for her search dragged on. According to the official report, Karen Sykes was a professional journalist who had more than 10,000 hours of hiking and camping under her belt by the time of her disappearance. Despite being 70 years old, friends and family of Karen Sykes revered her athletic abilities, and would often remark that she was in perfect health despite her age. It was due to her many years of hiking experience and her amazing physical abilities at such an old age that Karen Sykes was well known within the American Northwest hiking community. After spending several years running her own private blog titled Karen Trails, in which the 70-year-old hiker would write about the many different hiking trails all across the American Northwest, including Washington, Oregon, and Northern California, Karen Sykes would eventually be hired by both the Seattle Times and the Seattle Post-Intelligencer. While working for both newspapers, Karen Sykes would write several dozen articles focused on hiking tips and survival advice, which trails were the most pleasant and with the least amount of tourists, and many personal stories regarding her own hiking and climbing sessions over the years. Eventually, her reading fan base would grow to such a size that Karen Sykes would eventually publish several books on hiking across the state of Washington and interviewing some of the most skilled climbers in the United States. After co-authoring several book publications, Karen would take up a small hobby of professional photography, helping her to author another book on choosing the best trails for hikers wishing to see amazing views, pass through areas rich with wildflowers, and stay completely safe while hiking. It would be by this point in her career that Karen Sykes would have accrued a vast amount of experience in hiking, climbing, and scrambling, and was referred to by the Seattle Times as the guru of the trails. Yet, despite this vast amount of experience with the outdoors and other famous trail guides and climbers, on the 18th of June, 2014, a disaster would soon strike. According to Karen's boyfriend, as the two were getting ready in the morning of June 18th, Karen Sykes had told her boyfriend that she wanted to visit an area of Mount Rainier that she had visited several times in the past to help finish her research for a new article she was planning on writing about the trail. Expecting to spend the better part of an entire day, the two packed extra survival equipment, food, water, and overnight gear in the event that their hike took longer than usual. By the early afternoon, the couple were out on the slopes of Mount Rainier, following the safe open trails closer to the base of the mountain, with the highest point of the trail being around 5,000 feet, much lower than where people typically tend to disappear or get injured. According to Karen Sykes' boyfriend, Bob Morthorst, the couple were halfway up the trail when Bob needed to take a short break. Karen, who was still in good shape, decided to walk up the trail a little further to scope out the trail ahead before returning to where her boyfriend decided to rest. Morthorst would later tell investigators that Karen had only been gone for about 10 to 20 minutes when he started to grow worried and began to head up the trail to look for her. After about an hour of searching, Bob Morthorst was unable to locate any sign of Karen Sykes, even after wandering the wide open trail while calling out to her. Worried that something far more dangerous had occurred, he would immediately return to areas staffed by the National Park Service and would ask for a search and rescue effort to immediately be put underway. Bob Morthorst would later tell investigators that he was unsure of what had happened and whether or not Karen had been injured or merely wandered off of the trail by accident. Morthorst would remark that given her vast experience on those trails, it seemed highly unlikely that Karen Sykes could have gotten lost or wandered away from the obvious trail lines, even if she had forgotten a hiking map or any other equipment to help reorient herself. Despite her sudden vanishing, hopes remained high for Bob Morthorst and members of the National Park Service who believed that she would be found and returned in only a few hours. Given the fact that the reported time of her disappearance was much earlier in the day, it also provided search and rescue with enough daylight to locate her before nightfall, where temperatures were expected to plummet to unsafe levels. Additionally, given the fact that the couple had each packed extra gear and supplies to survive an overnight stay, volunteers were in high hopes for the first 12 hours of her search. Within the first hour of her search, the National Park Service would bring together 6 ground crews made up of an average of 3 search and rescue volunteers each, 2 canine teams that were experienced in located lost hikers by picking up their scent and finding their tracks, as well as an airplane that flew over the area to try to find any signs of Karen Sykes around her expected trail. According to Bob Morthorst, the trail that the couple had planned on exploring was the Ojai Lakes Trail, a 13-kilometer-long hiking trail that wrapped around the slope of Mount Rainier in wide open spaces with low vegetation and fields of surrounding wildflowers. Similar to Karen Sykes, Bob Morthorst also had a history in writing articles related to hiking and the outdoors for the Seattle Post-Intelligencer, though focused more on the casual hiking and amateur outdoorsman categories. It was due to their work and Karen's desire to get photographs of the region that the couple planned on staying along the Ojai Lakes Trail, and so it was incredibly unlikely that Karen Sykes would have wandered away from the trail at any point during the hike. Armed with this information, the search and rescue teams would first search all along the trail and within a 5-mile radius surrounding the trail in the hopes of stumbling across Karen, though next to no sign of her was uncovered by any of the ground teams, the canine teams, or the overhead aircraft. After the first day of searching for Karen Sykes, search and rescue teams started to grow nervous. The temperatures were believed to have plummeted to below freezing, and still no sign of where the 70-year-old hiker had travelled off to was uncovered. After a couple of days of non-stop searching, with investigators questioning hikers in the hopes of anyone having seen the 70-year-old woman prior to her disappearance, still, there was no evidence to help point the search and rescue teams in the right direction. In a last-ditch effort to locate Karen Sykes, the search and rescue teams expanded their search radius by a total of 20 miles from the Ojai Lakes Trail, closing down the majority of the park to prevent any contamination of sensitive sites or missing gear. On the third day of searching for Karen Sykes, after roughly 80 hours and an estimated 4,000 man-hours of searching, the search for Karen Sykes would be called to a halt after an older woman was found more than 15 miles away from the Ojai Lakes Trail. Due to the time that had passed, it was nearly impossible for friends or family to accurately identify, and so the search was suspended until a proper autopsy could help to identify the individual. In the meantime, investigators were uncertain if this was Karen Sykes, as the body was found an estimated 15 miles away from the trail, as well as in an area nearly impossible to traverse on foot. Search and rescue volunteers would describe the area as being in one of the roughest, steepest terrain of the national park, and in a more desolate region not frequently visited or travelled on. It seemed incredibly difficult for investigators to explain how it would have been possible for Karen Sykes to have lost her path from the trail and to continue through an area far steeper and rougher than anywhere she knew she should have been. It would have been more likely for her to have turned around instead of continuing through the rough, steep terrain. Oddly enough, after the DNA tests were completed, the Pierce County Medical Examiner's Office would confirm that the individual that was found was Karen Sykes. According to the coroner's office, it was believed that signs of hypothermia were responsible for her passing, but after a closer inspection, the Pierce County Medical Examiner's Office would report that Karen's passing was caused by a heart attack. Although the later stages of hypothermia could cause blood flow issues and heart problems, it is far more likely for a person suffering from hypothermia to pass from kidney or liver failure. At first, the finding was so strange due to Karen's perceived athletic ability and good physical health that family and friends were suspicious of the finding. After investigations ended, the official primary cause of her passing would be deemed as hypothermia. Without further investigation, the passing of Karen Sykes was deemed an accident, and no further actions were taken on the part of the investigators. Regardless of the official cause, friends and family remained puzzled about the nature of Karen's disappearance and recovery. How could Karen have ended up so far away from the trail and in steep, rough terrain after walking away from Bob Morthorst for only 10 to 20 minutes? Even more strange was the lack of gear that had been found on her when she had been recovered. Given Karen's vast experience in the outdoors, and more specifically the slopes of Mount Rainier, her passing is only made more bizarre in light of the circumstances. The Madison County Sheriff's Office posted the following on social media. The Madison County Sheriff's Office is investigating the passing and mutilation of cattle along TXOSR. Ranchers reported that a 6-year-old Longhorn Cross cow had been found lying on her side, deceased and disfigured on their ranch. A straight, clean cut, with apparent precision, had been made to remove the hide around the cow's mouth on one side, leaving the meat under the removed hide untouched. The tongue was also completely removed from the body with no blood spill. It was noted there were no signs of struggle, and the grass around the cow was undisturbed. No footprints or tire tracks were noted in the area. Ranchers also reported that no predators or birds would scavenge the remains of the cow, leaving it to decay untouched for several weeks. While looking into the Longhorn Cross's passing, 5 other similar occurrences involving 4 adult cows and 1 yearling were reported along the area of OSR running into Brazos County, as well as Robertson County. Each incident occurred in different locations, pastures, and herds. The other cows were found in the same condition, lying on one side with the exposed side of their face cut along the jawline and the tongue, once again completely removed. On 2 of the 5 cows, a circular cut was made removing the insides. This circular cut was made with the same precision as the cuts noted around the jawlines of each cow. Just like the first, there were no signs of struggle or disturbance in the grass, no blood spill, and no noticeable tracks. No predators or birds would scavenge the remains for several weeks after the animals passed. The cause of the expirations of all 6 cows remains unknown. Multiple similar incidents have been reported across the United States, and we are actively coordinating with other agencies to find answers. Please notify the Madison County Sheriff's Office if you or someone you know observes any similar occurrences. End quote. Cattle mutilation is a phenomenon in which cattle and other livestock are found in mysterious circumstances, often with their insides removed or mangled in a precise and surgical manner. This has been a topic of debate and controversy for several decades, with many speculating that advanced beings or secret government agencies are responsible for the mutilations. Oddly enough, many of these instances happen within the span of a few hours, with ranchers and eyewitnesses reporting that no human could have done this in such a short time span. One of the first reported cases dates back to the late 1960s in the United States, but ranchers have said that these strange events go back even further, and note that it was in the 1960s that the reports were picked up by newspapers. Farmers and ranchers began to notice their livestock passing away in strange ways, saying that in many cases, the animals were found with their udders, tongues, and eyes removed, as well as strange circular marks on their skin. The marks appeared to be cauterized or burned, suggesting the use of some kind of surgical tool. The animals were also found without any signs of struggle or predation, leading to speculation that something otherworldly was responsible. Over the years, several theories have emerged to explain what is happening, with some believing that advanced beings are responsible, using the animals for medical experimentation or to study the effects of Earth's environment. Others believe that the government or military is involved, using the animals to test biological weapons or to experiment with advanced surgical techniques. But those who've studied the phenomenon have said that why would government officials risk getting caught, noting that the government owns private land and that it would be much easier to do this on some government facility rather than sneaking into a random farm. The Upper Ohio River Valley investigation. The earliest known study into sudden cattle expirations of the modern day began in the state of Ohio back in 1966, when an investigator known as John Keel began to look into a series of unexplainable cases that were recorded around the Upper Ohio River Valley. The cattle seemed to have passed away due to bizarre circumstances that were otherwise impossible to have occurred naturally. Instances of animal autopsies showed that a number of cattle had passed away shortly after falling from a great height, despite the fact that the pastures were wide expanses of flat, endless land, with no heights great enough to have caused the injuries recorded. Other instances noted that the cattle appeared to have been cut up with precision tools that created perfectly straight lines in the livestock in their thick hide that would have required special surgical equipment. A list of consistent findings were the following. Many of the livestock expirations were made with clean surgical cuts that would have required precise tools and equipment. Many of the cattle found had been completely drained of blood, showed no sign of spillage in the surrounding area or any form of clotting surrounding their wounds. Over 90% of the cattle that was targeted was between the age of 4 to 5 years old. No footprints, spillage, tracks, or evidence of any other animal nearby could be found, including the tracks of the animal that had been found. These discoveries and subsequent livestock investigations stayed within the farming communities for several decades, without the general public aware of the events. One theory as to why mysterious aircrafts might be interested in cattle is related to the idea that they are using the animals for scientific research. Many of the body parts that are removed in cattle expiration cases are similar to those that would be taken in a scientific study. For example, The eyes might be removed to study the retina, or the organs might be taken to study the effects of radiation on cells. Some researchers also believe that the explorations are a form of biological sampling in order to study the effects of environmental toxins on the animals, with ranchers saying that strange burn marks have sometimes been found etched into the ground, and that there's been high levels of radiation measured after one of these explorations has happened. Another theory is that the cattle explorations are part of a larger agenda. Some people believe that mysterious aircrafts are interested in cattle because they are using them as a food source. Others believe that the explorations are part of a program where the animals are being genetically altered in some way. Although scientists and researchers have said that there is no concrete evidence to support these claims, as of right now, they remain popular among enthusiasts. Some researchers have also proposed that the explorations may be related to experimentation or surveillance. They suggest that some unknown agency may be testing new technology on cattle or using the animals as part of a surveillance program. While this theory is also largely unsupported, it is not outside the realm of possibility given the history of government experimentation on both animals and humans. The mystery of the Skinwalker Ranch encounter. Skinwalker Ranch is no stranger to the supernatural. In fact, the area is so familiar with the unexplainable that it led to a joint investigation between the privately owned company Bigelow Aerospace and the United States government's military, the Department of Defense. Over a period of about 20 years, a joint investigation was made to uncover the cause of the paranormal, supernatural, and mysterious sightings made across the area and determine whether or not the cause was a threat to national security. This led to the purchasing of a piece of land that would later be referred to as the Skinwalker Ranch, due to the region's massive amount of sightings of a mysterious humanoid monster known as the Skinwalker. Interestingly enough, over the 20 years of investigation, a surprising amount of evidence came forward that would help to explain the previously believed paranormal causes into something far more evident of advanced technologies. One of the strangest examples of supernatural encounters from the Gorman family was that of the instantaneous cattle exploration that took place no more than about 20 feet away from them as they fed their livestock. According to the Gorman family, their cattle had been in a small field together with a baby calf resting beside its mother as the cows were being fed. Suddenly, the family claimed that the mother cow began bellowing sadly as it ran in circles with a partial limp that seemed to be a form of temporary paralysis. When the family walked to the cow to see what was wrong, they noticed that the calf had been opened up and picked completely clean with a precision that was more akin to surgical tools, and this happened in the few seconds it took them to walk from the calf down the field 20 feet and then back again. When the researchers investigated the exploration, they found that the hide of the calf was too thick to have been cut by a knife and would have required surgical tools and a large amount of time to have performed the procedure, leaving behind nothing but an untouched head and a skeleton picked completely clean. It's for this reason that some have suggested that a time slip might be happening within this area, pointing out that it's impossible for something like this to be carried out in such little time, saying that the area where this is located is completely open and that they would have seen vehicles or people running away. Oddly enough, although these stories seem like a work of fiction, there's so many ranchers throughout the area that report the same thing and have said that the problem is so bad that it's causing some of them to close down their business. One of the earliest investigations into cattle explorations was conducted in the 1970s by the FBI. The agency was brought in to investigate the exploration of a cow in New Mexico, which was found with its udder removed and completely drained. The FBI conducted an extensive investigation, including collecting physical evidence and interviewing witnesses. However, they were unable to determine the cause of the exploration and concluded that it was likely the result of natural causes or predators. Since then, many other investigations have been conducted into cattle explorations, with various organizations trying to find an explanation for the phenomenon. Many prominent organizations have investigated these mysterious events and have concluded that hundreds of cases of cattle explorations are not caused by people playing pranks, and that many of their investigations have suggested that advanced activity may be involved. According to these investigations, many of the cattle explorations they have investigated exhibit strange characteristics that suggest the involvement of advanced beings. These characteristics include the surgical precision of the cuts made on the animals, the apparent lack of blood at the scene, and the absence of tracks or footprints near the site of the expiration. In some cases, witnesses have also reported seeing strange lights or objects in the sky around the time of the expiration. Despite these claims, there is still no conclusive evidence linking cattle expiration to advanced activity or any other cause. Some skeptics suggest that the expiration are simply the work of human pranksters, while others believe that natural causes or predators are responsible. In some cases, it has been suggested that the expiration may be the result of animal testing by private organizations. As investigations into cattle expirations continue, it is clear that there is still much that is unknown about this strange phenomenon. However, the interest in and attention given to these cases have helped to raise awareness of the importance of investigating unexplained phenomena and the need for scientific rigor in such investigations. The ongoing search for answers also underscores the importance of keeping an open mind and considering all possible explanations, no matter how unlikely they may seem. As of right now, cattle expirations remain a mysterious phenomenon that has intrigued and puzzled investigators for decades. While many investigations have been conducted into these cases, the cause of the expirations remains unknown. The involvement of advanced activity has been suggested, but no conclusive evidence has been found to support this theory. As investigations into cattle expirations continue, it is important to approach the phenomenon with an open mind and a commitment to scientific rigor in the hope of one day unraveling the mystery behind these bizarre occurrences. The Amazon rainforest has long been a source of mystery and intrigue. While it is known for its incredible biodiversity and the diverse indigenous cultures that call it home, it has also been the site of numerous discoveries of artificial structures that have baffled researchers and fueled speculation about the history of the region. One of the most striking examples of an artificial structure in the Amazon is the so-called pyramids, or large square mounds that can be seen breaking the jungle canopy. These are large-scale structures that have been found throughout the region, and they are believed to date back to pre-Columbian times, although some researchers have said that they may be older. The large objects take a variety of forms, including circular and rectangular shapes, and some are massive, stretching for over a mile in length. Many of these structures have only become visible in recent years due to drone and satellite technology, which has allowed researchers to view the jungle from above, something that has only become possible in the last few decades. Due to this, a variety of interesting discoveries have been made, leading archaeologists and researchers to say that the Amazon rainforest is likely home to many undiscovered structures. In addition to these man-made structures, there have also been numerous reports of ancient ruins and artifacts found in the Amazon rainforest. Some of the most intriguing of these are the lost cities of the Amazon, which are said to be the remains of massive ancient settlements that were abandoned long ago. These cities are believed to have been built by advanced pre-Columbian societies, and some researchers have speculated that they may have been connected by a network of roads and waterways that allowed for long-distance trade and communication. Despite these discoveries, the study of the ancient history of the Amazon rainforest is still in its infancy, and there is much that remains to be discovered. One of the challenges of studying this region is the fact that much of it is covered by dense vegetation, which makes it difficult to identify and excavate ancient sites. In addition, the Amazon is a vast and complex ecosystem that is constantly changing, making it difficult to determine how ancient societies interacted with their environment. Despite these challenges, researchers continue to make exciting new discoveries in the Amazon rainforest, shedding light on the rich and diverse history of this incredible region. Whether it's the geoglyphs, terra preta soils, or lost cities, each discovery adds to our understanding of the people who have called the Amazon home for thousands of years. Interestingly, it's not just large megalithic structures that have been found throughout the Amazon rainforest. Mysterious lights have also been witnessed throughout the area, leading those interested in the unknown to suggest that the Amazon might be a hotspot. Mysterious aircrafts have been reported all around the world for decades, and the Amazon rainforest is no exception. The vast and largely unexplored wilderness of the Amazon has long fascinated enthusiasts, and there have been many reports of strange lights and other unexplained aerial phenomena in the region. One of the most famous incidents occurred in 1977, when a group of Brazilian military personnel were flying over the Amazon rainforest on a routine mission. Suddenly, they observed a bright object in the sky, which they initially believed to be an airplane in distress. However, as they flew closer, they realized that the object was something different and appeared to be a massive, saucer-shaped craft hovering silently in mid-air. The military personnel watched in awe as the craft emitted a blinding light and shot off into the distance at incredible speed. The encounter was documented in an official military report, which stated that the object displayed an enormous amount of energy and an incredible level of technology. This is just one example of the many strange sightings that have been reported in the Amazon rainforest. Some people believe that the region is a hotspot for this type of activity due to its remote location and the relative lack of human activity in the area. There are also theories that suggest that sightings in the Amazon rainforest could be related to ancient civilizations that once inhabited the region. Some experts believe that these civilizations may have had contact with advanced beings and that the remnants of their advanced technology could be hidden deep in the Amazonian jungle. In addition to these mysterious lights, there have also been reports of other strange phenomena in the Amazon rainforest. For example, some people have claimed to have seen strange creatures, such as the legendary Mapinguari. Others have reported hearing strange noises, such as unidentifiable animal sounds or eerie whispering voices deep in the heart of the jungle. Despite the many reports of strange lights and other strange phenomena in the Amazon rainforest, there has been relatively little scientific investigation into these events. The dense vegetation and difficult terrain of the region make it extremely challenging for researchers to conduct thorough investigations, and there are many areas that have yet to be explored by scientists. As a result, the mystery of the Amazon rainforest remains largely unsolved. While some people believe that the region is a hotspot for advanced activity, others remain skeptical, pointing to the lack of concrete evidence to support such claims. As of right now, mysterious sightings in the Amazon rainforest have been reported for decades and have been the subject of much speculation and debate. While there are many theories as to the origin of these sightings, there is still much that remains unknown about the region and its mysterious inhabitants. As more research is conducted in the area, it is possible that we will uncover new clues about the strange phenomena that continue to occur in this remote and fascinating part of the world. The Amazon rainforest is known for its incredible biodiversity, but it is also home to some remarkable man-made structures that offer insights into the lives of ancient peoples. While many believe the Amazon rainforest was a pristine wilderness untouched by human hands until the arrival of Europeans, recent archaeological discoveries have challenged this view, revealing that indigenous populations have lived in the Amazon for at least 13,000 years. One of the most striking examples of these ancient structures is the geoglyphs of the Amazon, also known as Amazonian earthworks. These large-scale patterns and designs are made by removing topsoil and exposing the underlying subsoil, creating a visible contrast in color and texture. The geoglyphs were created by pre-Columbian societies between 500 BCE and 1500 CE and are found in areas that are currently forested. The purpose of these geoglyphs is still unknown, although theories range from ritual and astronomical purposes to markers for sacred spaces. The largest known Amazonian earthwork is the Sajama Lines in Bolivia, which runs for over 15 miles and is made up of straight lines, circles, and other geometric shapes. The Sajama Lines are so large that they can only be fully appreciated from the air, which has led some to speculate that the builders may have had a means of flight. Another interesting structure found in the Amazon is the raised fields of the Bolivian Amazon. These fields are elevated above the floodplain and are created by constructing walls made of soil and organic matter. The raised fields help to protect crops from flooding and improve soil fertility, allowing for more productive agriculture. In addition to these man-made structures, the Amazon rainforest is also home to many archaeological sites that reveal insights into the daily lives of ancient peoples. Excavations have uncovered evidence of complex societies that traded with neighboring regions. One such site is the city of Kuhikugu, which was occupied by a sophisticated society between 1050 and 1400 CE. The city was built on a series of terraces and featured a complex network of canals and causeways, suggesting that it was a hub for trade and commerce. The site also revealed evidence of intricate pottery, metalworking, and even the use of psychoactive substances. While the Amazon rainforest is often thought of as an impenetrable wilderness, these man-made structures and archaeological sites offer a glimpse into the rich history of the region. They also challenge the notion that the Amazon was untouched by human hands before the arrival of Europeans, revealing that indigenous peoples have been living in the region for thousands of years. However, the rapid destruction of the Amazon rainforest threatens the preservation of these important archaeological sites. It is crucial that efforts are made to protect and preserve these structures, not only for their historical and cultural value, but also for the insights they can offer into sustainable living practices that could be applied to modern agriculture and land management. As of right now, the Amazon rainforest is not only a vital ecological treasure, but also a repository of rich human history. The discovery of ancient structures and archaeological sites in the region challenges our assumptions about the region's past and highlights the importance of protecting these cultural treasures for future generations. Recent discoveries have shown that the earliest human inhabitants of the Amazon rainforest created thousands of artificial forest islands, known as forest islands, or terra preta, meaning dark earth in Portuguese. These islands are the result of the indigenous people's unique farming practices, which transformed the Amazonian landscape to suit their needs. The Amazon rainforest has always been viewed as a harsh and inhospitable environment for human settlement, with its dense canopy, poor soil quality, and lack of natural resources. Yet, research has shown that the Amazonian people not only survived, but also thrived in this environment. They created forest islands by clearing the forest floor and using organic materials to create a layer of nutrient-rich soil. This process, known as terraforming, allowed them to grow crops such as maize, beans, and cassava in a sustainable way. The process of creating these forest islands was labor-intensive and required a high level of knowledge and skill. The indigenous people had to identify and cultivate the right kinds of plants, including those that would help enrich the soil. They also had to ensure that the forest islands were adequately irrigated and protected from flooding during the rainy season. The forest islands were not just agricultural land, they were also used for habitation, spiritual and cultural activities, and as burial sites. Many forest islands have been found with evidence of complex social structures, including houses, communal spaces, and ceremonial centers. Archaeological evidence suggests that these forest islands were occupied for centuries, with some being used continuously for thousands of years. One of the most significant benefits of the forest islands was their ability to support high population densities in an otherwise challenging environment. By creating sustainable agricultural systems, the indigenous people were able to support a thriving population, estimated to have been in the millions before the arrival of European explorers. The discovery of the forest islands challenges the long-held assumption that the Amazon rainforest was untouched by human activity before the arrival of Europeans. It also highlights the crucial role that indigenous people played in shaping the Amazonian landscape and the importance of their knowledge and skills. The forest islands also have significant implications for modern agriculture, and they demonstrate that it is possible to create sustainable agricultural systems in the Amazonian environment without taking down the rainforest. By using indigenous knowledge and practices, it is possible to promote agricultural development while protecting the environment and supporting local communities. As of right now, the discovery of the forest islands in the Amazon rainforest reveals the remarkable ingenuity and resourcefulness of the indigenous people who lived there. By creating thousands of artificial islands, they transformed the rainforest into a productive landscape that supported their population for centuries. These forest islands are a testament to the importance of indigenous knowledge and practices and have important implications for modern agriculture. So, what do you make of these interesting Amazon rainforest discoveries? Be sure to leave your questions and answers in the comment section below and help us to grow this community while working to solve these unexplained mysteries. Thank you for watching, and don't forget to subscribe for more videos.